Siapa put as well. He cannot respond. The purple buff just gonna be stolen away.
It's so disappointing for Team UITM Raw to not able to control their jungle, but if you can see from the gameplay, 404 is just so aggressive. They just covered up their jungle. It felt like their jungle is their own, all for the taking. And with that map control, another turtle bites into the dust, bites as the dust for Team 404.
The UITM Roar basically just have to try and delay and play for the late game now. Wait until Triel and Armageddon have proper farm under their belts. Chip Portal can be forced out. 3 members of 404 Bakri come through. We see the Curse of Blood being popped, but Carmilla gonna be trapped underneath multiple members. Picked up eventually by Alberto. We see the Link coming in from the side lane. Rough Wave's already gonna be stolen away as well for Canali to be able to escape alive. Did Aja escaping with a slight bit of HP, and final slash flicker forward. Catches out Alberto. That's gonna be 1 kill for UITM Roar, but they lose Triel in the process.
Losing 3 for 1, it's gonna be very difficult again. And another turret bites the dust once more again. I mean, this is gonna be this is the first turret in place for 404. So they lost only 1, but they managed to gain 4 in return.
Ooh.
Make it 5 this time around. Off-camera kill instantly executed from the side of Team UITM Raw. Sepaput not having a great time here. 3 deaths already.
Hijume 303 on the Kadita. Remember, they do have Sky Piercer. That's a lot of stacks. Kanalin gonna be dived under the tower. Triel now trying to flicker out, but wrong timing. The Lycan Pounce follows him, gives another kill to Trisakti on the Julian as well. The snowball has started here, and it is slowly but surely going out of control.
I mean, you know, the fact here, oh, wait a minute. Looks like there's going to be a fire right here, Safa.
Hold on, another Purify forced out again from Siapa Put, but the Shah Essence picks him off regardless.
Wow, what an absolute play, and to continue on the skirmishes right here, using Chip's ultimate, that just caused so much chaos for UITM Raw, because with that ultimate, he's able to bring in all of his teammates into the teamfight instantly.
Alberto not stopping on the pressure too, forcing Armageddon out of his own jungle. This Ling very behind right now in farm, 2 levels behind Trisakti in terms of levels as well. The gold lead 5k in favor of 404 Bakri. Things are not looking good for UITM Roar.
I like that micro play where, you know, Alberto using his Yuchong, just trying to bait Ling's ultimate out. And baiting the ultimate out just denies whatever control he has onto his, you know, the minions, the buffs here. Because look at that, Team Red is actually getting all the buff. But then again, we do see that Kadita is just playing a little bit too aggressively there, just camping all the way right there. But it doesn't matter right now, Safa.
Yeah, but God trying to look for a kill, but he doesn't realize how many members are there. For a Curse of Blood on 3 members, if they could do a good amount of damage here, it'd be fine. But Trisakti's already escaped, and Siapaput has been picked up by Rensa. The Roger getting very farmed right now. Triel's got to make sure he doesn't jump too far ahead. Lycan Pounce, Rensa finds another pickup. There's so much damage on this Roger. He's going to chase down Triel as well, but he's not able to follow up with the Lycan Pounce, so he's able to survive. But 3 kills so quick for 404 Bakri.
16,000 gold lead with 3 turrets already taken. 404 Bakri, I think this game, they just want to end this as soon as possible as well, trying to get out as much beatings onto Team UITM Raw. Team UITM Raw, they are just covered in fear behind their 2nd tier turret. It's not looking good. They already lost the jungle here, and you know, slowly but surely it's just dying just to wait for this game to end.
UITM Roar has a team fight composition. They're pretty strong in 5v5 situation, but 404 Bakri is playing so quickly that UITM Roar is basically not able to group up together to execute on their win condition, and that's allowing them to just take control of every single team fight.
With 31 seconds down the clock for the very first lot, I feel like 404 Bakri just continuing on with the pressure. They're just waiting whoever is able to commit through the turret, because no turrets is safe for UITM Raw here. However, 404 Bakri looks like they are trying to bait and kite out their opponents, perhaps to use the ultimates in hand. We'll see about that, as still a waiting game for UITM Raw.
Luckily for them, the Petrify from Hijume did end up missing under the tower there. Kanalin dashed out just in time. We see a chip portal being used. Looks like they attempted to gank Armageddon. The Link able to jump away, but now 404 Bakri just have complete control over the First Lord.
They will take this slot, what they're taking in the meantime as well, trying to continue on to take the advantage from the jungle, from the opponent's jungle. UIT and Raw, meanwhile, they're just actually going together. They're just holding on whichever the side. They can't even try to rotate as much as possible because, again, like you said, they're under farm. They don't have much damage output as well, especially at this stage of the game. So in this case of scenario, they just need that one pick off. They just need that one pick off and then hopefully able to snowball from that. But how much resources you're going to waste? How many ultimates are you going to pop out right here? Because the rest of the opponents are just really farm right at the moment. Level 14 already for Julian.
Yeah, 3 levels ahead of Armageddon right now. A 9k net worth lead, 9 minutes in. 404 Bakri have complete control over the game. They're clearing out all the external towers. Lord gonna be pushing up top lane. UIT and Roar still gonna be behind in farm. The base siege is coming. Portal gonna be dropped down by Dit Aja inside the base, just zoning out UIT and Roar. Inhibitor tower has been taken very easily. And 404 Bakri just decide, all right, that's enough.
Yeah, that's enough right there because they already did their part already. They had the lot to split push to take down the very first inhibitor turret. As you mentioned here, they still have map control. They still have the jungle control. It's all coming down to UITN's Raw's defense. How long they can even hold on to this defensive posture. They just want to get some good fights. They want to just get the pickoffs, but it's not looking too easy there.
They do have Final Slash and Curse of Blood. As we mentioned already, UIT and Roar is the strongest in a 5v5 situation because they can take advantage of all the AoE and damage that they have. But when they're 10,000 gold behind, it's still going to be difficult to really follow up on that. And 404 Bakri are positioning to make sure they can't use it. Curse of Blood comes out on 2 members. Chip, does he have his portal? Not going to actually use it. Flickers out to safety. Conceal going to be used to re-engage. Final Slash lands on 1. Chip portal going to be dropped down. Cad has the flicker out into safety. But here comes Trisakti. He gets the kill on the back line, finds the flank, and the Black Dragon form zones out the rest of UIT and Roar.
So they kill off Cat. Unfortunately, another off-lane hero who's supposed to deal damage as well in that fight has lost his life and has 15 seconds for the respawn. So Team UIT and Raw can only just fall back, wait for him to come back, and perhaps to try another pick-off from here.
They dive under the tower here, looking for the mid inhibitor. We do see Siapaput dropping low, unstoppable already for Rensa. They find a revenge kill onto Dit Aja. Valentina gonna dash away. Mid inhibitor already fallen. It's a 1-for-1 trade. Not too bad just yet for UIT and Roar. Ling jumping forward. Armageddon wants a kill. He wants to be able to get some comeback potential here. Final Slash finds 2. They landed. That's gonna be a kill onto Alberto, but they're losing members left and right. Rensa's got too much damage. They're still ganging up on the final surviving member. And with that, it is going to be a full team wipe for 404 Bakri.
Checkmate.
That's gonna be it. They land the finishing blow. 404 Bakri get the victory in game number 1.
Ladies and gentlemen, with that victory, Team 404 Bakri able to clinch game 1, powered by the Galaxy S24 Ultra. Right here, you can see the phones, you can see them all just fist bumping and making sure that they have the first advantage in this best of 3 series from the start till the finish line. In fact, that was an absolute domination. You know, there was a glimmer of hope for Team UITM to go for the fight, especially with the pickups. But then Rensa coming in, triple kill, bang, bang, straight away with that finishing blow onto Julian and just finishing up the Crystal Pace.
The game plan from 404 Bakri was very solid, and their game plan was executed well as well on top of all of that, which made it very difficult for UITM Roar to actually commit to what they wanted to do with this composition. They do have a little bit of early game presence, but it's going to be a lot weaker as compared to their opponents. And that is the flaw that 404 Bakri took advantage of by gaining that lead, getting that snowball. They ensured that the Malaysian team wouldn't be able to make a comeback.
I would like to question the choice pick as well for their tank or sustainable hero, which is Camilla. I mean, yeah, it's okay, but there are better tanks out there, I feel, that is able not only to sustain for the team fights, but also to do the roaming as well. Because when you have Chip already, you need somebody as well to kind of counter that Chip, you know, to try to go in as your own roaming tank in place. But it was just unfortunate, you know, they just got every advantage from the side of 404, and UITM Raw just couldn't sustain it. They just die after die, and then you gotta give it up to team 404 as well. That roaming phase, you know, whatever objectives that they already have in their checklist, everything is checked by the tip box.
It was great play coming from them. As for the Carmilla choice, that it is actually very common to pick up Carmilla as a counter to Chip specifically, because the Curse of Blood would be able to take advantage of when the enemy team pops out of the portal. But you are correct in that Carmilla does not have the same kind of map pressure and presence to be able to match the speed at which a Chip controls the map. That's why it's important to have other heroes that are able to make up for that difference, right? We see heroes like Novaria being picked up, slightly more mobile EXP laners that would be able to at least match and provide vision. Unfortunately, we did not have those. And a lot of the time, the cores were being focused down and put very behind. So even heroes like Armageddon on the Ling, who might be able to outmobilize the Chip, was already being forced out of his own jungle right from the get-go.
Just unfortunate for Team UITM Raw, but it's not over yet for them, ladies and gentlemen. We still have game number 2, and there are many ways to fix those errors from the side of Team UITM Raw. As for Team 404 Bakri, they just need one more game heading into the very first upper brackets round 2.
Yeah, it's gonna be exciting to see whether or not Team UITM Raw can bring this back, or if 404 Bakri will just close things out with a clean sweep. While we're between games though, I want to take a chance to let everyone who is watching at home know that we actually will be having giveaways throughout the duration of our broadcast today.
Hold up, let me think. Is it going to be skins or diamonds?
One of those is correct. There are indeed going to be diamond codes. They're going to be flashed on stream, sometimes randomly, or even in the stream chat itself. So make sure to check that out. For now, we're going to have a look at the highlights for game number 1, where we saw that 404 Bakri were just roaming really effectively together.
Roaming really effectively, taking away the map control and presence from the get-go from UITM Raw. You can see UITM Raw, they were all at a defensive state and pressured by Team 404 Bakri. Not forgetting that the Chip's ultimate is able to bring the team fights just straight to their faces. You even have Yuzong's ultimate Black Dragon form in place. You know, able to roam around, able to CC around. You have Julian as well. You have Roger who gets the kill instantly. There's so many of these heroes just, you know, their hero composition is so sync up, where the chemistry is there, and they're able to even play or toy with their opponents, being in front of their turrets.
It's a tricky matchup because 404 Bakri is a team that's very good at skirmishing, and they're able to very easily split up the opposing side, which works very anti-synergistically to UITM Roar because they want to be grouped together, set up a front-to-back lineup that's properly protecting the backline DPS. And when you have Roger and Yuzong and Kadita just diving the ranks and splitting them up all the time, it was impossible for UITM Roar to actually find a position where they were in a favorable sort of spot.
Yes, indeed. And we are going to move on to see who will be the MVP of the game. I'm definitely going to think it's going to be Roger. Yes, it is. It's going to be Rensa playing the Roger hero right here. As you can see, he has 8 kills, 0 deaths, and 5 assists. 68% of teamfight participation and equipment. You can see that he has the Endless Battle, the Wind Talker. You're going to have the Malefic Rod. Not the Malefic Gun just yet, but we'll see soon. We'll see soon right here.
Very well played here to Rensa. You can see him dropping us the double thumbs up right there. He knows what he did. I was worried about seeing more Roger dominance after this patch, and I think that we are indeed going to be seeing that, considering that Warcry does work pretty well with him. He already has so much damage built in. Extra 8% from all sources is insane.
Wait a minute, he actually had the Malefic Gun as well,
yes, he
right
did.
there. So he almost have, he has all of his core items within that time of fight.
Yeah, the fact that he was already maxed out on items, even getting the Malefic Gun as a final item, you would think it's usually a bit greedy to go for something like this as a final item, because Roger really doesn't need the extra attack range most of the time, but hey, why not? And because it does give him more mobility, it gives him attack speed as well, so it's a good addition if you're already snowballing. And we saw multiple Sky Piercers on 404 Bakri's side as well. Just huge snowball coming in from the Indonesian team.
Yeah, and of course for Team UITM Raw, they have Armageddon as well, doing the participation in terms of turret damage, doing his very best to roam and try to rally his team to, at least a chance of fighting in Game 1, but just unfortunate they could not sustain that. And again, like I said, Game 2 is still for the taking for both teams. But for Safa, for you, I feel like Team UITM Raw, they got to fix up a little bit in terms of the drafting, a bit more. The lineup they're a bit more sustainable perhaps towards the previous meta, which is a sustained meta. What do you think about that?
I think nowadays it is actually a little bit difficult to play that sustained meta anymore because there's so much damage flying around. You have the Sky Piercers, the Wishing Lanterns, you have the War Cries coming in. You have a lot of abilities and items that were adjusted so that they're able to do more damage and have more scaling. And we can see that tanky heroes are no longer quite as durable as they used to be. They're still going to have very important roles in the Land of Dawn, but we can see teams leaning more towards aggressive gameplay, which I do like overall. But it comes with its own set of risks, right? Because if it's all about the damage game, you really got to make sure your positioning is top tier.
All right, and if it's all about the damage game, you also risk out a couple of flaws as well. Like, your defense might not be great. You're lacking of sustainability, the HP regen as well. So there's a lot of things that you have to consider in mind. And speaking of which, with the new patch, I really like, the changes that they put in some of the items, like, War Cry, Bloodless Axe has already been taken away. So they've got the War Axe instead in hand. And of course, you have the glowing wand that the Necklace of Endurance, correct me if I'm wrong, has already taken. So there's more space, there's more creativity in terms of the core itemization. The heroes that needed 2 items instead has become 1, and they have 1 open slot for a different item in hand.
I think going into game number 2, what UITM Raw may need to consider is that chip is causing a big problem.
Yep.
Like UITM Raw, their rotations were not quite as clean as compared to 404 Bakri, and having a hero like this really enabled them because it forced them to have to go something like the Carmilla to at least try and counteract in team fighting, and 404 Bakri did not allow that to happen. So either ban or contest the chip, or make sure that you have enough of an early game presence to match it.
Let's see whether are they going to ban the chip as well, as you say, Safa right here, but instead they're going to ban out Matilda and Harif again. This is a very similar draft session, or the ban pick draft phase earlier on in game 1. We're going to see whether or not Team Bakri, or Team 404 Bakri, are they going to go for the very first hero to set the things up, set the tone up here. So they initially chose 1 offlaner, 1 tank, or sustainable roamer in place. So we'll see how it goes. It looks like they already banned out Angela this round. And for Team UITM Raw, who are they going to ban? Are they going to try to use this ban pick, the ban phase to ban out Chip?
Yeah, it's a big question here because previously we did see these same 3 heroes being banned. The last one was the Moskov. Looks like they will decide to get rid of the chip here. This leaves Roger, Moskov open, and I think that's what UITM Raw were aiming for. Whichever one 404 Bakri grabs here, they can at least counter pick by going for the other.
They wanted to sync up here. Instead, Moskov is open. So I think that if a 404 says, hey, you know what? I think we try to focus more on our core hero, perhaps the assassin here. With Ling, he's able to roam around freely. He's able to provide mobility for himself and his team. And, it's all about kiting the heroes as well. Because Ling, if you on a very good player's hands, Ling could just use his ultimate, just test the waters as well, try to bait his opponents to use whatever resources they have, and then back out the way, and then let his team follow up with the team fight.
Well, that's assassin gameplay for you that we haven't seen in a while. This time, the teams have actually switched it up, with 404 Bakri taking the Ling and UITM Raw going for Julian and Roger instead. Loyi, though, this was banned out in the second phase in game number 1. This time, we will see 404 Bakri be able to lock it in, and that actually provides them the opportunity to teleport across the map even without the chip available.
I'm very interested to see how this Julian being a popular pick right now. I mean, yeah, it's only just 2 games. It's a very small sample size. But again, Julian is out. So perhaps maybe after off camera, we're going to do a little bit of research on that. But in the meantime, Arlott will be selected once again. And this time it's going to be... it looks like a reverse draft from the side.
It is, actually.
And yeah, with Loyi as well, you know, providing AoE presence, CC effect as well. This is going to be a huge booster from the side of 404.
Yeah, I'm interested to see what UITM Roar will decide to lock in to try and counter this. They go for the Lapu. Revealing the EXP lane a little bit early here. I think that's fine, but there is always the possibility that this Arlott is flexed into Roam or EXP instead, depending on what 404 Bakri decides is a better matchup.
Yeah, Lapu, from the way I see it, he is a sustainable hero. He can life steal as well. So probably go for, you know, the fighter emblem for the tier 3 side, which is, I couldn't remember it already, but you made me record me on that. So they just provide sustainability, and then with Roger as well, able to do that, the same thing in place for both off-lane sides.
What I want to make sure that UITM Roar has for this game is that early game presence. Julian going to allow them to make things happen at that level 3 mark. So having a roamer that's able to follow up on that is going to be very important overall. I would expect something like the Grok, like the Edith would not be too bad. Minotaur as well may provide some interesting options, but they could leave their roamer until the very end as well if they want to. Nope, looks like they're going to lock it in here.
Good prediction right there. Speaking of which, before the Minotaur pick, we did see Valentina and Moss being banned out. I think it's depending on what other hero comps they still need from the opposing teams. Going back to Lapu, the emblem will be Brave Smite. That way you want to get more lifesteal as well in place. Then again, Grok has been chosen to be the roaming tank from the side of Team 404. I like this pick because Grok can provide so much mobility and also AoE damage in place, and Carry will be just designated marksman.
Carry going to be very effective against most tankier heroes here, so that Minotaur gonna drop very early on, and a Grok Loyi combo is honestly terrifying in those first few levels. It's gonna give 404 Bakri a lot of map control overall. So it looks like UITM Roar want to counter this by going for the Eve. Real world manipulation will provide some zone denial, and it looks like they will indeed lock her in.
Okay, for game 2, I'm loving UITM's Raw lineup. Way better than the first time. Maybe because I'm not comfortable with the hero picks, or perhaps, you know, there's a gaming plan in mind that they trust to it. But I feel like game number 2, the lineups are way better. They're way much more balanced right now. But again, 404 Bakri, their lineup is also not too shabby. Their lineup is also almost equal to Team UITM Raw. And based on mechanical gameplay itself, you know, perhaps 404 have this in the back. But I want to see UITM Raw winning this game. I want to see a game 3 right here. You know what, ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up to our Malaysian counterparts, the Malaysian team here, hoping that they are able to equalize in game number 2.
As we prepare to jump into the land of dawn for game number 2, it's time to find out whether or not 404 Bakri on the blue side will be able to clean sweep their opponents, or will we be able to hear UITM on the red side roar.
Looks like the rest of the members, you can see from the map who they're trying to roam into one another's area, but it seems like both teams, they are going to get their very first buff from the side, the red buff or the orange buff, depending on what kind of color you are. But then, looks like there's a fight here, Safa.
Yeah, they have to be careful here. Sapaput gonna be taking a lot of damage from those yin-yang reactions. Loyi is a scary hero, even at level 1, just due to how much damage her passive does in general. Did Aja in position to try and stop Armageddon from getting his orange buff. I think he'll probably force him to use Retri. He will actually not get it. It was stolen away. And so was his life. Trisakti coming in at the last second.
What just happened? That Ling just literally roamed all the way up to their opponent's orange buff and then stole it away. And then in the meantime, losing the life from the side of Team UITM's Raw.
Yeah, Armageddon created out a little bit here. That's going to end up costing him. And we jump into a quick pause here. Looks like we are going to take a moment to make sure that the players are not facing any technical difficulties.
Yes, indeed. And of course, ladies and gentlemen, all of this tournament and of course, all of the devices you can see are powered by the Galaxy S24 Ultra. Remember, victory can be yours with the new Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra. The players are, you know, of course, they will need the best of gear in this tournament. So definitely shout out to Samsung for providing these phones. Look at that. Yep. 404 Bakri, They knowing our call. They know what we are doing here. So big shout out to them as well.
Thank you very much to them. This whole tournament would not be possible without their support. So make sure you guys show them some support as well, because it could end up with your brand new gaming companion. For now, though, things are already not looking too good for UITM Roar. We know that Julian as a hero is very weak before he hits level 3. In the previous game, it still worked out because 4-4 Bakri made sure that he wasn't disrupted before he hit that mark.
Correct.
But here, they've done the reverse by making sure they punish UITM Roar, and that's precise timing.
Yeah, precise timing and very calculated move. The objective is to hamper down or to water down whatever core heroes that they need the higher or the later phasing growth to upscale or to upskill their own heroes in place. So that was a very great move as well, just going for the gank, and not only that, just denying him the buff, giving it to Ling, making their core heroes much stronger in the process of time. So UITM Raw, just unfortunate. But again, this is just one play. I do believe that this is not a spark to lead to disaster or the fire in here. And of course, for Team 404 Bakery, they'll take that as a stepping stone to make things even better, to snowball the effect that they had onto their opponents in game number 1.
Yeah, but it's gonna be a difficult hill to climb right now, because previously in the early game, UITM Roar, they were having some trouble, but they were definitely not being put behind to this extent. Like, having your second buff stolen from you is a very important timer, which means that you won't be able to hit level 4 by the time that first turtle comes about. At the very least, Julian has his full kit at level 3. So if he's able to keep up in farm after this, he can still fight to a certain extent. But it'll depend how many resources UITM Roar wants to devote to it.
Yeah, they'll definitely need to protect the Julian from being ganked one more time. You know, they need to have somebody around that vicinity of the area to provide information, to provide map awareness, so at least the Julian won't get gank and won't deter his development in the game itself. But nonetheless, however, we'll still have to wait and see UITM Raw. Again, this is the upper brackets best of 3 format. Whoever loses, they are not going out today. Nobody's going to get eliminated. However, the loser will have to drop down to the lower bracket for another best of 3. More games to play, more pressure, more effort, more energy to pour out in order to continue their series or their journeys in this tournament.
Absolutely. You do not want to be dropped down into the lower bracket this early on in the tournament. The longer you can stay in the upper bracket, the easier your pathway is going to be to get to that grand finals, to get closer to that top prize, for that pride of lifting the trophy here at the Samsung Galaxy Gaming Academy Campus Series. We're going to take a short moment once again to make sure everything is okay, so that these players are actually able to operate at maximum potential.
Yeah, you can see UITM here as well. They're looking all seriousness right now in their faces. I mean, not to blame them here, one of the formidable foes in 404 Bakri, and you already did mention that one of the players also did play in MDL, and it's going to give them a lot of pressure. But again, pressure could be pleasure. You know, this is one thing good, you know, playing stronger opponents able to grow you further. You know, they're able to nurture you to the next level. If you're playing opponents who are, you know, perhaps on the same level, or some saying that, you know, you're playing against weaker opponents, they're not going to make you grow. They're not going to make you outstand from here. So I think this is also a good learning lesson, in a good way to adapt to the game and adapt to the flow in place.
Well, this whole tournament is a platform for aspiring champions after all. So let's see if they're able to achieve that title as we jump back into the land of Dawn instantly. Lots of damage being done in the mid lane.
Mid lane here, as you can see, both heroes from UITM Raw, the Minotaur and Eve, they are not having a hard time. They're having not an easy time as well to sustain in their lane, and giving so much presence from the side of 404 Bakery to control the lanes in place. And Ling right here, Safa.
Tempest Blade is gonna be committed. We see a 3-man gank, and Trizakti so quick on those fingers. Instantly, Trill is just deleted.
We're gonna take note onto the roaming positioning from the side of 404 Bakri. I think this is one key takeaway for all of the players, all the audience are watching right here. Look at the communication between themselves. Look at the rotations that they make. Everybody's moving. Don't stop, won't stop, can't stop. And they just continue on dominating and surprising UITM Raw, even in front of their turrets.
The diversion from Hijume into the wild charge, stopping Armageddon in his own jungle. Hijume will pay for this with his life, but real world manipulation has been committed as well. That's not going to be available now for the turtle, and 404 Bakri are already taking it down.
Yeah, this is a good option as well for 404 Bakri to know that they have the pit, they have all the takings in here, and UITM Raw, they lack of the resources in hand. They have to deal with this roaming Grok here who is just surveying, just trying to steal the buff. But then again, they lost the turtle, and I think it's still a losing battle from the side of UITM Raw.
Yeah, we can see that Grok is still very valuable in this current meta because now that it's difficult, oh my god, look at that.
Another steal.
Controlling the entire map right now. 3 levels up on Armageddon in only 3 minutes is a massive difference. And Rensa even getting the kill onto Trill in the bot lane with a diversion from Hijume.
And a turret falls down once again from the side of UITM Raw. 404 Bakri just having the time of their lives, getting another kill right here, Safa.
Alberto gonna be able to get that 1v1, dodges the Raging Slash with the flicker over the wall. Cad forced to just walk home, gets caught by the Yin Yang reaction. Wild Charge comes out, real world manipulation gonna keep him alive. Hempers Blade's gonna be committed, he flickers backwards, but it doesn't escape! A killing spree for Trisakti, and 404 Bakri just walk out of the fight.
Man, I thought the Ling would not get the kill already, especially with the flicker coming in from Cat, but that wasn't enough. The final hit, the final blow, just adds salt into injury, Safa.
Armageddon jumps forward, finds the pickoff, catches Hijume off guard. That's going to be a nice kill for UITM Roar. They got a lot of ground to make up. 4K net worth difference already.
4K, that's already almost, you can already build their first or second core item and one of those heroes right there. But in the meantime, it is the map. The map is still not in control from the side of UITM Raw. UITM Raw just continuing on. They managed to get one of the neutral minions right there from the side of 404 Bakri, but that's it. That's all they could get.
Oh, they stole the purple buff again as well.
No.
Did Aja force the use Wild Charge to escape? Alberto jumping backwards. Diversion pulling Rensa into the back line, giving him the double kill instantly. Trill gonna be the only one surviving. That's gonna be a mega kill for Trisakti as well. 4 kills in quick succession for nothing in favor of 404.
So, ladies and gentlemen, the trade list is 1 minion kill, 4, 1 purple buff steal, 3 kills in a row, and not forgetting the turtle.
The snowball is looking even more grave for 404 in this case. Sky Piercer completed by Trisakti. Ooh, Armageddon, his recall gets halted by the wall. He should be able to walk. Oh, never mind. Hijume's already in the back line. Alberto jumps right on top of him. He's a 4-man dive under the tower. Alberto, though, will he fall here? He's very low. Final Slash comes out. He flickers out. Minwind Fury gonna miss entirely. And the Tempest of Blades in the back line finds the kill on the Canal, and the Eve drops instantly. All of the abilities from Lapu Lapu are missing. Yin Yang reaction keeping him in place. The dive from 404 is unstoppable. They're not losing anything.
My goodness, UITM Raw, they decided to, commit to their skirmish, but later onwards, they were half-heartedly just falling back. They were falling back, but they still want to commit in this case. There wasn't much communication from them, I can see, and slowly but surely, one of their heroes just picked off individually. This is not a good look for UITM Raw.
It is definitely not. It's already an 8K net worth lead, and it's only 6 minutes in. The snowball has gone out of control, even more so than before, and look at that!
No.
Siapa Put just gets turned into roast beef on the spot.
Wow, I mean, that is an instant kill coming in here. There was no protection at all. The damage outputs are just so much for the heroes. And it's just not looking good for UITM Raw. As I said once again, UITM Raw looking a little bit lost right there. Let's just take a look again. The communication between committing for the skirmish, committing for the fight. Eventually, they were just half-heartedly just going back forward, and then they suddenly want to pull back again. But you notice what one of their players already, if I'm not mistaken, Roger, he was already committed to the fight, way away from the rest of his teammates, and eventually got shut down, got melted down instantly. So there's so many plays that I feel that UITM Raw just just do it mistakenly. Maybe perhaps if they were a bit confident enough, they say, hey, you know what, maybe let's try to take one pick off us, then let's go out of the way, just move out of the way. But they weren't confident with their choice, and it led to even more towards their downfall.
Yeah, it's a little bit too chaotic here because UITM Roar, I feel like, are falling into the trap of 404 Bakri, where every single time it looks like they're overextended. It looks like they may be able to catch someone who has gone too far, who has dived too deep, but there's so many utility options. Hijume just pops out of nowhere. Trisakti clearly has strong micro-control on this Ling, and there's just tools and resources that can be committed to make sure that the fight prolongs and that their members are able to get out safely. In the meantime, UITM Roar doesn't really seem coordinated in the way that they want to take advantage of these apparent mistakes.
Yeah, just unfortunate right there. Again, they still have time. I believe we are heading into nearly to the mid-game stages, but they need to do a proper defense. They need to get back control onto the jungles, at least for the time. You just try to sustain and try to capture your own buffs, your purple and red buffs. Those are the most two important things that upscale your heroes from time to time. But if they can't do that, then it's going to be a repeat of game one. Game one, eventually they have to fall back to their base. Their turrets just died down instantly. The Lord comes in, split push, and then that will be the checkmate. Nonetheless, however, ladies and gentlemen, if you're watching us here, thank you so much for all your kind support and of course your chats. We're looking at your chats as well. Later, maybe we can do a little bit of shout out during our off games in hand. But again, we want to take a chance to shout out to Samsung. Again, this tournament is powered by Galaxy S24 Ultra. Victory can be yours with the new Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra.
We can see our players definitely enjoying their experience using these phones. Very smooth gameplay. And it will be a great gaming companion for you as you go up in your ranks to Mythic Immortal. We're going to take a moment to make sure, once again, that the players are able to operate at maximum capacity, because you don't want to be in a tournament like this and you know that you're not able to play at 100%, right? We got to make sure everything is A-OK for them.
Yes, A-OK indeed. Now for Team UITM Roar, they have the better lineup compared to Game 1, but they could not capitalize onto the mechanical plays or the micro plays in Play Suffer. What do you think in the next time after the pause comes out, what do you think they should do?
It's difficult because compared to the previous game, where they actually did have some tools in terms of maybe opening up the map, splitting up and getting farm, in this game, they're even more dependent on actually being able to play together than before. So it doesn't give them a lot of openings to actually explore the map anymore. And with Hizume not even requiring a target to pop the chip portal with the Loyi ult, they can appear at any point. Like, even their base defense isn't quite as effective as it was in game number 1. So I don't want to have to say it, but I feel like 404 Bakri has already got this victory.
Gotten this victory, I think, not only just in-game, but mentally as well. I can see that Team UITM is just a little bit in terms of the pressure. I mean, they're still smiling right here and just saying, hey, you know what? Maybe this could be a learning lesson for us, even if we were to drop down to the lower brackets. But hey, we can use this as moving forward into our upcoming games in place. And in the meantime, shout out to SGGA Diamonds airdrop here for the diamonds. Again, if you are watching the live stream, make sure to claim your free diamonds. We even have the special game pause code as well. So we already have 2 codes out here. So big shout out to the admin right here for those diamonds. And again, if you are watching here, make sure to like, make sure to subscribe, make sure to share as well the live stream to your family and friends, especially to those who play Mobile Legends Bang Bang, because this is a good time to learn from the game, to learn from these aspiring students or aspiring players, to pick up a thing or two to add into your game. At the same time as well, you can get free diamonds.
Plenty of stuff happening here, and this is only the start of day 1 of the regional playoffs. We're going to have amazing MLBB gameplay across the entire weekend, so make sure you guys are kept up to date with the socials and the platforms where this broadcast is going to be available, because you don't want to miss a single second.
Single second will not be missed at all, Safa. And again, just giving out for those who just tuned by here, this is going to be game 1. This is still game 1. Match 1, game 2. Yeah, I got to correct that, because if not, people get confused. Match 1, game 2 between Team 404 Bakri all the way from Indonesia, flying to Malaysia against Team UITM Raw from Malaysia here, as game 1 has already been secured from the Indonesian team, and now we're going to game 2, most likely looking to be in the hands of the Indonesian team. But again, never give up, never give in.
Looks like we're going to be jumping back into the land of Dawn right about and now. And we can see whether or not UITM Roar has what it takes to be able to reverse things and prove us wrong. Real world manipulation.
Nice
Gets
one.
the last hit on Dit Aja there, so that's something.
Yep, that's something indeed. And in fact, you know, there's only 3 turrets lost, so they still have enough spacing, enough map control to take back in here. So anything is possible. We go again to another technical pause. It's okay, ladies and gentlemen. You know, the players are still looking and then hoping that everything is still smooth in hand. But nonetheless, however, great start, great kill. And I'm looking forward for UITM Raw to do something to at least create an opportunity for themselves for the winnings in hand.
Yeah, being able to find small pickoffs like that and adding them up is a chance for UITM Roar to maybe turn this around, which is very important. They need some farm. They need to be able to make up for that net worth disadvantage somewhat. Because if they're at least even, then they could put up a stronger base defense and maybe delay the game out. What's going to be the most difficult for them is that mechanical execution, because with the draft that 404 Bakri has, they need to find a way to be able to slow them down properly.
Yep.
And that requires a lot of finesse in like their peeling and positioning.
Yeah, peeling, positioning, and especially also maybe to cut out some ultimates or resources from the side of 404 Bakri. But I believe, again, it's going to be an uphill battle, it's an uphill task. Maybe like, you know, like we said in the earlier first game, you know, try to go for the crucial picks, try to kill off perhaps their assassins, their core damage dealers in hand. If they manage to kill them off, then perhaps they can snowball it to the rest of the fight. It's all coming down to, you know, positioning, the timing of the skills, the skill cooldowns, the resources that they pull out here, and whether or not can they still sustain in hand. If not, maybe, you know, they can go for the safer route. They try to go for farming first, you know, get clear off the minion waves, get back their jungle, hoping to achieve an equal level, equal fight, and trying to force it all the way to the later stages of the game. In the meantime though, again, for those who are just tuning by here, welcome again to the Samsung Galaxy Gaming Academy Campus Series, Mobile Legends, Bang Bang. And of course, Safa, you did mention that all the players here are using the latest Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra. Is that correct?
That is indeed correct. After all, the entire tournament is powered by the Galaxy S24 Ultra. So if you guys check this out, victory can be yours just as well. And on top of all of that, we have MLBB Diamond codes that you can redeem. That's going to be happening throughout the stream. Sometimes it'll appear on the screen itself. Sometimes it'll appear in the chat. I think we've already seen a couple in the chat. So make sure you guys are quick so you can reap those diamonds.
And shout out to the admin, SGGA Diamonds airdrop. He or she did say there will be another code coming up soon.
Oh, looking forward to that. That's going to be a fun one here. Hopefully, we're going to be able to get these technical difficulties solved in time to see whether or not this game ends in the expected manner. After all, these players want to be able to keep their wits about them. They want to make sure that they are operating at 100%, because after all, we have a 15,000 USD prize pool for this event.
1530 right here, ladies and gentlemen. For those who just tuned by here, a little bit of a background. These teams are from the campuses from 3 different regions. We have Indonesia, we have Singapore, and we have Malaysia. So you're seeing right now, there's one Indonesian team, which is 404 Bakri, going up against a one Malaysia team, which is UITM Raw. And we're going to go through to all of the games for the upper brackets for today, best of 3 series. So match number 2, we have Miracle Gaming going against Now or Later. I believe Miracle Gaming is from Malaysia, while Now or Later is from Singapore. Match number 3 will be Team UTP, another Malaysian team, going up against Choco Babes from Singapore. And last but not least, match number 4, Binus Vincere, Indonesian team, an Indonesian team going up against DX Origins from Malaysia. So after round 1, we're going to round 2. But before that, we need to finish out round 1 first, ladies and gentlemen. We are back into game, Safa.
Alberto in a really sticky position right here. Actually going to be caught out by all 5 members of UITM Roar. They're catching Rensa as well. That's going to be a shutdown. So UITM Roar finding a chance to reverse things.
Yeah, this is a great gang coming in here, not taking 1 but 2 of their perhaps core heroes in place, because the Arlot and I believe the carry, those already downwards in the next thing. But then again, can they use this opportunity to take the turtle? I don't think so. They're a little bit too far right now, and unfortunately, Greggy Tristakti gets the kill onto the turtle with his Ling.
But this is what we want to see here. Hold on, though. There's a gank down in the bot lane. Trisakti jumped into the jungle with Hijume to pick off Triel. So a little bit of vengeance for the kill earlier on their marksman.
Yeah, that was a very quick rotation as well from the Ling, you know, jumping through the walls, able to get that single individual target. And unfortunately, Triel, he has to bite the dust once again. Not even once, 4 times already right there. Just unfortunate. And now, 4-0 for Bakri. They're not falling down, even though they are in between enemy lines, behind enemy lines to be more precise. And they get their whole team right here. They want to gang off those individual lanes. Looks like, Rensa is able to get the turret here, and then now the rest of the members of Team UITM Raw, they are just sticking together. They don't want to lose the fight. They don't want to lose the skirmish fight. They want to go strength in numbers here. But they are risking different lanes being exploited by Team 404 Bakri.
Yeah, the macro for 404 Bakri is going to be very strong when they have a Ling and a Loi around. It means that they're just generally going to be wherever they want to be on the map, as long as they're able to maintain control over the jungle. And so far, that's what they've been doing.
Wishing
a
Lantern.
diversion play. Gonna be popped down right into the mid lane. Instantly, Yin Yang reaction comes out the flank from Trisakti as well, jumping in the back line, looking for the kill, gets it on Trail. They're gonna force back UITM Roar instantly, taking out 2 of their members.
So just to go back to the itemization, we just see that Hijume got the Wishing Lantern, the latest item in place. And Safa, hold up, maybe there's more to come.
Minwan Fury catches Tree, a nice knockup, but no follow-up. And now the cow is just gonna be dropped instantly. Legendary streak for Trisakti on the Ling. 1 inhibitor has fallen, the second will follow in quick succession. And 404 Bakri will walk away with their job done.
Their job is really done right here. Another inhibitor turret might fall right now. But Hijume, you can see the effects of the Wishing Lantern, the latest item, having the, if I'm not mistaken, the passive, the active, the Goddess Butterfly to deal significant damage in hand. And not only that, Alberto already picked up the Dominant Eyes, another core item to keep his sustainability in shape. And now the lot falls down to Rensa. This is going to be the first lot, and most possibly going to take out the lower tier, the lower health of the inhibitor turret, which is the bottom tier in place.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. Diversion gonna be popped again. Where are they going this time? Interestingly enough, they send them into the tower. We see a jump forward by Cat, able to zone them out. But here comes Trisakti, Tempest Ablaze into the backline once again. Gets to double kill straight away and able to jump out. Oh, never mind. Trio finds the shutdown. I guess the tower shot did land. But 404 Bakri are still 4-man strong versus 3. UITM Roar trying to hold things. Final slap catches 2! That's gonna be 2 down!
Oh no.
And they are able to expose the crystal. Trill trying to do his best to defend. He is 1v3, but the crystal is open. The Lord doesn't even need to hit it. 404 Bakri secure victory in match number 1.
Clean and smooth. 2-0 win against their counterparts, Team UITM Raw. GGWP to 404 Bakri for that win. Congratulations for them to make it through the next upper brackets round 2. We will get to see them again later in the day as well. As for UITM Raw, it's okay, no worries about that. Like I said earlier on, this is a great learning lesson, a learning curve for them to become better. But their journeys are going to be a little bit more challenging, dropping down to the lower brackets for another best of 3 series. More games to come for them, and hopefully they are able to rise up from the ashes through this loss.
It's definitely quite a humbling experience for them, considering that both games were won out in such dominating positions by 404 Bakri, showing that even though all of these are still developing players with a lot of potential, there is definitely a gap in terms of experience and their approach to the game. So hopefully we'll get to see UITM Roar find their second breath once they are able to regroup and rejoin in the lower bracket.
Yes,
For now, though,
sorry.
GG well played to 4-4 Bakri, right?
Definitely, and it's like the saying goes, Safa, losing is the best teacher. You know, this gives you the most experience back here, and I think they're going to go back and try to think of what are they going to do best, because I believe they don't have any more games for today already.
Yes.
They have to come back for tomorrow for the loser bracket final, so they still have a lot of games to play. They can use this time or opportunity to study back what went wrong and what can they do better for their next opponents in line. Again, ladies and gentlemen, you are now watching the Samsung Galaxy Gaming Academy Campus Series Mobile Legends Bang Bang. This is match number 1. Team 404 Bakri taking 2-0 against Team UITM Raw.
They're going to be moving on into round 2 of the upper brackets. And that's going to feel pretty good for them there. They were basically uncontested for most of those games. So already demonstrating themselves to be pretty powerful competitors in the tournament as a whole.
Yeah, a formidable foe as well. So for those who are watching their games as well, I think they are kind of have to be cautious. Yeah, they have to be very careful first with the drafting. And of course, the mechanical plays, the rotations, the consistent go in, don't stop, attack, fall back, kiting their opponents, and then the jungle control. Everything is just a snowball effect towards their victory. In fact, I believe those 2 games maybe below 15 minutes in terms of game mark time. Correct me if I'm wrong. Yep.
Yeah, I think so. They were very quick games overall because it was very one-sided right from the beginning. 4-4 Bakri clearly knew what their opponent's win conditions were going to be, and they really pushed in on those pain points. Not to mention having really strong coordination around heroes like Chip and Lo Yi. We can see in these highlights right from this first blood, UITM Roar were already put on the back foot.
They already set a tone. You know what? Let's just deny our opponents their buffs. Let's deny their economy, their gold away, their farm, and then, you know, continue to pick them off wherever opportunities are available, especially with the roaming behind the enemy turrets as well. I like the confidence. I like the passion coming in for 4-0 Bakri. They have the go confidence. They are trusting with one another, but most importantly, their team chemistry, the communication skills is there. And I really like to see how this team fare in the later stages of the game. So you can see almost all the highlights are all 4-0 for Bakri. Picking off UITM Raw, and like I said earlier on, UITM Raw, they don't have the go-to-head move. They are half-heartedly trying to decide, should we go for the fight or should we go fall back to defend? So different communication splitting, different communication imaging maybe perhaps just cost them this downfall. But then again, we do see signs of life. They managed to gang. They decided, hey, you know what, let's gang their core heroes. Let's, you know, stick together. Let's do a defensive push. But it wasn't enough as Team 404 Bakri just slowly but surely putting on the pressure onto the inhibitor turrets, onto their heroes, and then going in for the checkmate, putting the nail onto the coffin right there.
Although UITM were able to find a little bit of something there, a single play is not going to make much of a difference when they're this behind in terms of EXP and gold. And by the time we get to this point, 10 minutes in, 404 Bakri is already strong enough that they can just rush down the crystal without the Lord's presence. Regardless, MVP for game number 2 going to go over to Grigi Trisakti on that Ling 11, 1, and 2.
Very well deserved. You can see the equipment already have the endless battle. Blade of Despair. No wonder he's so painful, right? And of course, other than that, he's trying to build up his last item as well. So does he have the Sky Piercer? Is it the Sky Piercer?
That is the Sky Piercer, yes.
Fair point. So he's going to build up his next item in hand, but it's just more than enough already to do from there. But again, shout out to all his teammates as well. I want to give every credit to all of the team. They really played really well, rotations-wise, and everybody contributed in something. So later, perhaps when we see the scoreboard, we get to see how much of an impact that every of his teammates did it. I mean, whether is it turret damage, whether is it going to be assists as well. I think this is contributing to the factor that, yeah, he has the MVP, yes, for sure, but his teammates are all MVPs as well. Yeah,
his micro mechanics were really strong, and the speed at which he was roaming around the map to be exactly where he needed was insane. Hijume having one item is very strange. I don't know if he sold his items towards the end of the game or something, but I don't feel like he should only have Enchanted Talisman.
I know he has Wishing Lantern because I saw that Wishing Lantern just pop up. That was a great choice as well. But again, 16 assists on Hijume. My oh my, that is something to deal with. Maybe perhaps I can go later to ask him, hey bro, can you share me a little bit of secrets of your itemization? Maybe I can put that in my loadouts. Who knows, Safa, he might share with us. But I didn't know how all the teammates actually performed really well. Rensa 5-8, 1-8 did 1-1-12, and of course Alberto 3-1-9. The team, meanwhile for team UITM Raw, Kanalin with the Eve does get the losers MVP 4-4-3. But other than that, the team just unfortunately faltered or could not keep up to par with the player.
The thing is, with a lineup like this, heroes like Roger, Julian, even Lapu Lapu to a small extent, do rely a bit on having a lead or being somewhat even in goal and EXP to be able to exert pressure, right? Especially Julian and Roger are typically more snowball-oriented heroes because if they fall behind, they have a very difficult time catching up. And that is what we saw in this game. 404 Bakri making sure that they're able to put them on the back foot right from the beginning of the game and then positioning themselves correctly and coordinating their movements to ensure that there would be no chance of making a comeback.
Yeah, you can see from team fight participation, like you say, 404 Bakri, they were into the fight, they were decisive and going in. Meanwhile, comparing to UITM Raw, some of them also not even joining a team fight, with another one of them 29% overall. So nonetheless, however, it's still early days. Again, game one or day one is a testing grounds for these players from different regions competing with one another. So we'll be looking forward to see what team 404 Bakri will do in this round 2 in hand.
It's super interesting to see how the meta has shifted for now. But before we go on into our second match of the day, we're going to go on a short break. Make sure you guys do what you need to do and come back to join us because there's plenty more MLBB action happening here at the Samsung Galaxy Gaming Academy Campus Series. So we will see you guys later.
So what is the next big thing? Well, Galaxy believes the next big thing is you.
Me?
Yes! Because of the power of Galaxy AI, you'll open up so many possibilities. The next big thing is you.
Hey, I'm at gate 6 wearing a gray shirt.
ฉันอยู่ที่ประตู 6 สวมเสื้อสีเทา
ได้ครับ เดี๋ยวผมไปรับอีก2 นาที
I'll pick you up in 2 minutes.
Sí, ¿vos de qué parte sos?
This is such a great trip. I would love to take us all to dinner tonight. 7 a.m. Make the reservation. Chris, are you getting any of this?
Dinner at Santino's, opera tonight, tour tomorrow, and check up on Shuggy.
Oh, okay. You go, Chris.
Hey, I'm at gate 6 wearing a gray shirt.
ฉันอยู่ที่ประตู6สวมเสื้อสีเทา
ได้ครับ เดี๋ยวผมไปรับอีก2 นาที
I'll pick you up in 2 minutes.
Everyone's searching for the next big thing in technology. But the next big thing isn't this.
Integration, encryption, quantum.
And it's definitely not this.
Why I'm a trailblazer, a groundbreaker, a pioneer, and most of all, a disruptor.
No. Galaxy believes the next big thing is you.
May? Really?
Yes, look at you. You're an artist. You're open to experiment. You make your actors go shh. And then you have other ideas and make them, yeah, do that. It's never easy. But you open your heart.
Hi, I'm live. I have a play this weekend.
Hi, do you like theatre? No, I didn't see. Sorry.
You open conversations. You do this, you do that. You go...
To be or not to be?
You know that big thing I was talking about? Well, with Galaxy AI, you'll open even more possibilities. You'll open your imagination, open more ways to be, you know, creative, and open more ways to collaborate. Wow, you made that. We're putting all that power of Galaxy AI in your hands. The next big thing is you.
Dinner tonight. Make the reservation and get back to me about it. Chris, are you getting any of this?
Dinner at Santino's, opera tonight, tour tomorrow, and check up on Shuggy.
Oh, you go, Chris.
So what is the next big thing? Well, Galaxy believes the next big thing is you.
May?
I'm feeling high when I'm low. I need it more when you're close to me, close to me. I'm feeling high when I'm low. I need it more when you're close to me. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. What you gonna do? 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 What you gonna do?
I've been coming up hot for a minute. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. I drop the top when I'm in it. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. Yeah, I flow so yo. Everybody know I'm on. You know when the click through. And it's about to be a so big fun. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. I drop the top when I'm in it. Everybody drop when I'm in it. Yeah, I go so yo. Everybody know I'm on. You know when the click through. And it's about to be a I've been coming up hot for a minute. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. I drop the top when I'm in it. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. Yeah, I flow so yo. Everybody know I'm on. You know when the click through. And it's about to be a so big fun. coming up hot for a minute.
I'm feeling high when I'm low. I need it more when you're close to me, close to me. I'm feeling high when I'm low. I need it more when you're close to me. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. To me, I'm feeling high when I'm low, 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 low. I'm feeling high when I'm low. I need it more when you're close to me, close to me. What you gonna do? 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 I've been coming up hot for a minute. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. Drop the top when I'm in it. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. Yeah, I flow so good. Everybody know I'm on it. You know when the click through. Try to send this box to be a slow beat ride. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. Drop the top when I'm in it. Everybody drop when I'm in it. Yeah, I flow so good. Everybody know I'm on. You know when the click through. Try to send this box to be a I've been coming up hot for a minute. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. Drop the top when I'm in it. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. Yeah, I flow so good. Everybody know I'm on it. You know when the click through. Try to send this box to be a slow beat ride.
coming up hot for a minute.
feeling high when I'm low. I need it more when you're close to me, close to me. I'm feeling high when I'm low. I need it more when you're close to me. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. What you gonna do? 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 I've been coming up hot for a minute. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. Drop the top when I'm in it. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. Yeah, I flow so yo. Everybody know I'm on it. You know when they click through. Try to send this box to be a show, be fun. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. Drop the top when I'm in it. Everybody drop when I'm in it. Yeah, I go so yo. Everybody know I'm on. You know when they click through. Try to send this box to be a I've been coming up hot for a minute. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. Drop the top when I'm in it. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. Yeah, I flow so yo. Everybody know I'm on it. You know when they click through. Try to send this box to be a show, be fun.
coming up hot for a minute.
feeling high when I'm low. I need it more when you're close to me, close to me. I'm feeling high when I'm low. I need it more when you're close to me. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. gonna do? What you 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 gonna do? I'll be coming up hot for a minute. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. Drop the top when I'm in it. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. Yeah, I go so cute. Everybody know I'm on it. You know when they click through. Try to send this about to be a show, be fun. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. Drop the top when I'm in it. Everybody drop when I'm in it. Yeah, I go so good. Everybody know I'm on. You know when they click through. Try to send this to be a I'll be coming up hot for a minute. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. Drop the top when I'm in it. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. Yeah, I go so cute. Everybody know I'm on it. You know when they click through. Try to send this about to be a show, be fun.
been coming up hot for a minute.
I'm feeling high when I'm low. I need it more when you're close to me, close to me. I'm feeling high when I'm low. I need it more when you're close to me. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
So what is the next big thing? Well, Galaxy believes the next big thing is you.
Me?
Yes! Because of the power of Galaxy AI, you'll open up so many possibilities. The next big thing is you.
Hey, I'm at gate 6 wearing a gray shirt.
ฉันอยู่ที่ประตู6สวมเสื้อสีเทา
ได้ครับ เดี๋ยวผมไปรับอีก2 นาที
I'll pick you up in 2 minutes.
Everybody really come around with the rhythm, it's a sound. Everybody get down when we give it to you.
Sí, ¿vos de qué parte sos?
This is such a great trip. I would love to take us all to dinner tonight. Make the reservation. Chris, are you getting any of this?
Dinner at Santino's, opera tonight, tour tomorrow, and check up on Shuggy. Oh, okay.
You go, Chris.
Hey, I'm at gate 6 wearing a gray shirt.
ฉันอยู่ที่ประตู6สวมเสื้อสีเทา
ได้ครับ เดี๋ยวผมไปรับอีก2 นาที
I'll pick you up in 2 minutes.
Everybody really come around with the rhythm, it's a sound. Everybody get down when we give it.
Everyone's searching for the next big thing in technology. But the next big thing isn't this.
Integration, encryption, quantum.
And it's definitely not this.
This is why I'm a trailblazer, a groundbreaker, a pioneer, and most of all, a disruptor.
No.
I've been around
Galaxy believes the next big thing is you.
Me? Really?
Yes, look at you. You're an artist. You're open to experiment. You make your actors go shh. And then you have other ideas and make them, yeah, do that. It's never easy. But you open your heart.
Hi, I'm live. I have a play this weekend.
Hi, do you like theatre?
Sorry?
You open conversations. You do this, you do that. You go...
To be or not to be?
You know that big thing I was talking about? Well, with Galaxy AI, you'll open even more possibilities. You'll open your imagination, open more ways to be, you know, creative, and open more ways to collaborate. Wow, you made that. We're putting all that power of Galaxy AI in your hands. The next big thing is you.
Dinner tonight. Make the reservation and get back to me about it. Chris, are you getting any of this?
Dinner at Santino's, opera tonight, tour tomorrow, and check up on Shuggy.
Oh, you go, Chris.
I'm feeling high when I'm low. I need it more when you're close to me, close to me. I'm feeling high when I'm low. I need it more when you're close to me. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
You know when it click through, try to send this box to be a show, be fun.
Welcome back, gamers and visitors, to the Samsung Galaxy Gaming Academy Campus Series. My name is Eliminate. Of course, this event could not be done if not powered by the Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra. So with that being said, earlier we saw what has happened within the first series to start off the day. We have 404 Bakri managed to take down the UIT and Raw team with a very convicting manner and brought us into a very explosive start. And with that being said, we are now on to series number 2. But of course, with that, we have a lot more to say where we are today, which is stage number 2, second match. So we are still in the upper brackets where we have another best of 3 to go through. And of course, a reminder of what these teams are fighting for is a total prize pool of 15,000 USD dollars, a massive amount of money. With that being said, I just want to remind everybody that we do have giveaways, diamond drops that will be happening from time to time. Further on ground, we have it on the top left and the top right, where you guys may claim your codes after every series. If you guys are not here on ground, do not worry, because we do have it online as well. It will be happening throughout the live show online as well as in the chat section. With that being said, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to now introduce the next series that we have on hand. Well, it is now, not later. A miracle is going to be happening because we have 2 teams now or later from the country of Singapore. And of course, we also have Miracle Gaming from the homeland of Malaysia. So how will this play out? Who will continue on in the upper bracket? Well, we'll find out very, very soon, because we have the casters who are ready to take it away. Let's bring it over to Safa as well as KBC.
Thank you very much, El. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Thank you once again for joining us here at the Samsung Galaxy Gaming Academy Campus Series, where we're about to jump into our second match of day 1 here at the regional playoffs. My name is Dafa. Once again, joining me today, going to be KBC.
Thank you so much, Safa, right here. And of course, as Al just mentioned, we're going to have another cross-regional battle between these 2 teams. We have Team Miracle Gaming all the way from Malaysia going up against Team Now or Later from Singapore. It is now or never right now, ladies and gentlemen, for these 2 games going up against one another, while one team will move on to the upper brackets round 2, while the other will have to continue their journey tomorrow, where they will have to be facing the opponents at lower bracket round 1.
For those of you who may be just joining us now, earlier we went to our first match of the day where we witnessed Team 404 Bakri from Indonesia take down their opponents, UITM Aurora from Malaysia, dropping them into the lower bracket. So we're going to see which of these teams actually are going to be meeting up with them later on. Let's have a look at the current bracket standings.
As you can see right now, 404 Bakri, they are into round number 2 of the upper brackets, awaiting for their opponents, either Miracle Gaming or Now or Later. And of course, not forgetting, we do have all of the upper brackets games here, where Team UTP going up against Choco Babes in match series number 3, while Venus Vincier going up against DX Origins into the 4th game. And after that, we will have the upper brackets round 2 between the 4 teams left, and the winner will head into upper brackets finals. And for those who don't know, all the games will be best of 3 series, except for the grand finals, which will be best of 5.
It's going to be an exciting day here because we still got 5 full matches of best of 3s. So if you guys are waiting for a lot of MLBB action, you know that you are wanting to join us right here. Starting things off, we got Miracle Gaming consisting of Adamski, Lord Zebranks, Super Susu, Hashteru, and Diff.
Yes, this is going to be the one of the teams representing the Malaysia region, as you can see from the cameras, using their latest Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra. Just give a reminder to everybody, the whole tournament is powered by Galaxy S24 Ultra. Victory can be yours with the new Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra. And of course, now we have the Singapore region. Now or later, we have Hockey, DAC, Buji, FMM, RL19, and Gear. So this is going to be a neighboring country, very close to our country actually in Malaysia. So I hope that they can treat this as a home ground as well, a home game, because they are looking confident based on the cameras right here.
The players are getting ready, getting set up in their respective rooms right now because they're going to be dueling one another in the Land of Dawn very, very soon. Some interesting things to note about these teams. Miracle Gaming, our local Malaysian team, who actually got 4th place in the regular season for our recent MAL. So certainly strong contenders overall. A little less familiar with Team Now or Later, but Gear is actually a name I've heard before. I'm not sure if they're the same player as back then, but they are a player I still remember seeing like in MPL, if I recall.
Oh, that's great research coming in from Safa himself. Maybe we can do a little bit more after that based on the player profiles from our production team. But other than that, I'm very interested to know about Miracle Gaming coming in 4th in the Mobile Legends Bang Bang Academy League in Malaysia. Very close also trying to get qualification into MPL. From your standpoint, at least from your games that you have been seeing them to play, what are their strengths that you think that could give them an upper advantage?
Well, it's been a while since I've really had a close look at Miracle Gaming's gameplay, but I do think that they are a pretty aggressive team overall.
That's great.
Likes to play together. I think their teamwork is pretty solid as well. Miracle Gaming is a name that has been in our Malaysian Tier 2 scene for quite a long time. They've shifted players in and out. So I'm just generally excited to see how they will match up against a team from a different region.
Yeah, as for Now or Later, I mean, they are no stranger team here. They have gone through their own qualifying stage, especially with the open qualifiers and finals of their respective country. So they are deserving for this slot, and they are deserving to be playing in this regional playoffs. So we're going to have to see about the drafting. And of course, like we already mentioned, welcome to the project next patch 1.8.92. A lot of changes already here. You already seen some of the itemizations, the core builds, some of the heroes being used as well after the whole recent update revamp. And one thing that we've been talking about, and I think a lot of commenters out there are saying the Sky Piercer, aka Sky Cancer, because that is a very, very I wouldn't say broken, but it gives an opportunity for assassins to come back into the hero lineups.
I think there's a lot of people who consider it to be overly effective for the price that it costs. And it has definitely caught a lot of people off guard because that execute on low health percentage on any hero can be really terrifying, especially if they start snowballing, they build up more stacks, and then that execution threshold just goes up higher and higher. And it's really especially effective against bulkier heroes just because of how HP percentages end up working.
Yeah, in addition to what you just said, it's only like 1,500 gold. It's a very easy item to build earlier on. You also have the additional 60 plus adaptive attack. So there's so much more to go in here. But then of course the risk would be, would you want to use this weapon? Are you confident with the kills first? Are you confident to being the assassin to get those kills up? Then you can get it for it. If not, you just focus on your core build all around. But enough of yapping right here, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to go into game number 2. Sorry, the series number 2. Miracle Gaming going up against Now or Later. Game 1 band pick phase.
What's your command?
We see Miracle Gaming on the red side, Now or Later on the blue side. And already different bans than we were seeing earlier in the match between 404 Bakri and UITM Roar. With Now or Later banning out the Ling, which had a good degree of success in the right hands in the earlier series, and the Fanny being banned out by Miracle.
So two common attributes between these two assassin heroes. They can roam very freely. They are very quick to run away to kite their opponents, and then of course they can escape anytime if there's any troubles with the right hands or read the right players using them in this case. So in this right now, another ban coming out will be Chip. So that roaming sustainable tank is out already, and of course Harif has been banned out from the side of Team Miracle Gaming. And the first pick is none other than the offlane expert himself, the versatile Roger.
Roger going to be pretty strong, especially with the recent changes, the damage items. Already a very powerful meta pick in the previous patch, but this brand new meta seems to have shot him up even further with nerfs to heroes like Natan and Moskov. We see that Valentina and Xborg are going to be the response coming in here from Miracle Gaming. Valentina being a very safe opener hero that fits into almost any composition, but showing Xborg early on is quite unusual because you typically only go for him when the enemy team has quite a lot of tankier heroes.
Oh, speaking of tankier heroes, here comes Fedrin, who recently unfortunately got a nerf, but then, you know, when we talk about the itemization, the new core builds, he could still be his origin self post-nerf intent. And then I believe that's
Novaria, yes.
That's great, and then able to give the support over here for her teammates. So I believe also, you know, increase the vision as well, the map awareness in hand. But then, however, look at that. Ooh, a Martis been selected here.
An interesting choice to see the Martis right here. Definitely a hero that relies on a good bit of snowballing unless they will decide to play him as more of a utility tank. But even then, you usually want to rack up kills on this hero instead. And unfortunately, he doesn't actually have the best synergy with Skypiercer either, because the way that his kit works already means that he doesn't really need the item. So it's interesting to see why Miracle would go for this here, especially since Fredrin and Novaria are a pretty fearsome duo in general, very strong meta-wise before this patch. Both received small nerfs in the recent patch update, so I'm interested to see how they'll perform now.
Likewise as well, I feel like Martis in this case or scenario most likely will be a jungle roamer, perhaps a little bit playing a little bit of the offlane to give his teammates support. But like I say, you know, Skypiercer normally goes for the assassins, at least the hardcore damage dealers in the assassin/fighter side of things. And yeah, it's going to be very exciting to see how they want to play this Martis in hand. Speaking of which, bans already out. I believe Nolan from the side of Team Now Later and Matilda on the side of Miracle Gaming, and straight away locking down their sustainable tank or heavy tank in this case or scenario would be Tigreal.
It looks like these teams are still leaning a little bit closer to the previous meta that we are more used to here. With the exception of Martis, all of these heroes were pretty meta in the previous update. Therefore, we'll see whether we see something different for these last couple of picks. For the side of Now or Later, it looks pretty classic to me. We have the Arlet Roam, we have the Terizla EXP. So honestly, it doesn't even feel like the patch has happened just based on their draft.
Yeah, I think they're still sticking to what you just mentioned, you know, the previous meta. I mean, they're still sticking to whatever game plan they already have prepared. Again, ladies and gentlemen, this patch just dropped like 2 days ago. Correct me if I'm wrong, Safar. But, you know, it still works. If it still works fine, then we just need to change a little bit in terms of our itemization and the way how we play things up. So it looks like it's going to be Gushon.
Ooh, is it actually going to be the Gushon? No, the Granger switches it up at the last second there. And it looks like this is going to be a Granger jungle. So they are going for double fighter Granger jungle. All right.
Okay, this is going to be unique to see how these two offlaner heroes are going to perform in their own lane, because again, you want to make sure that you have control in your offlane, having whether the best advantage in terms of experience or gold. Experience, you want to hit level 4 first for your first ultimate, and then gold obviously to get your core items online. And I mean, same time as well, you also want to control the crab pit as well, and depending on which sites that you are in. So we're going to have to see how these two teams are going to fare apart with their offlane. But once again, you still have to remember, aside from Skypiercer, we still have a lot of other new items in bed and the revamp of certain items in hand.
Yep, so let's see whether they will come into play. We're back in the land of dawn, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be team now or later on the blue side versus Miracle Gaming on the red side. And both sides going to be bringing a slightly different strategy to the table, with now or later playing the more classic meta that we've become quite used to. And Miracle Gaming bringing the core jungle and then double fighter side lane strat that actually saw a lot of play in MPL. Oh, but Hashiteru already dropping quite low.
Yeah, Hashiteru here, unfortunately, is able to move out of the way, but this is going to give Roger more opportunities to get his farm up first in hand. Meanwhile, at the same time, they're going to try to get the Little Mon right up there, try to get a little bit more vision, a little bit more gold in place.
I do wonder about this choice. Double fighter and then jungle core is something that we actually saw quite a lot of in recent MPL seasons, but there's very few fighters that are usually flexed into that gold lane position. It's almost exclusively Ruby or CC. So Martis is a very unusual decision, though we do see that RL19's been forced to flicker on the Terizla already thanks to a gank from Damsky.
Meanwhile, bottom lane though, we might have a skirmish right here, Safar. It looks like Roger is being pressured by 2 heroes away from Miracle Gaming.
Gear is here to make sure that he's all right. Does some damage to Super Susu, but obviously not enough damage overall yet to take him out. Lord Z-Brand's dropping real low up here. Looks like he was forced to use his flicker as well, but he's able to survive, so at least that's good.
Yeah, Xbox also, he was about to meet his demise right there if they were to tower dive 3 heroes instantly. Speaking of which, the turtle has spawned at the top side, and you can see that team now or later do have the advantage here. Fedrin is going to go in and try to capture the turtle, hopefully not getting stolen by the side of Miracle Gaming.
Yeah, the thing about now or later's gank got the Lord Z-Brands in the top lane at that precise timing was by zoning out the enemy EXP lane precisely at the time the turtle spawns. They basically secure it for free and are able to get 1 camp or 2 from the enemy jungle as well. Surprisingly enough, Super Susu didn't respond in time, despite being on a hero like the Tigreal.
Yeah, surprisingly indeed. Maybe the positioning wasn't as confident as he thought to trying to get the footing around that map itself, at least for the turtle. But nonetheless, however, everything is still quite cautious, a slow pace. And speaking of slow pacing, it looks like Miracle Gaming, they're going up for it.
Flicker implosion from Super Susu, catches out 1, pushes Gear back into place, but there's too many members here, so Gear is going to drop anyway. Like a Pound's going to allow FMM to finally catch out the Tigreal, and the penalty zone misses completely, but still forces Purify out from the Roger. Now Hashiteru gonna be forced to flicker over the wall. He gets retrieved by Dam. We see the Fredrin here to try and stop him from escaping, but a nice Asura Aura to get him out of that situation. So that's only going to be 1 kill.
Wow, nice duo to juke them all out. But wait a minute. Hopefully the caster's curse will not jinx Hashiteru. And Hashiteru is able finally to teleport out of danger. Nonetheless, however, what a great play coming in here, you know, just juking it out, just kiting one another. It's a trade-off here, but I think I'm going to give the win to Miracle Gaming because they managed to take down 1 more important hero than now or later who took down their tank instead.
Yep. Super Susu getting a nice catch there onto Gear. He almost got out as well with the flicker, but yeah, the numbers were just a bit too much. It was a good rotation by Miracle, but I do think the executions could still have been a bit cleaner from both sides. Regardless, the net worth difference going to be basically nothing as of right now. Gear looking for the final slash, gonna miss it, unfortunately, even with the Astral Echo. So nothing happens here.
Nothing happens indeed. Now let's take a look onto the emblems here. You can see that FMM from the side of now or later, his Roger is actually using the War Cry. Again, one of the newest emblems aside from the Temporal Ring. And yeah, I think this is going to be very important for him to stack that by Safa.
Implosion gonna catch 1, shoves it back with Sacred Hammer, but the nice penalty zone gonna be jumping on 3 people in the backline. We see Last Insanity doing a lot of damage. That's gonna be 1 decimate for the Martes. Pops the second one just before he dies, but it's not quite gonna be enough. That's gonna be a double kill going in hands an hour later. FMM so low! A tiny sliver of HP as he lands the final blow. Lord Z-Brands and Damsky, they're looking for him. They don't know where he is. He will be able to recall.
My oh my, Miracle Gaming actually tried to initiate that alongside with Now or Later, but then surprisingly, Now or Later had the upper advantage despite going down in terms of numbers. But nonetheless, none of the 4 of them are still, you know, they're still equal in ground. But speaking of which, ladies and gentlemen, Samsung Galaxy Gaming Academy Campus Series is of course powered by Galaxy S24 Ultra.
You guys can see right now the players using their devices to operate at maximum potential. And just like that, RL19 on the Turisla gets taken out as well. That's the power of Galaxy S24 Ultra right there. A flicker implosion catches up Fredrin, but the final slash cancels the Sacred Hammer. Tigreal out of position right now. It's absolute havoc in the jungle of Now or Later. As Hashiteru, he's able to get one kill, but he's not able to chain the Decimate, so he loses his life as well.
The win of this skirmish will go through the favor of Now or Later for 1-2. And I feel like Team Now or Later is slowly finding a footing. They're a bit more aggressive this time around. But speaking of aggressively, lose the Winter Crown just nicely over there. And able to turn the tide away, Safa.
A beautiful Winter Crown timing and really unexpected as well. You wouldn't think that gear on the Arlet would have it at this point. But it was the perfect amount of delayed timing to make sure that Dora was caught out of position and wouldn't be able to follow up on that kill.
Well, an absolute masterclass right there, able to survive and in the meantime return the favor with that one kill in hand. And speaking of which, 36 seconds for our third turtle if I'm not mistaken, or second turtle, depending on which warfare. But it looks like the teams are just trying to position themselves, trying to see whether they can get a pick out of there. It looks like a golden staff already have been taken in the hands of Roger from FMM, and maybe more to come later in terms of his core itemization.
Golden Staff is actually kind of an unusual item choice here. Gulden check his build. Sacred Hammer onto into the implosion. FMM is able to purify out of it, but he's caught inside the last Insanity. So Damsky is able to land to shut down the double kill in the hands of the Miracle Gaming Granger. We see the Fredrin jump in, finish off Super Susu, but Damsky has actually quite a lot of damage. Dodges the Tracer's Wrath, Decimate! Lands on the Fredrin. Hashiteru picks up one more, but he's not able to follow up as the Star Shatter snipes him out. RL19 still gonna drop in the end. A 3-for-2 trade in favor of Miracle. They're gonna look for the tier 2 mid now to get it. Very low HP. Final slash once again. Last Insanity finishes off Novaria, but he will trade his life to FMM.
Man, what was that battle of attrition right there? I was about to say Miracle Gaming had the upper advantage, and I think, yes, they nearly had it, but they were too aggressive in the mid lane. If they're able to, perhaps save their X-Ball or, decided, hey guys, we have the turtle already in our control. We have that map advantage. Let's try to take the turtle instead of just continue on fighting. But you know what? Maybe, aggression could be the downfall of this game.
Yeah, that could be a problem here, but an hour later does have tools for that late game delay. We know that Novaria as a hero is really good at prolonging games with that information provided by Astral Echo. Unfortunately for them, Miracle Gaming, Damsky especially, is picking up a lot of damage. Look at how much Turisla is taking. Death Sonata dropping him real low. A 3-man implosion into the last Insanity. Pushes them under their own tower, but it does not matter. FMM looking for some vengeance right now. Picks up Super Susu. Dora dropping real low as well. Purify going to be used by the Roger. He's chasing down Lord Zebras, but he gets flamed down. Burned into a crisp. Damsky follows up gear. Gets the monster kill streak. Astral Echo going to land onto Lord Zebras. Buji wants to get something before he falls. Damsky just chasing him down. He's just trying to escape through the wall, but can he actually get out of this situation? I'm not sure.
Oh no, I think it's gonna be very grim. Look at that. Buji will finally get last hit by Damsky. And my oh my, Miracle Gaming just came online with the aggression. This time around, the aggression pays off. They managed to get the better numbers out of it, and they managed to get that turret in hand.
A beautiful implosion play by Super Susu, catching out Tree. And even though he ended up pushing them under their own tower, all of Miracle Gaming were ready to pounce. A beautiful combination of abilities used here to just completely dominate that fight.
Yeah, that was a very good usage of the ultimates from the Tigreal. Speaking of ultimates, looks like the next skirmish is right here so far.
Astral Echo gonna land on 4. Final slash gonna count out last Insanity as well. And we see Fredrin is just gone already. Lord Zebrans is real low, but he still has immortality. And now we're letting are dropping real low on HP. A nice penalty zone lands on 4, but he's gonna drop as well. That's gonna be a Decimate. Damsky with a legendary streak, picking off FMM. And now or later are just dropping one by one.
Battle of attrition goes into the favor of Miracle Gaming at this point. They have the sustainability, they have the damage, but most importantly, as you mentioned out, they have chemistry, the wombo combos, the ultimates, the follow-ups. are all on point.
Astral Echo going to find out that Miracle Gaming are doing the Lord, but now or later just can't get close. Not as long as Super Susu is standing in the choke point. So that's going to be a free Lord in the hands of Damsky. Miracle Gaming starting to really grow their net worth advantage.
Net worth advantage of 4K. Sorry, not 4K. If I'm not mistaken, it's 6K overall. Make it 7 right now. And, you know, slowly but surely, we can already see the cracks are slowly are piling up onto the hands of Now or Later. Now or Later, they need to go back into the defensive position. They need to make sure to stop the lot first, hopefully to prevent a split push to destroy whatever left onto their tier 2 turrets, or even worse, the inhibitor turret right at the top side.
I think Now or Later just needs to avoid fighting outside the base. Final Slash pushing Lord Zebrands into the tower range. He pops his Faraga armor. Last Insanity no longer available. And Miracle Gaming will choose to back off and not push the issue.
Yeah, that's a great move from Now or Later as well to defend it properly. Now they're going to go for that lot. But I'm not sure whether Miracle Gaming, they will use this lot to kite their opponents out and hoping to trap them all up.
Now or Later gonna be needing to be very careful here. They have good defensive abilities. Conceal play gonna be used by Super Susu. He's looking for a good implosion play, but Brethren is too far ahead. The implosion finds 2, but they both have Purify. So they both use it, but they don't escape from the Decimate coming out of Hateru. And the last Insanity just burns them to a crisp. FMM, the only survivor, but the crystal is wide open. And that's going to be the final blow landed by Miracle Gaming.
What a play coming in from Miracle Gaming. I thought it was going to be that one split push. You know, they're just trying to take down as many turrets as possible. But no, they found the opportunity to go in for the team fight. They catch their opponents off guard and then they just implode them instantly, leaving only Roger from FMM to try to defend his base. But the Lord is still surviving. There are minions right there. And eventually, that's too late to seal the fate of Game 1. Game 1 goes to Team Miracle Gaming.
Really good coordination coming in here. You can tell that there is teamwork in this team that has had a long experience of playing together. And their composition definitely suited the style that they were going for as well. I think Super Susu's presence and catching with that implosion made a lot of these team fights set up perfectly for his teammates.
Yeah, I think he was the main factor to dish out the assists. I think overall, he was the one who make those games, those skirmishes that they want to fight for the war. Like you said, you know, implosion, the ultimate, just on the right timing when he captures not only 2 but multiple heroes over there. Let his team do the rest of the duty. Yes, he sacrificed himself, that's great, but he's a tank. He doesn't need to matter. He can sacrifice any time of his life. But what he did was the setup. The setup was real. The setup was gold.
It's usually risky to go for this style of gameplay because you are relying a lot of your damage onto Damsky on that Granger. If he gets invaded, if he gets picked off too often and he falls behind, a lot of your DPS potential becomes nil. Same goes for Hashteru because he's on a Martis. Yep. These are snowball style heroes. So if you're not ahead in the early game, you'll have a very difficult time making up that difference. Luckily for them, they set up the game in a way where they would be able to find that initial lead. And unfortunately, I feel like Team Now or Later really needed to avoid fighting these big team fights once it got to the point where they would realize that, oh, we're getting caught out too often.
Yeah, they got out too often and they wanted to go for a defensive position, which we saw there was a little bit of glitter of hope, but it's just a little bit too late. I think overall, they weren't as sustainable comparing to Team Miracle Gaming, and Miracle Gaming took advantage out of it here. Now, let's move on to the highlights to maybe talk a little bit about more. Safa, maybe you can take us through what went wrong for Team Now or Later.
In this first skirmish especially, a 4-man gang coming in from Miracle to pick off gear was already excellent. And then you can see that every single time they tried to make something happen on Now or Later, Miracle Gaming was able to escape as well. There were a lot of good penalty zones, but oftentimes they happened a bit too late. And Now or Later were also positioning too close together, which allowed for Lord Zebrands and Super Susu to oftentimes catch multiple members in their AoE ultimates.
Yeah, you can see right there. Actually, they were very, very close in terms of fighting power earlier on in the early stages. But what went wrong was perhaps, you know, the positioning, as you said. I like this. I actually really like this from Now or Later.
This was a good play.
Using the Winter Crown, right? But other than that, The aggression coming in from Miracle Gaming and the implosion coming in from the Tigreal just makes it so worth it for on the side, give them the confidence to do even more. This was a little bit of a misplay, I feel, a little bit too aggressive, but hey, eventually they managed to get the turtle in hand. This was the play of the game.
This was an excellent implosion right into the last insanity. You could even see that Lord Zbrand had popped his ultimate like right before the implosion landed as well, knowing that it was going to happen. And then the follow-up was great from the rest of the team. I think Miracle Gaming's position still could use a little bit of work because there were definitely some times where they ended up losing some members where they didn't have to. But now or later had a lot of difficulty trying to break through that front line because Tigreal and X-Borg provide so many different angles of approach.
Yep, agree on that. And you can see that Team Miracle Gaming using this opportunity to not only just finish off the Inhibitor turret, but going in for the Crystal base and placing the checkmate onto Team Now or Later.
As expected, the MVP of this game gonna go over to Super Susu on the Tigreal. Not often you get to see a roamer on the MVP screen, but he definitely earned his place here.
Yeah, 1 kill, 6 deaths, but a staggering amount of 15 assists. He is the playmaker, he is the disher, but most importantly, he sets up his team right. You can see from the camera, all smiles right here. I think he's still discussing to his team what's going on. And yep, I think he heard us. Oh, that was a cute reaction coming in here. We need more of this. We need more of this, Cam. And yes, ladies and gentlemen, as you can see right here, this whole tournament is powered by Galaxy S24 Ultra. Victory can be yours, just like Super Susu here with the new Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra.
We can see here in the itemization screen that Miracle Gaming definitely and notably ahead at this stage. Not a lot of the new items being purchased with the exception of that Sky Piercer on Hashteru. We talked about how there may be some anti-synergy with Martis and this item, but still worked out pretty well for him. I'd imagine though that the combination of Bloodlust Axe into War Axe now is so much more effective on the X-Borg because these are both items that he could have benefited from in the past, and now they're just combined into one.
Yeah, and we're having the Bruce Force breastplate that is, increasing his armor and giving him more sustainability in hand. But, I want to shout out to Dembski as well. Dembski, he knows that his position or his role is to finish off as much of his opponents quickly after the initiation, after the setup from Super Susu's Tigreal and the rest of his teammates. So he's able to do the job well done as well. He managed to take down a lot of last hits from there. And you can see the team fight participation. I think it's kind of equal from both parties except for Fedrin, who unfortunately perhaps just fall down, bite the dust. But hey, at least it's way better here. Everybody decided to fight to support each other, one another. But again, sustainability-wise or attrition-wise, it will be the side from Team Miracle Gaming.
Yeah, but we can definitely see how Fredrin may be falling off a little bit in this patch. This is a hero that has been holding that throne of the most picked jungler, most effective jungler for so long. And we're actually seeing that with all the new items, all the new sources of damage available, that he had difficulty actually holding his own in a lot of these fights. So maybe we are actually witnessing the shift of an era.
Shift in an era indeed. But hey, when one window closes, another window opens, or one door, whichever you want to take that analogy from there, I do believe that this has more opportunities for different heroes to come up on board. Hoping to see that Aulus coming in, despite being a late phase hero. But again, so far, like I said, the Project Next patch, just coming in, just shaking the whole thing up. We do see some heroes being adjusted for the better or for the worse. Which hero do you think most likely would replace Fredrin's role? Because Fredrin is more like a roamer. He can play, a tank position. I feel like he's a jungler. My bad.
Okay,
jungler, but a bit of roaming also once in a while because he also needs to come and steal some of the minions, the neutral minions or creeps in hand. What do you think would be the best hero to kind of replace him at this moment of time?
I'm actually seeing a lot of value in Ling, if anything. Like, his mobility may make up for the difference in terms of just straight up tankiness, right?
Okay.
Like, I feel like now, if we continue seeing the advent of more and more damage in the game, the chance that you replace tanky heroes that once could just go wherever they wanted with high mobility heroes who also can go wherever they want. but in a different way.
All right, hopefully we're able to see the hero that you wanted, Ling. And yeah, speaking of which, Ben.
Yep. I mean, it was banned in game one. I wouldn't be surprised here. But even though teams have switched sides, we are seeing that same issue. Interestingly, though, Valentina banned.
Very curious to know why did they choose this Valentina. Perhaps maybe, you know, Valentina on the previous team was just really strong. So team now or later say, you know what, let's not take any chances right now. Let's just cancel out the Valentina. Because they see a different value compared to what we have seen. Again, we're just casters, you know, we just analyze the game based on what is shown to us on camera or on screen. But perhaps the players have something in mind. Meaning another hero, Fanny, another assassin, roaming assassin, or whatever you call it, is being banned as well, alongside with that Luo Yi.
So typically in the pro scene, you only ever see Valentina banned if the team intends to play Faramis. Like that's literally the only reason you ever see the hero being banned out. I don't really feel like that's what's happening here though. With Valentina and Luo Yi banned out, I think now or later are trying to contest Chip.
Wow. If I want this, we haven't seen the Faramis as well, right? Correct me if I'm wrong. Again, sample size is still very small, still early days of the game. But yeah, speaking of which, Roger being selected 4 times already, I believe. Currently one of our highest picks at the moment, based on my calculations, if it's correct. Yeah, but Roger, we already seen very versatile, pseudo marksman, pseudo fighter, but mostly playing at the off lane and giving a lot of speed. And speaking of which, Faramis, as you already predicted, it is out.
Looks like they did decide to go for that. I thought it was Chip for sure. Like you banned the Luo Yi, you banned the Valentina. Like you clearly want to avoid them from matching you in teleports. But if Chip is let through right now, it may not be a bad idea, for Miracle to go for it. And that's exactly what they're going to do.
I think I'm imagining right now, Super Susu must be smiling, all eyes closed, just a big, huge grin on his face, just like Chip. And he's going to lock in, and Lapu Lapu, the Filipino legend, has made his mark once again.
Now, one thing I'm worried about the chip choice here is that both Xborg and Faramis have pretty good team fighting abilities, right? The Last Insanity and then the NetherRealm are really solid at contesting 5v5s. We were wondering about how effective the Fredrin would be, but it looks like now or later are still confident that he will be able to contribute here. So that is going to be their final pick in this first phase.
Maybe, just maybe, he still has the confidence to go for it. Maybe, or just, you know, having Faramis to come in to kind of change the tempo a bit or give a little bit more sustainability, like you mentioned, the ultimate coming in from the side of Faramis. So we'll have to wait and see in terms of the mechanical play in hand. But meanwhile, Novaris being banned, they just want to remove her out there, and then also one of the top bans as well, as you mentioned. Harif, multiple times already, the 3rd time already, Harif has been banned in this entirety of the tournament.
Yeah, Harif and Roger are going to be top pick and bans typically. I think Ling, I wouldn't be surprised if we saw more of him being banned out nowadays as well. But now that we're going into the second phase of picks, we'll see what now or later wants to look for to solidify their draft. They're still going to be looking for a marksman and a roamer. I think you may want to go marksman here. Yeah, they go for the Claude. Play it safe.
Yeah, the Claude is a much better choice, especially if he has the mobility as well, alongside with Blazing Duet and, you know, the Battle Mirror image to just teleport him out of danger if he needs to. And oh, wait a minute. I see an OG right there.
That's an OG if I've ever seen one here.
And the MPL skin somehow, oh man, brings me back the memories of MPL Season 1 Malaysia and Singapore. Hayabusa. Come on.
Will they lock it in? Okay. Now this is fun. So Odette is a hero that didn't get any direct nerfs or buffs, but was definitely indirectly buffed by the revamp of Winter Crown because it is basically designed to be used with her swan song. Liam Ward was also buffed a little bit recently because he now gains 2 physical attack from every crit rate he has as compared to 1 before. What does this mean? This means that he gets the same amount of physical attack as a Blade of Despair from buying a Berserker's Fury.
Damn, I mean, yeah, I still remember he was one of the heroes that got buffed. And what you mentioned just now just gives me so much imagination that, hey, this is a hero that could be coming out and, you know, dealing damage right there.
This is going to be very interesting. It's going to be game number 2 of our second match of the day. Miracle Gaming currently 1 game away from moving forward to upper bracket round 2 and facing off against 404 Bakri. It's going to be up to now or later from Singapore to stop them in their tracks and ensure that they're able to keep their upper bracket journey alive.
Yes, indeed. And it's going to be, again, like I said, it's not going to be the end if they lose as well. And of course, I forgot to say shout out to Team Now or Later using Edith as their sustainable tank in hand. So we're going to see how the lineups are being shaken up right now. And hopefully giving them a greater experience in game number 2.
So I personally want to see what Edith will be capable of.
Yep.
Because Thunderbelt is another item that was recently revamped, and the revamped effect is almost made for Edith. It literally, like you know how it has the passive where it shoots out a bolt of thunder. It still does that, but now the damage of that is based on your entire physical and magic defense stat, and every time that attack hits someone, you gain 1 permanent hybrid defense. So it is a infinitely scaling item.
Yes, infinity scaling item means more damage to be done, but then Safa looks like Gear is in a bit of trouble here.
Dropped very low already. We have to remember that Chip actually does quite a lot of damage at a level 1, especially alongside Dora on this Odette, so they gotta be somewhat careful.
Somewhat cautious as well here. You can see a couple of the standard plays just roaming into here, hoping to get as much farm as possible. And Roger already hit level 4 already. Perhaps he's going to start the fight. He's going to start the skirmish. Damsky looking for blood, hunting for more. Meanwhile, topside, Lapu Lapu 1 versus 2. But not for long, ladies and gentlemen. It seems like it's going to be a battle right here. Ferdrin has to be very careful alongside with X-Ball. There's 4 members already apart, and there will be a technical pause.
We're gonna go for a short moment here, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, as always, make sure that the players are going to be able to play at 100% without facing any sort of technical difficulties. And it is a perfect chance for us to remind all of you as well that the Samsung Galaxy Gaming Academy Campus Series is powered by the Galaxy S24 Ultra.
Yes, and of course, remember, victory can be yours with the new Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra. Just a reminder for those who are still stuck in Epic or stuck in Grandmaster just like myself, make sure to get yourself one right now, and perhaps, who knows, you are able to hit Legend or Mythic rank.
Yep, and that's not all as well. For those of you who may be joining us a little bit later on this stream, we also are having random airdrops occurring all across today. There's 2 ways that they can happen. They might be flashed on screen randomly at some point during the broadcast, or they could appear in the chat itself. So make sure you guys are interacting, dropping your comments, showing your support to these teams, and making sure that you're quick enough to redeem all these free diamond codes.
Yeah, our admin SGGA Diamonds airdrop just dropped a multiple number of codes already. Wow, they've been very generous by far. We have 3 different codes just dropped by the admin himself or herself. So shout out to SGGA Diamonds airdrop in the chat. And of course, you're all here. Make sure to say hi to us. Make sure to say hi to the players. Leave down your chats. Leave down your live chats. If there's a good comment or want to let us know anything about the teams or anything about players from your respective countries, please let us know down the live chat right here. And of course, remember, for those who don't know, this is only day 1 of the regional playoffs. We have total 3 days as the teams are fighting for the prize pool of 15,000 USD, where the champion is going to walk away with 7,500 USD. Second place goes to 300 and 500 USD. Third place, 2,500 USD. And fourth place with a consolation prize of 1,500 USD.
It's a lot on the line here, considering that every single one of these teams, every single one of these players has come a very long way to participate. All of them going through their respective regional qualifiers to qualify to be one of the top 8 teams here at the playoffs. So keeping their journey intact, making it all the way to the grand finals is going to be on the forefront of every one of these players' minds.
Yes, indeed. I mean, this is, they tried so hard in the grueling open, regional open qualifiers, including their finals as well. I think, this is not just a vacation. This is a standoff. This is a conviction of their skills, of their passion into Mobile Legends Bang Bang. And what other way is there to use this platform, a platform for aspiring champions. And we talk about this off camera. Yes, maybe the tournament is not as a level as MAL or MPL, but this could be a stepping stone for the players. Who knows, one day they will be at the greater stage, or at the M series of World Championships.
After all, we already know that some of these teams have some experience in like the semi-pro scene, so getting a chance to go up against them and them having a chance to experience what kind of talent the regions have to offer is going to be a very enlightening and eye-opening experience overall. It's great to see all of these young talents having the chance to show off what they're capable of on that stage.
Yes, and for those who just tuned by, again, welcome to the Samsung Galaxy Gaming Academy's Campus Series for the Mobile Legends Bang Bang game title. This is, again, match number 2 or match series number 2. Miracle Gaming from Malaysia going up against Singaporean, the now or later team. And again, we just want to remind you all, this is not the end of the entirety of the tournament yet, just yet for day 1. Later on, we'll have match 3 where Team UTP going up against Team Choco Babes, and match 4 will be Venus Vincere going up against DX Origin. And after that, we will see the upper brackets round 2. So whoever loses today, they still have a chance again for tomorrow in the best of 3 series lower bracket final, but that will be their last opportunity to do so. But nobody is going to get eliminated. However, we will have another extra game for those who won today, or won in the first game or round 1. They will still have to play another game because according to the player brackets, whoever wins this round, they will be straight away going to the upper bracket finals. Upper bracket finals is just one stepping stone away to the grand finals of best of 5.
It would be an amazing pathway if these teams are able to get that far. So that's what all of them are going to be aiming towards. But of course, they have to take it one step at a time. As of right now, we know that the team that wins this, if for example, Miracle Gaming does get that 2-0 sweep, they will be facing off against 404 Bakri, the team that won the previous match. And that's actually going to be happening later today as well. So they gotta make sure to not take too long, because all of the stamina that they can save will matter.
Yeah, the battle of attrition not only just happened in-game, but off-game as well, right? It's all about the waiting time, the strategies. But I think the teams also, off-game, they also will do their research, they will do their studying as well, because they need to see how their opponents play. Remember, this is off the very first time they're meeting one another. None of these teams actually face against each other until today, from different regions as well, based on the formatting of the playoffs. And, again, just to remind you all, this whole entirety of the tournament is powered by Galaxy S24 Ultra. If you haven't got yourself a gaming phone, let alone a very powerful phone for your daily necessities, go ahead and pick up the Galaxy S24 Ultra, because victory can be yours with the new Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra.
I personally have a lot of interest in this device for myself. I feel like it has a lot of really cool features, not just gaming, when I can already say so much about the gaming itself. There's so many other things that we can consider with this phone: the processing, the camera, the AI. Like AI. So much cool stuff. I think I don't need to say more.
Yes, indeed. And, I can actually crank up the game to the maximum settings as well in play.
Yep.
As you can see, our players also, they are just still using the phones. And all the entirety of the tournaments, also, we are using the S24. So they get a Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra. And, victory is definitely going to be there. But, the most importantly is the playing experience. The playing experience must be at the highest level, especially in tournaments like this in place. Of course, if you guys and girls are tuning by right here, make sure to leave a like, make sure to subscribe if you haven't, and share it to your family and friends, especially for those who play Mobile Legends Bang Bang, because I can tell you all, this is a great time to learn a thing or two, especially with the new meta, the new patch came out today. Because both of us, like me and Safa, we were just talking off camera. We were like so excited. What type of heroes can still be used? What type of monetization? The itemization they can still use in here. But anyway, enough of us talking right here. Let's get back into game to learn more about it.
Yeah, I'm definitely using this tournament as a source of personal research so that I can improve on my drafting in pubs, because it's a new patch. We all have no idea what's going to be strong, so let's let these players figure that out for us.
Yep.
As of current, first turtle gonna be contested. Miracle Gaming in control of it. We see Super Susu come from the back line, gonna get thrown over the shoulder of Gear. The portal gonna come out, pulls in Hashiteru, who pops the Phantom Steed, chasing away the X-Borg, forced to use Last Insanity. Dansky gets an easy turtle, and RL19 even forced to flicker over the wall, but Raging Slash comes in from Lord Franz, not able to finish him off.
Yeah, I kind of like how they utilize Chip's ultimate as well, able to teleport, not looking for the fight, but to looking for the control of the turtle. They managed to get everybody to go up there, putting pressure onto now or later to fall back or don't contest for it. Because again, strength in numbers, you have 5 people against 3. I think you're just gonna run away or just concede the turtle over there. So I think this is also one of the threats that some people would, some of the teams would tend to ban Chip. But again, you can see already a strength coming in here from himself. But he needs to hit level 4, and yeah, he managed to do it at the right time.
Yeah, it's definitely a great boon to have this hero around, because it allows the entire team to participate in these neutral fights, and then they can get back. We see the Swan Song come out from Dora, popping the Nether Realm, and now Buji just left alone by his lonesome. That's going to be first blood in the hands of Damsky.
Just unfortunate right there. I think the wall kind of blocked his entry point or entrance to get out of there. But he's already low in HP. Nonetheless, however, it's just a support hero. There's nothing much to lose at the early stages of the game. Speaking of early stages of the game, look at that. A possible gang, but I think Team Miracle Gaming is just going to take things a little bit more cautious this time around.
The Fredrin just managed to dash away right in time as Super Susu popped out of that portal. Otherwise, we would have seen him use his ult and just gang up on him under his own tower. So being able to survive that is very important, especially since the turtle is going to be up in another 20 or so seconds.
20 seconds. 20 seconds left for the turtle. It's going to be the top side again. And it looks like Miracle Gaming is still having the advantage to go forward, to perhaps capture this turtle as well. You can see that Chip thing probably preparing for a teleport as the turtle timer countdown goes down in hand. Nonetheless, however, the teams are still staying over here, and looks like the first kite from the side of Now or Never has appeared.
Super Susu gonna take his portal out, scouted out by RL19, but here comes the Chip ultimate, and the entire team of Miracle Gaming just going to come and respawn. Phantom Steed gonna get taunted away. A good disengage, but a Flicker Landshaker gonna find 2! Raging Slash gonna follow them under the tier 1 as the Shadow Stampede pulls them in and gets the kill on Hashiteru. Nether Realm gonna be used to avoid damage from the Swan Song as well. Now or later, actually gonna come out on top there.
Yeah, now a tactical pause coming in here, unfortunately, but I kind of like the Faramis using the skill to drag, if I'm not mistaken, one of the members of Miracle Gaming, and then causing their very first kill in hand. So that was actually a great move. Playing a little bit too aggressively and just realizing, oh, wait a minute, we're trying to get a kill, but eventually we are already under the turret and, getting caught off guard right there. So great move right there. I'm actually looking from my live stream as well, the previous one, the plays. Miracle Gaming just really want to get a kill because they already committed a lot. They committed Fredrin's ultimate. They committed most of the skills to trying to get that kill. Just unfortunate could not lead to that. However, maybe after this pause, they might want to go for the turtle, and we'll see about that. Perhaps the second turtle will be into their favor, so kind of balance things out a bit.
Yeah, they should be able to get the turtle here. They've already forced Now or Later back, but they definitely did not need to chase that far. Like, I know that they're tempted, and they're very confident that they're strong enough at this current stage, but there's a whole reason why we've added extra UI to show shutdown goal nowadays, right? You gotta avoid giving away kills when you are in the lead.
Yeah, and I just showed it to you just now as well, if not mistaken, that also uses her ultimate. Yep. Literally, they're pouring everything right there, which I feel, over-aggression could tend to be a little bit of a downfall as well, leading to downfall there. And, one of the reasons. Luckily, they only lost one hero from there, like one player. Imagine if we lose 2.
But that was technically their goal laner, the Leomore. Like, he's not quite as important as their jungler. True. But he's still technically the gold lane. So, one of the last people you want to sacrifice.
Oh man, it's okay. I mean, again, mistakes tend to happen. It's whether or not can you learn from them and can you improve from the mistakes. There's nothing called a stupid or a silly move. I don't believe in that, actually, to be honest, because everything we do, there must be a purpose, and if it doesn't be is not executed well, it's okay. Just learn it from there. Just learn from your mistakes. Even though how impactful is that kill, but judging from the entirety of the game, the length of the game, Miracle Gaming, they still have an upper advantage from there. They still have map control. And yes, even though they lose that Leo mod, it's okay. Go back to the drawing board, try to avoid that type of casualty once again. And looking forward, perhaps after this technical pause, team now or later, they might have a little bit of advantage. They got 5 people, right? They still have 5 people against 4, so maybe they want to go back to the base quickly and then quickly hit to the turtle for the taking.
I would not be surprised if that is what they decided to go for here. Considering the current stage of the game, though, although Miracle Gaming will still have that slight lead, now or later are definitely holding their own pretty well. I think they're responding to the aggression coming in from their opponents and appropriately punishing them for overextending. So I hope that both these teams are going to be just a little bit more disciplined right after this.
So it seems like you were quite interested with the ED pick because of the latest item revamp, which is the Thunder Belt, correct me if I'm wrong.
Yes.
How about the Odette?
The Odette, I mean, she just technically got an indirect buff through Winter Crown. Like, that's about it. I could see her working pretty well with the Wishing Lantern too, but her build is going to be very largely similar to before. A lot of mages just indirectly got buffs this patch as well because of the combination of Necklace of Durance into Glowing Wand.
Yep.
In the past, there were definitely certain heroes that may have had to pick one or the other, but now it's a lot easier to just grab them both because they are one item.
Yep. Grab one item as well, and then cutting down to open up another slot for another item. Perhaps they might want to extend their magic damage, so they might go for a magic type of item. If not, they want sustainability, they can go a little bit for the defense item in place. But it opens things a lot up, and like you always said that heroes tend to get more sustainable. They don't die that fast. And even if the heroes that play through the sustainability meta, they might go for the life steal or spell vamps in hand. So having all these new items is to counter that type of approach and opening more heroes into the lineup rather than the usual heroes. And I think this is what makes Mobile Legends great, because Mobile Legends Bang Bang has been a game that is always evolving. Yes, we still have the old heroes, the OG heroes in place, but suddenly you get to see Moskov. Like, that is a season 1 type of hero, and eventually going into MPL because of the previous update, and now we get to see more heroes coming out as well. I'm looking forward to see maybe perhaps Zas. We'll talk about that, his change,
yes,
right? And and all this another type of hero that we want to see. So it takes a little bit more creativity and a little bit more guts, the balls of steel to play them, because these are the type of heroes that are out of the meta. But whether or not is this the platform or is this the right time to actually use these heroes, we have to wait and see.
As much as I would like to see some of these more unique heroes in the meta right now, it can be very risky to bring them out, considering, these players are playing for pride, they're playing for the prize pool, playing for that, for the ambition of reaching the top and becoming the champion. And you wouldn't want to end up losing the chance to achieve that just because you decided, oh, I want to play this more interesting hero choice.
Agree. Maybe could be a pocket pick as well if, all cards are already shown up. But speaking of which, we're going to go back into game, ladies and gentlemen. It seems like the turtle already has been taken, so I assume this is going to be in the favor of Team Miracle Gaming. We missed out that part of the game, but again,
I would assume, yeah.
But the goal is actually not much of a difference here.
Yeah, that is the thing. Now or later has been doing a good job of playing it safe and making sure they don't give up too much advantage to Miracle. And that's actually not too good for them overall. Super Susu gonna find out Fredrin and Faramis. Pops the portal down. We see Hashiteru and Dora come straight through and pick off the Fredrin, who unfortunately has to be abandoned.
Wow, Fredrin just got ganked so badly there. Couldn't even run away, just got Then crowd control, just got stunned, slowed, whatever it is, they're just putting all of their rage onto this Fedrin because maybe perhaps they were chasing that Fedrin earlier on, but couldn't do so.
Yeah.
FMM, meanwhile, ooh, they are able to get one kill from here. So now later, that is a trade-off from the side of Miracle Gaming.
Yeah, they did manage to catch out Hashiteru, who unfortunately was not minding his positioning. He completely forgot to keep track of gear. In the meantime, though, RL19 gonna get his Firaga armor dropped down straight away. No immortality just yet, which means it's gonna be an easy kill going to Super Susu.
And that amount of CC again, we just talked about it. The Lapu Lapu, the chip just going and just stunning down the opponents. Even the Firaga armor, there's not even an opportunity to use the ultimate as well. So just unfortunate from the side of Export, aka Now or Later.
A flicker over the wall by Super Susu just to make sure he's not caught by 3 members of Now or Later. Keeping himself alive gonna be important considering that Chip can be very active across the map, but he can't do that if he's dead.
Yep, get to stay alive. That is rule number 1 right there. And speaking of which, the turtle has already responded, and yeah, alive it is, but it's for the taking between these two teams. Both teams are already setting up right here, but then, oh, it looks like Super Susu.
Super Susu in the brush, but he's able to survive long enough to get that portal out and call all the members of Miracle Gaming. RL19 comes from the flank, not able to burn anyone down, and NetherRealm has already been used. Hashiteru gets pulled over the wall, so he has to flicker back over to make sure that he's not picked off here.
Turtle though is still in contest. One contest right here. It seems like they will reset the turtle. So now later,
Swansong comes out, catches FMM at the edge, and a flicker forward with the raging slash from Lord Zbrans catches out one more. That's gonna be a double kill for the Lapu Lapu. We see Super Susu get dragged into the tower, but now Domsky's on top of damn deck on the Fredrin, and he will fall. 4 members of Now or Later taken out.
wow, what a play coming in from Miracle Gaming. They spotted out the weakness because they thought that Now or Later is trying to go for the turtle, but they eventually managed to reset the turtle. Because all the resources, all the skills are on cooldown already. That's where Miracle Gaming says, go, go, go. Take down 4 members, including the turtle for themselves, including one of the tier 2 turrets at the top.
We see here, this is going to be a 1v3, 2v3, 2v4 situation, but the portal has come out, so Miracle Gaming can rejoin the fight. Swansong going to be zoning out Now or Later, but Super Susu has fallen too. That's 2 deaths for nothing. And Now or Later comes out on top.
Wow, Now or Later with that response, that statement, making it work. And like you said, this could be the usage of Aramis, you know, having the sustainability a little bit more advantage onto their hands, able to get the corpses out, you know, continue on with the fight. And you can already see Miracle Gaming say, you know what, let's just bail out. We already lost a lot of our members already. Too much casualties to even respond to right there. But it's okay, Now or Later, they still have that glimmer of hope for the fighting chance.
Yeah, I feel like Lord Zrank should have just committed to trying to escape with his abilities instead of trying to fight. Because I don't think that was really the most worth it. We have an instant replay here of what happened very early on, that first blood, and the sequence of events here, especially here in the mid lane, a nice catch, but not quite enough to follow up with kills.
Yep, indeed. And again, I want to remind everybody, this whole tournament is powered by Galaxy S24 Ultra. Victory can be yours with the new Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra.
Make sure you guys check out that phone. It's going to be a great gaming partner and just generally a companion for daily use. Phantom Steed comes out in the mid lane. Lord going to actually be taken out very quickly in the bottom lane. FMM has quite a lot of damage built in right now. This Claude actually farming pretty safely for most of the game. So Miracle Gaming, their timer is starting to close a little bit.
Yeah, I think they managed to get the Lord when the turtle responds to the Lord. I believe so. That could be one of the reasons they got that. But that Lord was very basic. Nonetheless, however, able to create the split push advantage and managed to get another turret out of it. It seems like Team Now or Later, they are going to hold on to defensive positions, but they still have enough breathing space to get into their jungles to get those buffs.
Interestingly enough, Damsky decided to go for Thunderbelt himself. And while I can definitely see there being some value to it with that infinite scaling, I don't feel like it's quite as good as if he were to just go for damage items instead. So I do wonder if that might be a little bit of a misitemization right there.
Wonder which item he should go for in this case of scenario. Blades of Despair, perhaps? Or...
Like, we were seeing a lot of people going for the Windtalker crit build with like Berserkers and Malefic Roar and so on. This is a slightly different style. Like Roger as a hero has a lot of flexibility in his item build path. We've already seen different types. But Super Susu was waiting in the bush for the ambush, sets up the portal, jumps forward. Miracle Gaming trying to chase down Fredrin, but he gets pulled back. NetherRealm gonna save him. Last Insanity comes out doing a lot of damage with the Swan Song. Gonna be dishing out a lot of DPS in return as Blazing Duet comes out. Unfortunately, FMM is the only one left standing, and Miracle Gaming just steamroll their opponents to death. A double kill. You're going to see Damsky finally fall, but it's 3 members versus 1. Bougie is not going to be able to do anything as he's crushed by the blade of Lord Zebranks and leaves his remaining members open to take the crystal, and a clean sweep for Miracle Gaming.
Wow, what a play in from Miracle Gaming. That it felt like deja vu of game number 1, where they used a lot for the split push advantage, but ended up just finishing the whole game. And that, ladies and gentlemen, Miracle Gaming doing the same thing one more time. As you can see from Team Now or Later, they are looking a little bit disappointed in hand themselves, but it's okay, no worries on that. They are still in the tournament. They just dropped down to the lower brackets of round 1 for tomorrow. But GGWP to both teams. Congratulations to Team Miracle Gaming for shutting down their opponents and heading on to round number 2 of the upper brackets.
I'm honestly surprised that they came out on top so cleanly in that last fight as well. It almost felt like they were throwing abilities and bodies at their opponent and somehow making it work. You'd typically be punished for being that aggressive and using resources so willy-nilly. But Miracle Gaming definitely seems to know something we didn't, and that's why we're going to see them go on into the next round. And we know that their next opponent is going to be 404 Bakri.
And I mean, it's, you know, there's so much miracles there, no pun intended. The way they play it, and like you said earlier on, I was actually looking at their HP counter, especially they're trying to chase off Fedrin. You're putting so much effort on this Fedrin. And then, yes, they managed to kill off Fedrin, but then after that, Faramis gets the kill. So there was a trade kill situation really, but Roger was on fire. He went online, he got triple kills straight away, and leaving only the last remaining member of Bougie from Team Now or Later to defend the Crystal Palace. Couldn't even do much, and eventually that was the checkmate. So overall, great gameplay there. I have a lot of confidence for this team of Miracle Gaming. And yes, like you said, they're going to meet up with a formidable foe of the Indonesian team 404 Bakri later onwards.
As for Team Now or Later, they'll be dropping to the lower bracket and facing UITM Roar. So both interesting matches here. We're going to have a quick look at the highlights, pointing out what exactly happened during this game, where initially Miracle Gaming played very aggressively, as we typically would expect. However, they would also make some mistakes by overextending and getting picked off as a result.
Yeah, Now or Later actually played really good counter-attack, counter-defensive. But if you notice, right, a lot of these highlights, they will aim for Fedrin first. I think they noticed that Fedrin, hey, even though he got nerfed, but he still got the CC, he still got the power scaling. Anytime soon, he is our biggest threat. So what we will do with our biggest threat, we put all of our resources onto killing him, onto shutting him down first. Then the rest of the one will follow up here.
The thing is, Now or Later's team composition is pretty good at peeling overall. They have a lot of sustainability and durability in their draft as a whole, and I think Miracle Gaming were kind of aware of that. Like, if we spread our damage around, it's going to be very easy for them to survive it with things like NetherRealm and Viraga Armor and so on. So let's pick someone, the biggest, slowest target that we know will always be able to focus. And well, that was the Fredrin.
Yep, and the Fedrin, and following up like that game here, it was just a trade of skills, trade of damage, but eventually Miracle Gaming came up on top and able to take down so many members here. Demsky, he has been playing phenomenal all this while in this series, and I'm not surprised he might be the MVP for this game.
Well, let's see whether or not he actually is. Nope. Once again, gonna go over the Super Susu on the chip. Man, wow. You gotta give this player these set-up sort of tanks. He clearly is very comfortable with opening up the map and knowing where he needs to be.
Yeah, so the first game he was using Ziggural. This time around, he changed it up to chip. And even though his stats are not as great compared to the first game, but he still dishes out the assists. His setups were great. The roaming was great. I like the usage of the ultimate as well, just going through just to take out turtle pits instead. And look at that, ladies and gentlemen, not just one, but two Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultras here. He's just smiling out here. And most importantly, his team definitely appreciates him for that win.
He's clearly the man who sets the tempo for Miracle Gaming, and he knows it. So it's really nice that they've set up this kind of meta for themselves where they seem very comfortable with the core jungle double fighter side lane style. It's something that has been explored in MPL, but not so much. So very interesting for Miracle Gaming. We can see that Dora even ended up getting the in-game MVP. You may think, oh, it didn't feel like Odette did very much this game, but I think when we see the damage done, it's going to say a different story.
Yeah, definitely a different type of vibe as well. The only thing I realized about the Odette was missing her ultimate right there, but it's okay. I think overall, she also played a very big part. Once Chip actually did the initiation, she comes in with the following out for damage. So, but overall, all the team members of Team Miracle Gaming performed really well. As for Team Now or Later, they do have glimmer of hope. I do see them, you know, having a great defensive play in hand, but it was just not enough to sustain, and eventually they just dropped down like flies one by one right here to the hands of Miracle Gaming. Again, all the best again for tomorrow. Hopefully they're able to use this time to actually learn, to practice, or maybe they just stay around to learn and watch their opponents play in order to make themselves better.
But we're definitely seeing very interesting levels of gameplay here in the Samsung Galaxy Gaming Academy Campus Series, where many different styles, gameplays, and regions are clashing under a brand new patch and meta that no one has truly gotten the chance to explore the depths of just yet. So I hope that everyone watching here at the venue and at home are having a lot of fun.
Yep, a lot of fun indeed. And we are looking forward for match number 3 later, which is Team UTP going up against Choco Babes. But I think before that, maybe perhaps we might have a break later on. But what do you say about this overall, these 2 games? Everything's okay so far?
I think it's pretty good. I'm definitely happy seeing Miracle Gaming perform at this level. I do still think they could clean things up a little bit. As for other teams, we're seeing a lot of promise overall. Either way, before match 3, we're gonna go on a short break to make sure our next 2 teams are ready. So, ladies and gentlemen, make sure you guys don't go anywhere. We'll be right back in just a few minutes.
So what is the next big thing? Well, Galaxy believes the next big thing is you.
Me?
Yes! Because of the power of Galaxy AI, you'll open up so many possibilities. The next big thing is you.
Hey, I'm at gate 6 wearing a gray shirt.
ฉันอยู่ที่ประตู 6 สวมเสื้อสีเทา
ได้ครับ เดี๋ยวผมไปรับอีก2 นาที
I'll pick you up in 2 minutes.
This is such a great trip. I would love to take us all to dinner tonight. 7 a.m. Make the reservation. Chris, are you getting any of this?
Dinner at Santino's, opera tonight, tour tomorrow, and check up on Shuggy.
Oh, okay. You go, Chris.
Hey, I'm at gate 6 wearing a gray shirt.
ฉันอยู่ที่ประตู6สวมเสื้อสีเทา
ได้ครับ เดี๋ยวผมไปรับอีก2 นาที
I'll pick you up in 2 minutes.
Everyone's searching for the next big thing in technology. But the next big thing isn't this.
Integration, encryption, quantum.
And it's definitely not this.
That's why I'm a trailblazer, a groundbreaker, a pioneer, and most of all, a disruptor.
No. Galaxy believes the next big thing is you.
Me? Really?
Yes, look at you. You're an artist. You're open to experiment. You make your actors go shh. And then you have other ideas and make them, yeah, do that. It's never easy. But you open your heart.
Hi, I'm live. I have a play this weekend.
Hi, do you like theatre? No, I didn't see. Sorry.
You open conversations. You do this, you do that. You go...
To be or not to be?
You know that big thing I was talking about? Well, with Galaxy AI, you'll open even more possibilities. You'll open your imagination, open more ways to be, you know, creative, and open more ways to collaborate. Wow, you made that. We're putting all that power of Galaxy AI in your hands. The next big thing is you.
Dinner tonight. Make the reservation and get back to me about it. Chris, are you getting any of this?
Dinner at Santino's, opera tonight, tour tomorrow, and check up on Shuggy.
Oh, you go, Chris.
What you gonna do? What you gonna do? What you gonna do? What you gonna do?
when it click through. Try to send this about to be a slow beat run. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. Drop the top when I'm in it. Everybody drop when I'm in it. Yeah, I go so slow. Everybody know I'm on. You roll when it click through. Try to send this about to be a
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, as we are now moving on to series number 3. Earlier on, we managed to see a miracle happen between the two teams where Miracle Gaming was able to emerge victorious. But if it's not now, it's definitely later, as now or later will be moving into the lower bracket and fighting for their life tomorrow onwards. As now we are now going through series number 3, we are so happy to announce the two teams that's going to be there. Will it be Team UTP or would it be a creamy, sweet victory for the Choco Babes? Guys, my name is Lemonade and I am your host for today, and I'd like to welcome everybody back as well to the event. Of course, this whole event would not be happening without its main sponsor, powered by the Galaxy S24 Ultra. As we move forward into series number 3, just a reminder, we have 6 upper bracket best of 3 games to go through today, and we are now in the halfway mark. What these teams are actually looking for is a total prize pool of $15,000 that is being fought in the pool. With that being said, ladies and gentlemen, just want to remind you guys, there's also a giveaway that is happening. So after every series, we have codes in the on-ground event in Orvich Esports in Quill City Mall. For the rest of you who are watching at home, do not fret because we have it in the live show as well as in the comment section. With that being said, let's put the curtains up. Let's get ready for the next two teams. We have Team Choco Babe against Team UTP. Bring it over to our casters and invite them together for me, Safa and KBC.
And we certainly feel welcome here. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. You're currently watching the Samsung Galaxy Gaming Academy Campus Series, which is all powered by the Galaxy S24 Ultra, where victory can be yours. My name is Stafa, and I'm looking forward to casting our third match of the day alongside my co-caster, KBC.
Thank you so much, Safa. It's been an exciting 2 matches already in a row. We do see that 404 Bakri will be facing up against Miracle Gaming, both teams winning their respective round 1s of the upper brackets, and we're going to see them later onwards in the later stages of the day. But now it's going to be the storyline for match number 3. Team UTP, another Malaysian team, going up against Team Choco Babes from Singapore, as we take a look onto the playoff brackets right now.
After a couple of series here, we know that our first match of the upper bracket round 2 is going to be between 404 Bakri and Miracle Gaming, with UITM Roar and Now or Later dropping into the lower bracket round 1. For the rest of today, we are going to be seeing which teams move on into upper bracket round 2 among Team UTP, Choco Babes, Venus Vincer, and DX Origins.
Yes, and with the winner for the match number 3 will be moving forward to the round number 2 of the upper brackets, and then we have to wait for the opponents in place. But speaking of which, Team UTP, let's give it up for our players right here. Nopa, El Nino, Miss, Emmy, Levi, and Whatnot. So they have all 5 players right here instead of the 6 players, the usual 6 players. There's no subs here. All 5 players will be playing, and all the best to them later in this match series.
If you ask me personally, it's always the teams that don't have substitutes that are the most terrifying, because it means there's so much confidence in their main lineup that they're just like, substitutes, we don't need anything like that. But let's have a look at their opponents, the very delicious sounding Choco Babes. We got Blade, It's Just Ton, Raspberry Mojito, Awu, Rumi, and can you read that?
You see, I think I'm just gonna stick to you. I'm gonna make life easier.
I'm not
Maybe
gonna try because I don't think I can do that.
We can get our production team to brief us later, but you know what, Lep? Their names are very delicious, very unique. That's why you call us Choco Bits here. But again, they are not any other ordinary team. They actually do qualify from their open qualifiers and finals of their respective country, and now they are on stage to take out one of our Malaysian teams right here, is Team UTP. So all the best to these 2 teams. I would like to see something very similar to Miracle Gaming and Now or Later, because these 2 teams probably head to head, they are pretty well fought with one another. It's just that another team got an upper advantage in terms of the later stages of the game. So perhaps a little bit more closer, a bit more exciting, especially with the current meta in hand.
What's even more interesting is that in every other upper bracket round 1 match, there's some degree of familiarity with the names up there. Like we've seen them here or there in the MAL, MDL scenes. But for this matchup in particular, I am completely unaware. Like I've not seen these players before unless they're like under a different name and I just don't know. But it means that it's basically a blank canvas, right? We have no idea what's going to happen. Are we going to see a repeat of the previous Malaysia versus Singapore matchup, or is it going to be a complete reversal?
Yes, I do agree on that. I mean, for Team UTP, University Technology Petronas, you know, one of the more renowned semi-private universities in Malaysia. As for Team Choco Babes, I do believe they are students as well from their respective universities or collegiate level. So this again is a very good platform for them to grow. And whether you're coming out as a winner or a loser, I feel that experience still plays as a matter apart. But of course, everybody wants to win, right? You know, the total prize pool, 15,000 United States dollars. That's a lot of money in hand, while the champion getting 7,500, a bigger chunk of the prize pool. You know what? With 7,500 USD, what are you going to spend on that?
Man, there's so many things I could get.
See, I catch you off guard, right?
I could get more diamonds. I could get more skins.
All right.
I could get an S24 Ultra.
Hey, I like that. I like that. Yeah, I was about to say that as well. So, you know what? This is a huge chunk pool of money, you know, giving to the players here. But again, it's not about just the money. It's about the honor. It's about the achievement, you know, being the, I would say, the very first, or at least the best team for the Galaxy Gaming Academy Campus Series Mobile Legends Bang Bang game title. And yeah, I'm looking forward to it for this round ahead. Hopefully we're able to see a closer match. Perhaps we could go to the game tree. Hopefully we can go see a game tree here to fight an overtime battle. But in the meantime, all the teams, all the players here, they will not be eliminated today. This is because tomorrow we're going to have the start of the lower brackets round 1. And I think this is where the team who loses this round, or they have tasted defeat, they're going to go back and think that, hey, you know what? Maybe we should watch our games. We should watch our replays. What do we do to fix our errors? What do we do to fix our mistakes? How can we get back our confidence? That's the most important part. Confidence is key, right? And, you know, eventually just keeping the right mindset. Have a good rest. I believe, you know, there's a lot of things you can do right here, but have a good rest and then, you know, go back tomorrow stronger.
Yeah, I think it's a good system because it means that none of these teams will have fought this far and this hard to go the length.
Yes.
And then end up just going home on day 1, right? At the very least, they're given that time to figure things out, like where did we go wrong, what can we improve, and really show their all on day number 2. It also means that all of the matches today are upper bracket matches, so there's at least a little bit of leeway in terms of like exploration, experimentation, which I think is important because again, a new patch did just drop. We've already seen different strategies and approaches to the patch. We don't know for sure yet what is the correct way to play this meta, and that just means it's so much more fun to see different styles.
Yeah, especially, you know, going back to the 2-game series, we already all see the 3 new items are already out. I think we saw the Malefic Gun, we saw the Sky Piercer on some of the heroes like Roger, Ling. We even saw the Wishing Lantern that one of the players decided to remove his inventory right there. I think it's Yuji Mihime, if I'm not mistaken,
Yes.
from Team 404 Bakri. But you can already see that these new items are already in play and have already caused such an impact already for the entirety of the game. So we do see the latest emblem as well, which is the Warcry emblem. We haven't seen Temporary Rain just at the moment. Maybe perhaps the team is just deciding, is this the right time to use it, or you know, we keep it for our pocket pick, our pocket strat later when moving on to the later stages of the tournament. New items, we do see the War Axe, we did see the Winter Crown, Glowing One. I'm not really sure whether I spotted
we've
or
seen
not.
We've seen that, yeah.
And most importantly, Thunderbelt, which you just talked. Twilight Armor, the only thing that I haven't seen just yet, which is the
I don't think
ribbon.
we've seen Clock of Destiny either.
Oh yes,
like
Clock of
the
Destiny
revamped
too.
Clock of Destiny, yeah.
Agree?
Those two have not been seen yet.
Yep.
So I'm kind of curious about it because Clock of Destiny actually doesn't make these like squishier mage heroes very difficult to kill, right?
Correct.
It's obviously
Stacks.
designed to be put on heroes like Alice or Esmeralda.
Yep.
But I have had like viewers tell me that, oh, I tried a Sicilion with Clock of Destiny, and even though I got kicked by Cho, I still survived everything because it just
Wow.
made me so durable. So it's interesting, right?
Yeah, and speaking of Cho, he recently got a major update as well, adjustment. I would say still a buff, even though his ultimate, the Way of the Dragon, in terms of distance, reduction on that. Other heroes also got their major buffs. You have Zaz, you have Aulus, you have Bane, and then, yeah, and a few heroes being adjusted left and right. Some of them got major nerfs as well, like Fedrin. You know, we've seen Fedrin already twice in a row, and unfortunately, it wasn't really that impactful, but maybe, you know, perhaps the teams are still trusting on that. You know, there's so many other options left to go in here, even, you know, with Nathan also being nerfed, Moskov being nerfed as well. So it opens up the pool for all different variety of heroes, whether it's going to be the new heroes or the OGs in hand.
Like, I think it's very interesting as well because, like, in terms of the meta gold laners that we had before this, it was Harif, Natan, Moskov, Roger. Those were like the top picks, with Carry sometimes being picked up when the rest weren't available. Natan got nerfed, Moskov got nerfed, Harif gets banned every game.
True.
So we just see Roger every single time, and he also ended up getting indirectly buffed because of the way that like Warcry works and how well some items like Sky Piercer, for example, work on him. So maybe we'll get to see Roger nerfed again in the future, but for now, he does seem to be the premier choice.
Yeah, premier choice indeed. I think all around he has been picked 4 times already, if my calculation is correct. Another hero that we tend to see in this tournament here would be Julian. Julian has been picked twice already in hand. For top bans, as you mentioned, Harif, Matilda, and we saw a Link ban as well. So we'll have to see about, you know, the other heroes slowly but surely as the tournament passes by, and then we can have a bigger sample size. But at this moment, these are the top bans and top picks, or type of heroes that we have seen these players or teams play.
Yeah, so we've definitely been able to see some variety so far. Personally, I'd like to see a little bit more. Miracle definitely expanded the pool a little bit, bringing in Gold Lane Martis and then Gold Lane Leomord.
Yeah.
I don't know if any other teams are going to go a similar style of Jungle Core and then Double Fighter side lane, because even when 404 Bakri was bringing heroes like the Ling into the jungle, they still had a marksman.
Right.
So different teams are approaching the meta in different ways. Some are still like sticking to the old meta, which we saw a lot from Now or Later. Unfortunately, it didn't quite work out for them.
Yeah.
So who knows, right? Everything is up in the air.
Yep, everything is up in the air. I feel like favorability of the players using their heroes that they really like to. I think that works for them, number one. And number two, like you said, you know, whatever is comfortable, they still want to stick perhaps with the previous meta and try to move into the new one instead. But enough of us speculating. Let's get into the draft, ladies and gentlemen. This is going to be match series 3. Team UTP going up against Team Choco Babes. Game 1, Safa, take it away.
We got Team UTP on the left. We got Choco Babes on the right. And it looks like Fanny and Chip are going to be the first heroes banned out on both sides here. Okay, now that I'm looking closer at that player's name, that's like a Yu2, right?
You2, I think so.
I think so. My Chinese isn't good enough to say for sure, but I'm gonna go with that.
All right, then let's go with that. And apologies to the player first if we butcher your name. I want to stick to Yu because it sounds so easy to explain, but Yu2 will be the one in hand. And speaking of the entirety of the lineup, UTP, meanwhile, they're still sticking to 5 people only. So, Win, Miss, Emmy, Waknat, and Nopa Nino. They only have 5 players to run with. They only have to try to discuss or try to play in this hand. But speaking of which, the bans are already out. The first 2 bans, you have Fanny and Matilda on the side of UTP, while the side of Choco Babes, you have Valentina and Chip.
Interesting decisions coming all about here. And we can see that Team UTP are going to immediately lock in on the Angela.
Wow.
A hero that was banned out both games in the first series of the day. This time going to be let through. A lot of people had questions about Angela's effectiveness, especially in the pro scene, because it seems like a hero that would be very strong and is quite commonly contested, but then people realize like it's very easy to play around her, and then her popularity just dipped.
Yeah, I mean, there are other support heroes as well who could even play a better role as well compared to Angela. But again, Angela has been one of the OGs out there and hoping to give another chance, another shot into this tournament in place. Meanwhile, for Team Choco Babes, they were instantly locked in the Ling and that Luo Yi. We have seen Ling being very versatile so far, has been very important alongside with that Luo Yi just dealing damage as CC in place.
We see the Terizla also being locked in with the Harith. Has had a 100% ban rate thus far,
now,
but will be let through once again here. And combined with the Hard Guard could actually be quite a dangerous threat as well. I like the way that Choco Babes banned. They got rid of the Chip and the Valentina, so Luo Yi is the only way to teleport around the map. This will give them a lot of map control alongside that Ling, but they gotta make sure they have a way to lock down this Harith.
Yeah, this Harith is going to be very slippery. Nah, I mean, not as slippery as the Ling who can just jump across walls, but Harith is still very mobile, still can go in, kite a little bit of the opponent and go back for the damage dealing output. So I'm very interested to see if on the right hands, he is going to do a lot of damage with this particular hero. X-Bot meanwhile been selected already, and now Team Choco Babes will ban out Roger. So Roger, first time I think, got banned for this particular game series.
I think it's a good idea here, getting rid of the possibility of having both Harith and Roger on the same lineup here, since Roger can be flexed into that jungle position, and it looks like Choco Babes just want to make sure that does not happen. I feel like since they do have first pick in the second phase, they could have still locked in the Roger for themselves since they made one a gold laner, but looks like they did not decide to go in that direction. What are they going to pick here?
Most likely a marksman perhaps, or a tank. And it looks like it's going to be an Esmeralda. Very first one, I believe in here. So Esmeralda can play a little bit of roam, a little bit of tankiness. But most importantly, you know, she's very versatile as well. If she wants to play off lane, so can go ahead.
Now, Esmeralda is commonly considered as a counter to both Harith and Angela, but when you have them together, that is actually quite a lot to have to break through overall. It should still work out, but if we see the Deer-Off being locked in here, Baxia also not a bad choice, both solid counters to Esmeralda. Baxia going to be the final pick to cancel that healing.
Yeah, and this is going to be one of those plays that, you know, just want to counter, just want to make life difficult for the players to deal with in hand. Final one, it will possibly be a marksman. We still got Moskov out here. We still have Nathan. Oh, but wait a minute. It seems like the hover is going to be Minotaur, and looks like it's going to be an interesting selection if they want to go through there without any range heroes, except for Luo Yi, of course.
Yeah, looks like Team Choco Babes is going to be sticking with a similar strategy to Miracle Gaming, the core jungle and then a double fighter side lane. So most likely it's going to be and Esme gold lane here to try and match up against the Harif. Honestly, not a bad 1v1.
Yeah, not a bad 1v1, and I can see there's a lot of flexibility as well, despite not having their marksmen in place. So in this type of scenario, they're going to depend onto the assassins, their fighters, to deal the most damage and try to finish this game as soon as possible. But for me, I think I like Choco Babes one lineup. I think that's still the better lineup in the fray. They were trying to take the risk out of it. So I'm going to give them my vote for this particular game.
Interesting. I personally am a little more leaning towards Team UTP's lineup, but we'll see whether that is the case. We're jumping back into the land of Dawn right here. Team UTP on the blue side, Choco Babes on the red side. And we are now going to be witnessing which of these teams will be the third to move on to the upper bracket round 2.
Yes, indeed. And of course, a big shout out to all the players out here. Team UTP, again, will have Nova El Nino, Win, Whatnot, Emmy, and Miss. Meanwhile, the side of Choco Babes, they have U2, as you mentioned earlier. Rumi is just turned, Blade, and Raspberry Mojito.
I personally think that it's great that Blade is playing Ling, because now whenever I say Tempest of Blades, it's actually correct.
It rhymes, man.
No, it's like grammatically correct, because it's like Blades Tempest, so it's Tempest of Blades.
Nice. I want to see that wordplay coming soon. But nonetheless, however, middle lane, it will be contested as always. Middle will have the minions out first. They want to get the most experience out of it. A little bit of a harassment onto that Minotaur, but he will survive eventually.
Yeah, but we can definitely see that Noppa and Emmy were able to get a nice taste of Raspberry Mojito there in the mid lane, doing a good amount of poke damage in the early stages. Team UTP especially need to make things happen earlier on in the game, because with Abaxia, Angela, and Harif, they should be making things happen around the map as compared to Choco Babes.
Same time as well, gold is also not much of a difference. Just trying to get the level 4 as you mentioned earlier, and with the turtle spawning on the top side, it will be very crucial for teams to take positions, to take upper advantage in terms of how much map control they have here. And without any wasting amount of time, the first turtle will spawn right now. This will be the teams going, this is the teams calling to get the first capture of the turtle.
We already see both junglers going to be hovering around that turtle pit. The Miz and Blade in position. And Rain Yang Reaction going to be doing some damage to Wakanut on the Terizla. But Choco Babes are actually backing this off just a little bit. Turtle going to get reset, but Emmy finds the rough waves point blank. And out of penalty zone catches two is Justan and Rumi. Going to be forced to get out of that situation. Yin Yang Reaction drops Emmy low, but he's able to dash out. And the first turtle goes to Team UTP.
Wow, UTP able to reset that turtle, but still give them the momentum to push out Choco Babes and caught them off guard. The first blood goes to them and the turtle as well. Definitely a strategic play coming in from the side of the Malaysian team.
Yeah, this is what I was talking about. They do have overall a little bit stronger presence in the early game. So Team UTP needs to make sure that they are leading once you head on into the mid-game phase, because if Choco Babes are able to make sure they don't fall too behind in gold, then their scaling will start to kick in on this lane.
Speaking of which, everybody already hit level 4. All of them should have their ultimates unlocked. But of course, we can see there's a little bit of an advantage from the side of Team UTP with Ibasia onto level 6. And it looks like a little bit more of a cautious play here. Whatnot is trying to kite out every minions here, just dealing as much damage as possible and then forcing a zone out there, Safar.
Rough Waves lands right in the middle of the team fight. Raspberry Mojito is bursted to nothing, and they're able to follow up with a kill onto Rumi as well. Heart Guard on Baxia is a terrifying combination. And now you two coming forward, 1v3 situation, trying to flicker back into the tower, but gets caught by the puppet on a string. Still surviving for now, but now it's 1v4, and the kill gonna be fed over to Win.
Yeah, that was a confident play coming in from UTP, not only getting one kill, but the follow-up on the second kill. And then after that, 4 versus 1, despite the turret, they're just gonna tower dive all the way there and take them out instantly.
This is excellent gameplay here from Team UTP, and exactly how you should be playing an Angela Baxia matchup. Right now, for Choco Babes, it's very important for them to make sure their net worth doesn't fall behind. They're not going to be able to win out a lot of these team fights anymore, so they should be avoiding them in general and splitting the map to find farm.
So it seems like Choco Babes do have vision onto the turtle, but they do not have enough manpower to hover around. The Axe Ball, meanwhile with Tarisla one-on-one here, but the middle game is still here. It's still live right now. Both players or both teams are trying to control that, as now the turtle will start on the capture.
Team UTP already in position to control it. Waknat gonna be jumped on, takes a good amount of damage from Rumi, but still alive for now. You can see that El Nino already left on the bottom side.
Oh.
Blade, they found him! Again, Emmy, beautiful positioning with the rough wave. They find the double kill on the cow as well, and Rumi is just caught as collateral in the back line.
Can I say the combination of Miss Basia and of course El Nino's Angela just caused so much chaos right there. And now Justin hiding behind the turret, but it's not going to save his dear life, as Harif in the hands of Win will be able to take the kill and confirm it.
This is spiraling out of control very quickly here. It's only 5.5 minutes in. Team UTP is 8 kills to 0 on the side of Choco Babes. And I already mentioned, Choco Babes has a more late game lineup. They are going to be weaker early on, but they cannot afford to be this behind.
Yeah, even though you scale in the late game and then you don't have an upper advantage, you still need to continue on with your farms. You need to continue on grinding for the gold, the items, and try to stay as as possible, stay in line as possible in place. But unfortunately, just get caught off guard here. Win takes down another turret.
Oh no, Blade. He's jumped too far. He thought he could do some damage, but he's gone. And now Rumi will also pay the price. A double kill for the Kadita. The Midwind Fury missed completely, and Win gets a free kill off of that. The Angela Baxia combo just zoning the backline, even dodging away from the falling Star Moon. Choco Babes, they're being played around in circles.
And you already mentioned earlier on the first draft, right? And wait a minute, it seems like they're going to continue on this skirmish again.
They're just diving the backline. The remaining survivors are gone. Emmy with another double kill. 8-0 on this Kadita.
I mean, I don't want to be mean, but Choco Babes looking like a buffet right now. Just giving Team UTP the hunger and food that they are giving out here. But then going back to what we just said in the first draft, you did mention that, having Angela, it's a mixed reaction between the community, right? And judging from the gameplay right now, I think Angela pairs really perfectly with Basia. Basia's initiation comes into play. Angela giving that protection, the spells, and the resistance that he needs. And then they just initiate it all the way. Look at this Angela. 0 kills, 0 deaths, but 10 assists.
Yeah, this is an ideal situation. A lot of pro teams have realized the way you play around Angela is just by picking a stronger early game draft. Because if Angela doesn't make things happen in the first couple of minutes, her relevance drops off quite notably, especially if she's paired with a Baxia as well. Unfortunately, Choco Babes did not do that. Their lineup is honestly a little bit weak early on, is played more towards mid to late game, and that's the problem. Team UTP are taking advantage of that.
No.
They've taken a tier 2. They've taken It's Just Tan as well. Mega kill for the Hardy.
Oh, this is looking very, very great. Even though Ling is doing his very best to kind of backdoor a little bit here, try to get as much goal or get as much awareness or map control in place, but then it seems like it's not going to be enough.
The value of Angela as well is that you can allow her to defend the base on her own, and anytime she needs to join a fight, she just pops the hard guard and she can be there.
Yep. With the AoE attacks, making sure that she can crowd control. It's more like clearing off the minion waves in place, and then in the return, when she is needed, like you said, you can just use the ultimate all the way to hard guard, and then to any of the players that is needing the support. But most likely in this case will be Basia, because Basia is the one who's going to initiate attacks.
Oh, things looking very bad right now. 14-0 kill score. Nearly 10,000 gold lead in favor of Team UTP, and they're still playing it safe and respectful as well, not trying to force the issue. They're slowly removing structures from Choco Babe's side of the map.
Choco Babes right now can only depend on a very good defensive comeback if they're able to catch one of the more important heroes in place for Team UTP off guard. And then they can snowball it right here, but they have to be always aware of the Basia, they have to be aware of the Angela, let alone, multiple heroes that can deal just multiple damage. So if you're taking down one, how many are you willing to lose? Are you willing to lose one hero perhaps in that fight, or maybe 2? If it's more than 2, it's not going to be the great way. But anyhow, ladies and gentlemen, we are into the technical pause here. As always, make sure to check your screen or check the comment section right now for the airdrops, because I do believe we have some giveaways. What are the giveaways right there, Safar?
It's very simple. They're codes for MLBB diamonds, and I'm sure all of us MLBB players love our diamonds. If you got your eye on that fancy new skin right there, this could be your chance to get the funds needed to be able to grab it for yourself.
Yeah, and we can see that there's a lot of supporters in the live chat right here. Team UTP on top. A lot of love also for Emmy, who is running the Katita. We have seen double kills, godlike kills instead. So big shout out to all the fans out there for showing love to your respective teams. You want to show love to Choco Babes as well, please let me know. Any of the Singaporeans or your friends, family members, let me know down in the comment section. We will read it out to you. So thank you so much to all our fans and our viewers. If you haven't tuned in just yet, welcome to the Samsung Galaxy Gaming Academy Campus Series. Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
Yep. And of course, all of this is powered by the Galaxy S24 Ultra, a gaming companion that once you have, you'll realize you could have never lived without. The best tool for securing victory, and lots of love right now from our players.
Hey, UTP right there. I like the Petronas logo over there as well from one of the players here. You should wear the jacket as well, showing a little bit of variance. And of course, for Team Choco Babes, they're not out of the woods yet. They are still very, they have to pick it up. They have to pick up the slack in here. And I'm just hoping that they are able to solve this issue as soon as possible. If it's not this game, then the next one, the second match. I think the second match, they have to pick it up in here. Maybe again, like you said, game one is always just testing out the waters, just experimenting. Perhaps, they're still not awake yet. They're still in a little bit of a mini slumber. So perhaps, game one would be the wake-up call for them.
And the thing is, when you have an Angela in your draft, she's the type of hero that will turn a winning situation into a dominant situation, but isn't quite able to do that same thing if you find yourself behind. That's why you see a lot of pro teams trying to make sure that she's not able to reach a certain point. And if you have a Baxia on the enemy side as well, then you know, like, okay, we have to bolster our early game presence. We gotta get heroes that are able to fight right from the beginning and maybe even invade to mess with them, because Angela doesn't have a very strong mid lane presence. The problem is, Choco Babes did not do that with their draft, and that allowed Team UTP to take control of the map right from the beginning.
Yeah, I do agree on that. I mean, Choco Babes, I still have confidence in our lineup, even though you're giving the advantage to Team UTP on that, but they did not use it to their most effective gameplay. Nonetheless, however, things are still not looking too grim. Like I said, ladies and gentlemen, we already been saying this, me and Safar. Today, no teams will be eliminated, all right? Today, there will be no teams eliminated. They still have another shot for tomorrow. The losing team will be in the lower brackets and another best of 3 in place. And speaking of which, we got a shout out from Singapore here.
Yeah, we do actually have a fan shouting out the Choco Babes right here. We actually have a lot of supporters in the chat right now. A lot of friends and family, I would assume, showing some support to these very young talents up on that stage. After all, they are all representing their respective universities. So there's a lot of pride on the line.
Yeah, there's a lot of pride on the line. Of course, for those who don't know, they are fighting for a total prize pool of 15,000 ringgit, USD. I was talking about ringgit Malaysia, so if it lets me convert,
understandable,
right? Convert,
but it's so much more if you convert to ringgit Malaysia.
Yeah, come to think about it, that's a lot of money in hand. And okay, thank you so much for the information. Maybe you want to share it during this technical break?
Yeah, we actually have gotten a list of exactly what universities each of these teams are representing right here. Miracle Gaming gonna be representing the College Islam Antarang Bangsa, aka the International Islamic College. Meanwhile, we have, hold on, I'm having a look. Where is... Oh, we don't quite have Choco Babes just yet.
It's okay, no worry. We'll find out about that as we get into game right here, Safar. It looks like the team of Choco Babes, they are holding on to their dear lives right now as the lot is for the taking on the side of Team UTP. Mrs. Miswal is going to initiate this fight, and it looks like there's not much of map control for the side of Team Choco Babes, so they might be, conceding this lot into the hands of Team UTP.
Team UTP having complete control over the map. The Lord is free. They have a 10k net worth lead. 0 kills on the side of Choco Babes. It is not a good situation.
Yo, I just realized you just mentioned 0 kills and I was like, whoa, 14-0 here. This is not looking too good. But again, they have to defend. They have to defend. They have to start something here. It's not over yet till it's over. And, you know, to all the viewers out there, make sure to show your love to these two teams. If you're from Singapore, show some love to Team Choco Babes. Of course, if you're from Malaysia, say Jom Sokong, your team right here, which is Team UTP.
Yeah, well, Choco Babes do have some degree of defensive capability here because Minwan Fury is very good at counter-engaging. Then you have Last Insanity and the Yin Yang reaction, so there's at least a way to maybe clear out minion waves, but if Team UTP just decide to dive them, then it's difficult for them to respond.
Yeah, and we've already seen a lot of teams who are very aggressive. They just dive into the turret. Speaking of turret,
Speaking of, the two-man Petrify, Ruby is just gone. Emmy once again doing their job, and Raspberry Mojito gonna be the next one to fall. A beautiful jump into the backline, catches out 2 without penalty zone. Triple kill for a win. The mid inhibitor has fallen. It's just Han is the only survivor, but there's nothing he can do against the combined might of Team UTP as they break down the crystal and emerge the winners of game number 1.
Turret diving and ending the game. Team UTP takes game 1, powered by Galaxy S24 Ultra. The victory can be yours, just like them with the new Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra.
Ooh, really impressive performance coming in here from Team UTP. Really taking advantage of the strengths of their lineup and understanding exactly how they need to punish their opponents for not properly counter-drafting them.
Yeah, I think I think that's why you give the advantage to Team UTP, because you notice that the drafting or the hero choices is actually to counter the heroes from Team Choco Babes, right? I think that is one of the reasons why you selected them in here. But most importantly, after we have seen the gameplay, the mechanical plays, the positioning, the confidence to just go in and dive, tower dive, and get as many kills as they want, just snowball all the way to the fact, and it ended the game instantly. I don't think they even get a kill from Choco Babe's side. I don't think so.
No.
Yeah, correct. It was a full, clean, the wipe out, whatever it is. And yeah, shout out to Team UTP for such a dominating performance. As for Team Choco Babes, it's still not over yet. You still have game 2. Let's hope that you can pick up the slack from that game 1 and force overtime in order to go to game 3.
Unfortunately, there really is a lot to work on here. Like, we've seen a good number of one-sided games so far this tournament, but I think this was one of the most obvious overall, just from looking at the kill score itself. So there's a lot of work to have to do. The draft needed a little bit more consideration. The execution needed a little bit more finesse. As we can see in the highlights here, right from the beginning, Team UTP were controlling neutral objective fights. And I think Emmy definitely stood out as a player this game.
Yeah, Emmy was timing the ultimates really well, know when to go in place. Of course, we have to give credits to Miss and El Nino for their Basia X Angela combo wombo duo. But then again, it's all about the kills. Emmy just stacking up kills, just getting up the core items as much as possible and punishing Choco Babes, because as you mentioned again, Choco Babes, they want to play for the late game. But how can you have a sustainable late game when you can't even defend or maintain your early and middle presence?
Yeah, that's the thing, right? That's why when you have a team composition like this, you gotta make sure that you have some kind of scaling graph, that there's at least someone on your team that's going to be effective at all stages of the game. Honestly, Team UTP, they didn't exactly hit this balance as well. Their composition is a little bit weaker than Choco Babes once you get into the late stages of the game. But they recognize that and basically made sure that would never happen.
Yeah, and you can see that Win with the Harif just takes over here. Oh, they do get a kill.
Oh, they did get one.
Yes. That is something I want to see. But anyhow, ladies and gentlemen, your MVP is none other than Emmy here. 9 kills, 0 deaths, 4 assists with a 72% team fight participation.
We see his first item as well was that new item, the Sky Piercer. I do think that while Sky Piercer as an item is very powerful on almost any hero that will deal a lot of damage, it is the most effective on heroes that are known to be able to one-shot. The Kaditas, the Eudoras, the Sabers, because they already come with a lot of built-in damage right from the beginning, and they're able to stack up the item very effectively.
Yeah, and look at him just flaunting, just taunting here with the new S24 Ultra, Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra right here, and the scoreboard comes into play. And then going back to what you just said, yeah, burst heroes, right? Burst damage heroes. I think those are very crucial. So no wonder when we see the Katita play using the ultimate, it was very instant. It was just a wipe out, a melted down situation for the opponents. Did not have a chance to even escape from the battlefield.
Angela also gets an indirect buff with the combination of Necklace and Glowing Wand. In the past, Angela always had to go for Necklace. Like, going for Glowing was just a bit too greedy on them, because after that, they'd have to build more utility items, like the Flask, for example. But now, the items have been combined together, so you get the best of both worlds for a lot cheaper cost, and it does combine well with a hero like the Baxia to just invade the enemy and run them down.
Yep, and wow, this is just unfortunate for Team Choco Babes. At least 4 members have 0% participation. I mean, you can't do much, right, when you're just down that badly. You just got beaten down that lead in hand. But it's okay. Again, this is still not the end of the game. They are going to go into game 2. They're going to try to fix things up a bit, especially with the latest patch, the latest adjustments in hand. I really want to see them, you know, why not go with something a bit more for the pocket pick, out of the pocket picks here, you know, just try out something different. Perhaps just, you know, experiment things up. But we are always telling them, you know, to try to force the game, try to force the game tree. But in this case scenario, what would you do if you already think that, okay, my opponent is a little bit too much to bear? Are we still going to try to use our comfortable picks, but we try to save it for the next round? Or would we want to try something different using this time of stage?
So the thing is, when you go for a hyper jungle and then double fighter side lane, you need to be picking winning side lanes. You need to be winning side lanes, in fact, because you are basically saying that your jungle is not going to be the strongest as compared to your opponents, right? So the thing is, Xborg and Esmeralda, while on paper, can actually hold up pretty well against Terizla and even outright win against the Harif. They don't have a lot of direct pressure in that early game. They're not able to set up kills. They're not able to chase away the enemy unless they're like really ahead. And that allows for the Baxia to just roll right past them, roll right into them with the Heart Guard and everything. And when you don't have a tools to take down the Baxia already, how are you even going to consider getting through to the rest of his team?
Yep, so I mean, the long story short is, if you're going to play the comfortable setup, which is what they are doing right now, try to win the lanes, you know, just that's the most key objective, you know, win the lanes and then get your core items before you can start to try to join the team fight. But from the things that I'm looking at right now, Team UTP, they are controlling the tempo.
Yes.
They're bringing the fight to them, not the other way around.
Yeah, so the flaw with Choco Babes is, and what I think they need to address going into game number 2 is, go for a draft that makes it easier for you to play around early game aggression, since you already know your enemy team wants to play quite aggressively early on. And if you don't feel like you're capable of doing that, instead, identify weaknesses in your opponent's lineup and then hard focus on that. What they really needed to do was take advantage of the fact that their mid lane is going to be stronger. They have a Loyi versus an Angela. They're 100% winning mid lane control almost all the time. Use that, create some pressure through that mid lane control to gank other side lanes, allow those to win out, then use that space to give more time for your lane to farm. Like, that should be the logical sequence of steps.
Yeah, I agree on that as well. You know, having the mid lane control already, you can open up the side lanes, because, you know, definitely the side heroes are going to try to rotate to where they need to defend their turrets, right? So giving more options as well. So it's more like a snowball effect, like you mentioned. So let's hope they take your advices right over there. As again, game Game 2 is coming out anytime soon, and we're looking forward to see what they have in mind. Again, ladies and gentlemen, you are now watching the Samsung Galaxy Gaming Academy Campus Series, Mobile Legends, Bang Bang, and the teams right now, we are currently in Match 3 series, where Team UTP is up 1-0 against Team Choco Babes in this best of 3 rounds. So if let's say Team UTP were to win this round, they will head into the upper brackets round 2, waiting for their opponents, either Venus, Vincere, or DX Origins.
Yep, and that would mean that Choco Babes would fall into the lower bracket. And we've already emphasized multiple times that these teams want to avoid dropping into the lower bracket. It just makes the journey to the grand finals more difficult, more pressure, because you only have that one life remaining. So Choco Babes needs to pull it back together. I think they're a team that has potential. They, after all, went through an entire online qualifiers to get to this stage. So we gotta show them some support, right?
Yep.
I'm sure that they've got friends and fans down here in the chat. Make sure you guys shout them out as well.
Yeah, shout them out. Make sure to like, make sure to share. Make sure to let us know in the comment section also which type of players you're actually supporting, so we can do the shout out as well on our stream here, or at least in the tournament section. But in the meantime, like you said earlier, yes, you're gonna play more games in the lower bracket final, the lower bracket tier. In fact, I think extra 2 games, because you need to go through the lower bracket finals, then you only can go up to the grand finals instead. So again, for today's whole schedule, we're trying to finish up the upper bracket rounds, round 1 and round 2. And of course, we have day 2, which is tomorrow. We'll also focus on the lower bracket rounds, where, you know, unfortunately, we have to see 4 teams being sent home. Yep. And
tomorrow
of course,
is gonna be terrifying. It is actually a bloodbath happening tomorrow, as teams are just eliminated from the competition left and right. Luckily for those teams, they have at least the rest of today to think and consider about what they need to improve and change before they come in for the games tomorrow.
Yep. And of course, that way we also day 2 as well. We'll also be seeing the upper bracket finals, wherever the winner goes straight into the grand finals for day 3. So of course, the remaining games will be in day 3 as well. But anyhow, ladies and gentlemen, that's all for the info that we have here. We're going to go into game number 2 between Team UTP versus Choco Babes.
And the teams have switched sides as per usual. Choco Babe now going to be drafting on the blue side, Team UTP on the red. And we can see that the moment that Team UTP are on the red side, they themselves decide to ban the Angela. So it looks like this is a hero they prioritize quite a lot.
Yeah, I feel like the Angela, they are not going to give the Angela towards the opponents and around. So you said, you know what? We already shown what we can do, great things with this Angela. Let us just ban, and then we'll focus onto the other heroes that we have in line. The surprise, shock and awe moment, perhaps for Team UTP. They're going to save it here for this game. Meantime, Fanny also being banned after you check it, and Arlott will be the first choice of selection for the side of Team Choco Babes.
It's not the first time we've seen Arlott being picked as the very first choice here, but the previous time that happened, that team did actually end up losing. So we'll see whether Choco Babes can deny the potential pass that has occurred. The Roger going to be contested by Team UTP. So far, one of the top picked heroes here in this tournament, and I expect one of the top picked heroes in the meta in general, alongside the Matilda.
Wow,
she's had a high ban rate too.
Yep, high ban rate, and finally, just like the Harif, got let go and eventually got selected already. So now we don't see 100% ban rate for any of the heroes at the moment. Harif and Matilda are finally out. Looking forward to see this Matilda though. She's going to give a lot of support and a lot of damage in place.
Matilda is just such a useful hero in general, but we see an interesting counter here. The Lolita and the Xavier. 2 heroes that we don't really get to see a lot of. Lolita definitely having a powerful ultimate and the ability to reflect projectiles. Hasn't seen a lot of pro play in general. As well as Xavier, who did recently get buffed as well.
Yep, got a buff in terms of the damage output, the magic attack, or the damage in place. And yeah, this is very new. This is what, you know, I want to see. You know, Choco Babe say that, hey, maybe perhaps it's time to start experimenting, and perhaps this will work better in our favor. While in the meantime, also taking to what in your advice, trying to go for early to mid-game scaling better. It'll be a bit more comfortable rather than to save everything and scale up to the later games inside. But Fedrin makes his Let's mark again his appearance in the side of Team UTP, banning out Cloud, and of course Min Sita from the side of Team Choco Babes.
I think it's not really necessary to ban out Min Sitar. He's good at countering Arlet, yes, but otherwise, isn't that effective at dealing with the rest of the team so far? If anything, Valentina might be a little bit more considering here, because stealing the Numenon Blast and Final Slash could be quite valuable for UTP, but they go for the Yuzong instead.
Yeah, the Yuzong. Giving a little bit more mobility, can start the fights anytime soon using the Black Dragon form. You know, you can just tower dive or turret dive, whatever case, and helping his team to deal sustainable damage from time to time. In the meantime, for Choco Babe, they will drop. Oh, is that a Melissa?
It is indeed a Melissa.
And a Martis, okay.
I actually quite like the Melissa here. Her ultimate would be able to stop both Roger, Fredrin, and the Yuzong from jumping on top of her. And they could be pretty good to be able to provide that range, but it means they need a solid enough front line to prevent that. And UTP, they'll just decide, okay, we'll just go for the far side instead. We don't need to break through your front line. We just need to artillery fire your back line.
Yes, behind enemy lines, you know, keeping safe and just dumping down all the damage output that they can find. But again, I feel I'm still sticking to my choice in here. I want Choco Babes to force Game 3 into Game 2's victory. So I will give the benefit of the doubt for their drafting. And I'm looking forward to see the type of heroes that firstly just came out today. That we selected Melissa, Lolita, Xavier. I want to see those heroes work out.
I do definitely enjoy when teams bring out new heroes that have not yet seen the light of day. But unfortunately, my brain meta-wise feels like Team UTP are still gonna be stronger overall. So we'll see which one of us is correct here as we jump into the land of dawn once again. Choco Babes from Singapore on the blue side versus Team UTP from Malaysia on the red.
As you can see, it's the usual setup, going in for their buffs. I believe this is the orange or red buff in here, giving a little bit more damage in hand. Vedran will have this chance from the side of Team UTP. In the meantime, Martis will be the one that will get the orange or red buff in place. While for the mid lane, the battle to control the Litomon as well for a little bit of gold and a little bit of the presence of the river side in this map. So basic setup, and looking forward to see who is able to upskill to level 4 first.
Blade on the Martis has elected to go killing spree. Very greedy emblem choice. Basically, it means that he has to kill people.
Yes,
he 100% has to snowball this game, or he will lose all relevance by mid-game.
I'm going to predict that he's going to get Skypiercer as well to help him with that, that particular, to upskill his skill, but we may never know.
Like, there's a reason why we do see pro players going for different emblem setups on the Martis. We see the doll being thrown out by the Melissa here. Not going to do too much just yet. She doesn't have items, so the damage is going to be a bit low.
Yep. Can win as the Roger here going up 1-on-1, but hold up here. Safa seems to be in trouble.
Arachnot almost falls there, forced to use the Petrify to make sure he's able to survive against Is Just Done. So has to actually be quite careful. Yuzong usually can 1v1 most opponents, but Arlet can be a tricky one.
Yes, especially if you haven't hit level 4 yet, so it's a little bit too risky to just go in for the commitment. But nonetheless, however, Fredrin will go and start off with the fight of the turtle, trying to capture that right here as El Nino using whatever she can to just phase out or zone out the opponents.
Black Dragon form gonna come in to zone out the Raspberry, Mojito, as well as Blade. Just forcing them away with the Feathered Airstrike committed as well. Blade gonna drop. That's first blood going to Team UTP. They get the turtle, and now it's Justin gets sniped as well. Emmy with the double kill right off the bat.
Yeah, Emmy doing his very best to shut down the opponents with the help of his teammates as well. I thought the attack was more just to zone out the players from Team Choco Babes to not touch the turtle, or at least let Fedrin get the kill, get the capture from the hands of Miss himself. But hey, the overall wise, they get even more. They got 2 kills, they get the turtle, and you know, I feel like that skirmish is going to snowball things up for them.
Yeah, Emmy definitely feels like they're emerging as a star here in this tournament. Had probably some of the flashiest and most consistent plays out of anyone we have seen. So definitely going to be a lot of eyes on them here. Perhaps Choco Babes, this is where they paint a target like, okay, Emmy needs to go.
Yes, I think for Choco Babes, they have to target down Emmy. In fact, with the Farsa, aside from, you know, one of the mobility skills that they're able to fly her back out there, but other than that, they should try to aim for her. But whether or not can they actually do to the extent to go and reach up to her and take her down with how much resources that they're going to pour into that, we'll have to see from the side of Choco Babes.
As of now,
top side.
Oh, hold on a second here. Miz gonna get caught out. Blade not doing enough damage just yet. Numenon Blast gonna be charged here. Lands on no one, unfortunately. And that means Blade is just picked off. Feathered Airstrike zoning out Choco Babes as well, not allowing them to continue to fight. Miz, he has his eyes on Raspberry, but he'll just walk away.
Oh, not looking so good for Blade and Martis, especially said the killing spree emblem needs kills. The problem is he's getting killed left and right.
Up a stun onto Win, but here comes Miz from the backline. We see the Melissa ult being popped to make sure that he's able to zone out Team UTP. He will succeed.
Will succeed indeed, but for how long? The turtle will be in contest, and I feel like Team UTP, they still have the Mojo into them. They still have the map control, and that's Fedrin. Just so easily put there, but Justin able to get a kill onto Win though.
That's actually a big pickoff as well. Team UTP's goal laner just caught vulnerable. Choco Babes, they need things like this. If they're able to continue with more pickoffs, it'll be great. U2 walking very far forward here to try and steal the turtle, but Miz just retrieves it, secures it with no problem at all.
Yeah, and I think Team Choco Babes decided that, you know, it's not a risk that she should take, especially with heroes who are lingering across the hero pit, and you have strength in numbers on the side of Team UTP, well positioned anytime to dive in for the skirmish or to start an attack of themselves. So Team UTP will hold on to that second turtle as we go into another technical pause right here, ladies and gentlemen, as this is a good time to actually talk about the game, to check the players' reactions in place. And for those who don't know, the Galaxy Gaming Academy Campus Series is powered by Galaxy S24 Ultra. Victory can be yours with the new Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra. You can see our players here are all using the Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra for the entirety of the tournament, and definitely you want to have a phone that is up to tier in this high-class tournament.
It is your ultimate gaming companion and just generally a great device to have for your day-to-day life and whatever you need. Make sure you guys go check them out to show them some support. This tournament would not be possible without them. And now we get the chance to talk about what's happening just a little bit here. Remember how I mentioned that Blade needs to snowball on this hero to remain relevant?
Correct.
Well, he is not. In fact, the opposite is happening, and the Martis is getting picked off every single time. So when that happens, this hero really just does not contribute.
Yes, not contributing, not being able to upscale his his core items, his own skills as well. In fact, you wanted this Martis to be the killer, right? You know, aside from being off lane, just taking care of your side lanes as well as we go at XP, but the killing needs to start right here. The contributions of the attack just couldn't land forward, and it's just a shame for Choco Babes to have this bad start or this rough start ahead. Nonetheless, however, shout out to our admin right here, SGGA Diamonds Airdrop, already handed another code, as you can see from the live chat here. And of course, we do see a lot of couple of comments here supporting both teams, Choco Babes and of course UTP in hand. So big shout out to all the fans right here. Make sure to leave your comments down below. Make sure to let us know which players or teams you're supporting, whether you're from Indonesia, from Singapore or Malaysia. Show some love in the comment section.
It's great to see that there's so many people around to show support to these young players. It shows that they have fans as well. Their potential has been recognized, and there's people wishing for them to succeed. So it's time to really expend all of that youthful energy to show and demonstrate their true capabilities here in the land of Dawn.
Yes, indeed. The champion will be walking away with 7,500 United States dollars. That's a huge chunk pool of money out of the total prize pool of 15,000 USD. You can see the players here just waiting for the technical pause to stop and to resume once again. All smiles on the side of Team UTP. It seems like they already have a game plan right here and they seem like very, very confident in hand. But it's great to see them being very confident because this will snowball back in not only today's game, but, you know, to the later game, because if they were to win, they'll still have another game to face off against one, either Venus, Vincier, or DX Origin.
For those of you who may not be aware of what we're referring to, every single winner that we've watched today will actually get to watch them one more time, because we are going to be witnessing the upper bracket round 2 as well, where the winners will face off against one another to see who our winners of winners are going to be going into the upper bracket finals.
Oh, this is going to be very tough. I think we need to see the whole until match 1 to match 4 first. Then only we can decide which teams I would say are more favorable, are more suitable to, or much more qualified to get into the finals and stuff. I can see one of our players here showing some love onto the camera. And yeah, going back to the confidence is definitely key. As Choco Babes also still not giving up as well. They're showing some love as well to the camera crew and to all of us here. Again, to the audience out there, please share your support. Just comment down, hi, I support this team, you know, hi, I support this player. I want to give my love to them. They need it all right here, even though it's right in front of the camera, or, you know, if you're on ground, offsite of the event, you can just support them by cheering out loud and proud.
After all, these players need all of you as well. This tournament wouldn't be possible without everyone behind the screen and everyone in front of it, and that is you. Thank you very much for choosing to join us for the Samsung Galaxy Gaming Academy Campus Series today. It's going to be happening all weekend, so if you're here to show your support already, make sure you guys stick around to see your favorite teams, your friends, your acquaintances move all the way into the end.
And indeed, again, day 1, still got day 2 and day 3. Looking forward for all 3 regions. Again, for those who don't know or just tuned by, the teams will have to go through a country open qualifiers and finals, where 2 teams, each from Indonesia and Singapore, while 4 teams from Malaysia will compete with 1-on-1 against this playoffs, or the regional playoffs to be more precise. And of course, all games will be in the best of 3 format until the grand finals, which is going to be a grueling best of 5 series. And for those who are also new right here, remember to check out onto the live chat or on the screens for those random airdrops. I believe Safa just confirmed it's going to be free Mobile Legends Bang Bang Diamonds.
Diamonds. We all love diamonds. We all want diamonds. We know what we can do with those shiny gems right there. So make sure you guys are always active and aware of what's going on in the chat right now. But considering that we're still waiting for our technical difficulties to get resolved here, KVC, I want to ask you, it's been a while since the last time you casted some MLBB.
Oh, wow.
what are your thoughts about, like, how it is now?
Oh, it's great, it's great. I mean, aside from the patch being dropped on us, bomb drop on us, that's one. I had to do some studying review. I think we talked about this during the rehearsals yesterday. But other than that, I've been very excited. I like to see the young students, the players. I think most of them are from the collegiate level. But like you said also, you did your research. You say that some of these players also, from at least from Malaysia and from Indonesia, they do join the development leagues over there. So for Indonesia, would be Mobile Legends Bang Bang Development League, while for Malaysia, would be Mobile Legends Bang Bang Academy League. And then some of these players or teams actually nearly qualified for the prestigious MPL or Mobile Legends Professional League in their respective regions here. So I'm very interested. I'm very excited to see these young talents in play. Especially Mobile Legends has been a very popular mobile game right here in our Southeast Asia region. So very honored for Samsung having me here. Very honored to be casting with you as well. I think this is our very first time casting here. So for those who don't know, this is our very first time. Even though we look like, wow, we've been casting for a very long time, but this is our first time casting. The chemistry is there. Just like the Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra, powered by all of this right here. And victory can be yours using that phone.
The phone are going to be a great tool to get you all the way to Mythic Immortal. So if you guys are looking to climb the ladder, you gotta make sure that a great workman has great tools. So looking into the Galaxy S24 Ultra sounds like the way to go for you. But considering how things are going with this game right now, I imagine it's going to be pretty difficult overall for the Choco Babes to mount a comeback.
Yeah, I mean, we saw the first skirmish. It was very, very close. Then you see glimmer of hope that they actually got a kill around the turtle pit. But after that, it just snowballed back into the favor of Team UTP. And I think Team UTP already realizes that, hey, you know what? We trust in our lineup. We trust in our system. We trust in our philosophy. You know, the philosophy is to play aggressively, a little bit cautious as well, but we want to play aggressively, try to tower or turret dive, try to fight through the skirmishes. We bring the fight to them to catch them off guard on Choco Babe's side. Choco Babe's side, in the meantime, initially earlier on, they were saying, you know, our philosophy is to play the late game. Let's try to stretch it out. We believe in our philosophy, but unfortunately, it just got broken down instantly. Only conceding, sorry, it's not conceding, only getting 1 kill, but conceding 14 kills in total from the side of Team UTP. So moving forward with this second drive, yeah, I feel they are much more confident right now. They say that, hey, you know what, let's just stick to what's simple for us, what's comfortable for us. But it doesn't seem like that way, and I hope it's not like that, because we are going back into game number 2 right here, ladies and gentlemen. It seems like we are looking at the top side right now. 3 versus 2 in the favor of Team UTP.
Ooh, they did actually manage to steal that scavenger crab as well on Team UTP, so not even allowing the little victories to their opponents. They do scout out El Nino in the bush, but not able to stop him from escaping.
Yeah, not able to escape. You know, not even getting those small victories, which can lead them a little bit of recovery time. But, oh, it looks like Team UTP is just putting on salt onto injury right now, killing off Justin. The Arlet here is not going to get any more farms already, just stunting his growth, and maybe more to come.
Ragnarok is not done even. He wants to win, and he does. Basically comes out on top in a 1v2 situation. Things are just getting worse for the Choco Babes.
Oh, Choco Babes, not losing 2. I believe your 2 cores, right? Called damage heroes in Justin and Blade. Just not unfortunate. It's very unfortunate right there. And then Emmy taking out Rumi again. 3 kills already with 1 turret in the bag.
Emmy just demonstrating mid lane dominance throughout this series. Like already having such a strong performance on the Kadita, and now showing that they're capable of playing these artillery mages like Farsa as well. Is Justin though actually able to get a revenge kill onto Walknut in that bot lane?
Yeah, I mean, after 3 kills and 1 turret, that's just a consolation prize here. I really want to say that it's a fire starter to spark up their confidence back, or at least their mojo, but still not going to be enough. Another technical pause comes into play, ladies and gentlemen. Many apologies as well. We did not expect to be having such technical pauses, but again, we want to make sure everything is smooth, everything is proper, everything is organized for our players' experience to be at the top-notch level.
After all, we want to make sure that the players are actually able to operate and play the game at 100%. We don't want them to have to proceed with the game if they're not able to do so. And that's why we have people put in place to make sure that everything is okay with everyone on that stage.
Yes, agreed. And of course, well, if you are just tuning by here, welcome to the Samsung Galaxy Gaming Academy Campus Series Mobile Legends Bang Bang. My name is KBC. Alongside with me is none other than Safa. We'll be taking you through the entirety of the games of day 1. And so far, it has been phenomenal.
We've seen some incredible gameplay. We've seen one-sided victories. We've seen interesting strategies, demonstration of what the new meta and new patch is all about. And I feel like we've only just scratched the surface.
Yep, including the new emblems, the new items being used. there's so much more left. We haven't seen the heroes that has been potentially been buffed, or majorly buffed. They're able, and they're still not being able to play. We haven't seen the Zas yet. We haven't seen the Owlers yet. Yet in working line. Have you seen Chow already?
No, not yet, I think.
So there's still much more possibilities in hand, and this is why it keeps Mobile Legends Bang Bang fresh, all these different changes in place. And yes, of course, they do bomb drop us last 2 days ago with the new patch, and we have to force to study on and do a revision, but everything is still fine, and very interested to see what we have here.
Yeah, absolutely. I just feel bad that we're not seeing more of the new heroes, right? More of the heroes that have been updated. But I am honestly surprised by the hero pool that we've already received. A lot of unique choices have already come to light here. And technically, we're only just about halfway done with day 1 too.
Yep, and speaking of this, we're also looking forward for the new hero, right? Sin. Yeah, she's not out yet, don't worry. She's not out yet. If she is, then both of us are actually sweating buckets right now. Because we also don't know what is going on, with the new hero and the new skills. But overall, new hero, aside from new hero, the improvements on the map, much clearer, much brighter. The wall improvements as well. I heard that they make a lot of features, including some Easter eggs in the game. So if you have time right now, maybe you can check out the game for yourself. You can check out the latest adjustments, the latest plays in hand. And yeah, one more important part is, of course, if you're tuning by to the stream, make sure to like, make sure to subscribe, make sure to share this to your family and friends, and most importantly to those who are playing Mobile Legends Bang Bang, whether you're from Indonesia, whether you're from Singapore, or at our country land right here, Malaysia. We as the casters, even though we are both Malaysians, we support every team. We support the best team, but of course, the team that team that loses, but they still try very hard, we'll still support them through heart.
Yeah, after all, this is meant to be a platform for all aspiring champions and for many an amateur player all across these regions. Every single one of them getting a chance to demonstrate their capabilities and show the skills that they've cultivated over long experiences here in the land of Dawn. And it's all coming to a bear as well, right? We're getting to see all of these skills clash against one another.
Yeah, one another, showing their prowess, showing their team chemistry, the communication. And in fact, later onwards, if you're staying tuned for the upper bracket round 2, the winners of the upper bracket round 2, we will have some special interviews with the players.
Ooh, okay, that's quite interesting. I don't get a lot of chance to hear interviews with more amateur level players. Right? We always see interviews with pro players, but at this level, I get the feeling we'll be able to get some more interesting insights that are a little bit closer to the typical player of MLBB.
Yeah, I'm with you as well. I wanted to know, I'm very curious to know what other players are thinking, especially those high intense moments when they're having a team fight. What is their thought process? What went through into their minds? What made them make this choice instead of the other? And I know players would have a little bit of difficulty to answer the questions perhaps later onwards, but I think, getting a little bit of the tidbits, getting a little bit of insight is definitely something that me and you would definitely want to learn and perhaps get to implement it into our games here.
Yeah, I'm sure lots of our viewers at home as well would be very interested to hear about what these players have to say. But of course, that's going to happen later on in the day.
Yep.
For now, I'd like you guys to take a moment to remember that we do have drop-offs that are going to be happening. We have airdrops that are going to be happening across the stream. So sometimes you might see a code flashing up on the broadcast itself. And other times, you'll get to see codes being dropped in the stream chat itself. So you guys want to be fast so that you can claim those ASAP.
Yeah, shout out to our admin right here, SGGA Diamonds Airdrop. He or she has been very helpful as well. Basically, he or she just put down the code, but also shared the link to actually redeem those diamonds. So for those who just tuned by right here, if you miss it out, make sure to scroll back to the comments because it's always a floating comment section, right? So make sure to check it out, make sure to ask as well. And our admin here has been very, very helpful. Any questions or any information you want to know, they will be there to help you.
So make sure you guys show some support and comment the teams that you want to move on into the next stage of everything. And maybe take the time to share with us what you guys think about the brand new patch that just dropped in MLBB. We've gotten to see what some of these players think in terms of their draft, in terms of the way they're approaching the game. But maybe we're kind of curious to hear what all of you guys watching at home think about it as well.
Yeah, so drop your comments down below, drop your questions down below as well. We'll try to take a read if we do have time, especially if we actually have time right now. No? So let us know what do you think of so far, entirety of the game, or what would you think about the new patch, right? What type of heroes are you actually looking forward to use here?
Yeah. How about you, KVC? Like, you did your research yesterday, right? Like, you did a lot of studying last night.
Man.
After all the studying you did, is there any particular hero that you really wanted to try out?
For my personal use, I think I'm going to offend a lot of people, but for my use, because I'm more of a tank roamer, but I do play pseudo fighter at the same time, beating in side lane, I will go for Bane.
Ooh.
Bane recently has an update as well. Very strong. I believe it was the first skill. Correct me if I'm wrong. Is it the one that slashes on? The one that has the
That's
AoE?
His passive.
Oh, that's a passive?
Yes,
Okay,
yes.
I think that is the one. Yeah, that's the one I'm actually looking forward. I think that's one of it. And I know Bane, back in the OG, he was the buff pirate guy, and then suddenly he decided to become me, a little bit overweight. Yeah, I know. No offense to all overweight people here, just like me, all right? But he has been in the meta for quite some time or so. He was one of the better side lane pushers as well, with his ultimate in place. But now he has a buff. I think people want to see him more often in the pool.
I see. That is pretty interesting.
I wanted to know about yours. You have a few. I know you have a few.
I had a few,
Maybe
yes.
top
And
three top
I've
three.
already tried quite a few of them as well.
Okay.
Like the one that immediately stood out to me the most was Saber.
Saber?
Yes. I literally right after I did my patch note review,
okay,
I immediately jumped into a game to play a Roam Saber with Sky Piercer and Fleeting Time.
Wow. You know what? I actually thought that you would be using Alpha first, the brother instead, because he will have a better buff in terms of the new items. But yeah, Saber is great. Great lockdown hero. We don't really see him much, but there was one season where he was actually quite a meta hero because he gets to lock down all those mage heroes, right, running away from there. Okay, aside from Saber, what else?
Mainly I wanted to try Aulus. I used to like Aulus a lot when he was first released.
We talked about that before.
I've been waiting a long time for him to get some buffs again. I don't think it's quite good enough to put him into the meta, but he definitely feels more fun to play.
Yeah, a bit slowly, surely. I think the players also need to decide what type of right core items that you can pair with him in order to stay relevant into the early and mid stages game. And the last one will be?
Layla.
Just because there's a new
Just because her
item,
weapon is an item. And it's so... I literally showed you the game I played when I tried her out. And I got so farmed to the degree where I was literally like sniping people in 2 or 3 shots when they were barely on my screen.
Okay, no diss to Layla. I respect every hero, to be frank. Yes, okay, I support every hero. That's why they are reasoning that the players who instant lock Layla in my ranked games, they are not the type of Layla players that I want to see, to be frank. They're just getting gang, and then they get side lane gang, and we always say enemy is missing, but they still get gang. So I don't know what else to say from here.
I mean, maybe you're just not protecting your Layla well enough. Right?
I mean, yeah, if I'm the tank and I get the blame, I won't support my side lane heroes, but I also need to roam around, right? I need to do my job also to get some information or intel to roam the different lanes. But yeah, I think Layla is a great choice also. Again, Layla is also one of the heroes that phases or excels in the late game phase. And I believe with a very good team, she is unstoppable. She
can definitely be. I mean, I definitely felt that yesterday. I don't even remember what my score was. I think it was like 21-0-11 or something like that.
Yeah, you showed me.
It was like a very extreme example because I got very fed very quickly. Like the enemy team failed a gank. And then I got like a double kill right at the start of the game.
Man.
Like otherwise it would not have gone that far, I feel like.
Anyways. Okay, yeah, by the way, I just want to give a friendly reminder. Again, everybody down in the comment section, please keep it clean. Please keep it friendly. You know, we don't want to make any enemies. Everybody's a friend right here. Again, it's just in the game. And after the game, we're all friends here. So keep the comment section as civil as possible. Of course, please, if you really want to lash it all out, make sure to respectfully share your criticisms in the comment section. We want to keep it as civil as possible. All right. Thank you so much. Again, shout out to our admin here, SGGA Diamonds airdrop. You, whoever you are actually the real MVP. I'm telling you this right now.
Yeah, when we get to the MVP screen at the end game, it's not going to be one of the players. It's going to be you.
And then we'll put perhaps some image of some diamonds, maybe, because you're the diamond.
We'll put an image of a mirror. It's not going to work, but you can believe it will.
Yeah, shout out right there. We love admin, everybody in the chats right now, right? So, yeah, going back again to our chat, our talk. Okay, another hero that I want to see is Zas.
Oh, yeah.
We did say before, we did talk off camera that, you know, instead of being the instead it will be a laser type of focus.
Yes.
And even though the damage reduced, but it's consistent damage. Let me think. Chow, I already see a lot of Chow. To be frank, I'm really sick of Chow. I see every skin, everything built for him.
Yeah, but I mean, I do kind of like the buff they gave him, actually.
Yes, correct. But the ultimate just dropped.
Yeah, that one does feel a bit bad. Like, I feel like they didn't need to do that, but it's fine, you know? Like, I think you can still definitely make use of the kick here. It's just, it's still going to be very valuable as a whole, but reducing physical defense is great.
Yep.
Anyway,
wait, what? We have the game?
We're back! Huh? Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for being patient with us. We are back once again with Choco Babes versus Team UTP. Currently, Game 2. Team UTP up 1.
Yes, UTP having the momentum in their favor right here, and they are looking forward to get another capture, which will be the lot instead. But then Raspberry Mojito in a lot of trouble right here, Safar.
Yeah, he's trying to flicker away, but there's just too much. Team UTP are chasing him down with this Matilda. Final Slash can be pushing Fredrin away, but he gets pulled back as well. Fettered Airstrike can be zoning out the Choco Babes as Walknut is chasing them down. U2 already dropping to a very low amount of HP, forced back into their base. And we can see there Nova Elvino literally recalling in front of their base, taunting the Choco Babes.
Woo, woo. It's the sound of the police, and the police is definitely Team UTP right there, just showing dominance, just tower, turret diving, or jungle diving in this case of time, just wanting to bring the fight to Choco Babes. Meanwhile, Choco Babes, they made the safe strategic decision to move out of the way. They definitely aren't ready to handle this pressure coming in from Team UTP.
Yeah. Now this becomes very problematic for them because we literally talked about how their Martis, one of their cores, relies on snowballing to actually make something happen, and it's not happening. Walknut for using Petrify, following the full combo, but now he's 1v3. He's not quite able to finish off his Just Tan. He gets picked off, but that means that TUTP get a tower in the top lane.
I think the tower is definitely much more valuable in this case of scenario. You want to extend your key objectives to take as much map control to make life easier for the Lord later to march into enemy lines and take down inhibitor turret.
Things are looking just a little bit up at the very least. Walknut did not need to play as aggressively as that. Like, I could get that he's ahead, but if that was anyone else, yes. If it's just Han, then you probably want to doubt it just a little bit. Arlet, again, is a tricky hero.
Yeah, Arlet. It's very, very hard to survive right now, but it's all okay here, ladies and gentlemen. Team UTP, they will be able to take the Lord. And this time around, Just Tan once again. Gee, we jinxed him just now. Unfortunately, we'll have to bite the dust to live another day. 22 seconds down the graveyard timer.
I mean, if Walknut tries to take the 1v1, then it can be tricky. If he takes a 1v3 situation, then yeah, you know, it's Just Tan is not going to be able to survive in that situation. And with the kill going over the win, we can definitely see the Rogers starting to really build up in terms of items and damage. Feathered Airstrike comes out to zone Choco Babes off the tower, so Team UTP can take it more easily. Numenon Blasto will successfully chase them off and keep it intact.
Yeah, but then this is just an inevitable move. You know, they're still not defending their turrets properly. The turret is going to eventually fall down, and then, you know, devs are coming in. But then here comes the team fight, perhaps.
Ooh, El Nino jumping too far forward, gets picked off. The taunt from Miz, not going to be able to pull It's Just Tan out enough.
Fedrin.
So they just have to sacrifice him there. Miz almost gets caught by himself, but he's still fine.
Okay, great defense right there coming in from Team Choco Babes. They managed to, perhaps I would say, stop the split push, because I believe if they did not do so, then the inhibitor turret from the top side will be broken down.
The Lord will be cleared up at the very least by Choco Babes. They still have all 3 inhibitors standing, but with the net worth lead slowly expanding, we're seeing a 6k advantage in favor of Team UTP. Not the biggest we've seen, but still quite detrimental considering the draft that the Choco Babes is playing.
Yeah, Choco Babes, they definitely need more farm out of it. We just saw the golden staff as well from Melissa's hand. Just unfortunate at this point of time, she should be getting a second core item already. Oh, but the Sea Halberd going into the hands of the R-Lord. So maybe they can force Team UTP to play carelessly, pick off those picks, and then eventually they might be able to snowball back into their favor.
Arlet damage can be quite risky, right? It's just that I wouldn't be surprised if most of his items are damage-based, and even when lethal ignition as well. Typically, players would want to play a little bit more flexible with the items and build. Ooh, Win actually doing a lot of damage by now. But still has to be careful with positioning.
Yep. Positioning is very key here. He does not want to just leap forward and get caught by the members of Choco Babes. So it's good also that Team UTP is showing some sportsmanship here. You know, it's not like, I'm just going to go in and then we'll see how it goes. But they are still cautious of every play, and they know that the Lord is going to respond in the next 22 seconds. So they don't want to lose team fight, and eventually they have to fall down to the timer and give Choco Babes the window of opportunity to come back right there.
Yep, looking at the state right now, we are 12.5 minutes in. Already a longer game than Game 1 comparatively, as Team UTP hasn't been able to solidify a secure enough lead to just totally end the game out outright. Waknat has to be quite careful. He's providing information, but if he gets caught here, it would be bad.
Looks like he's going to try to hold back right there. As for Team UTP, they're going to go in for the Lord. I believe this is going to be Luminous Lord. Correct me if I'm wrong, Safa?
Yes.
Yeah, Luminous Lord, so it's a bit more painful, a bit more tanky. So it seems like Choco Babes, they're just going to surrender this. They're going to say, hey guys, I don't think we have the farm to fight. I don't think we have any capabilities to fight back here. So let's try to go for our buffs, our usual buffs, go for enough farm. And when the Lord comes, we'll try to defend our base at our very best.
Oh, they found someone. Raspberry Mojito forced the flicker out to stay alive. A nice dawning light doing a good amount of damage, but still not enough. Miz actually quite tanky at this stage. And a nice circling eagle to knock up multiple members of the Choco Babes to make sure they cannot continue the engage.
Yeah, I kind of like that sequence as well, using the skills and, you know, the players in terms of their positioning. They're able to hinder away Team UTP from here. But again, Team UTP is just waiting for the Lord. When the Lord comes, it's 6 versus 5. How are you going to defend that? Choco Babes, we're looking for an answer right here.
And Team UTP are even purposefully syncing up all 3 waves as well, doing it very successfully.
Ooh,
this is going to crash all 3 lanes at once.
Yep.
Now we see the Xavier ult being popped. The Black Dragon form comes in. Circling Eagle gets the knockup, but drops El Nino quite low. Waknat actually going to be slain straight away. Okay. Quite a lot of damage on the Melissa, but the mid inhibitor has already fallen, and the Lord is going to be pushing in. Is now exposing the Crystal. Another Xavier Breath is not going to be able to do too much. His min is just whittling down the members of Choco Babes in the backline. Roger is doing so much damage. He gets one more. He gets shut down at the very end, but the job is already done. He's taken everyone out, and Team UTP will solidify their victory.
What a play coming in from Team UTP, never giving up. They have strength in numbers with the help of the Luminous Lord. As for Team Choco Babes, they really try to defend. We can see the effort. They have what it takes to defend. Just unfortunately, the battle of attrition, the sustainability wasn't there. Looking a little bit disappointed right here, but it's okay. They are not out of the tournament yet. GGWP to both teams, but congratulations to Team UTP. You're moving forward to the upper brackets, round 2.
They're going to be waiting to see who their opponents are, which we will find out in the match right after this. As for the Choco Babes, unfortunately, despite their best efforts, still unable to get a win over their opponents here. It's not the end for them just yet, but I do feel like their gameplay needs a lot of revisiting if they want to be able to prolong their journey here at the Samsung Galaxy Gaming Academy Campus Series.
Yeah, and of course UTP playing textbook play here, just waiting for the Lord, playing cautiously. Like I said, you know, they could just try to overcommit. They should just, just rush into the turrets, the inhibited turrets, and try to take the fight onto them. But it'll be very costly because the Luminous slot just responded, and you don't want to give an upper advantage to your opponents who are already dealing a lot of damage from themselves. So that was a great play all around, just clearing the lane. And you did mention that there's a split push as well, creating more pressure, trying to force Team Chocobabes to move all their heroes away, right, from the attention of the mid lane. But the mid lane was the main criteria. Yes, we do see a couple of heroes being falling down left and right, but in the end, strength in numbers still goes to the favor of Team UTP.
I'm honestly impressed by Team UTP's gameplay. I feel like it has been some of the cleanest that we have seen all day, and they've definitely set themselves to be one of the stronger contenders that we've seen so far here, and showing a lot of promise. It's going to be interesting to see how they perform when they match up against some of the other teams we've seen today.
Yeah, actually, going back to what we have watched earlier on, I think 4-0 for Bakri do have a smooth gameplay, very dominating gameplay, but don't forget about Miracle Gaming as well. But again, you have seen it's 2-0s, it's a competitive sweep. Now we're going into the highlights to learn more about what Miracle Game... sorry, is this Miracle Gaming? Oh, yeah, that's the correct one.
All right.
Team UTP done well.
We did see a lot of, honestly, very messy fights coming out here. And it seems like Team UTP is a team that thrives on the chaos of battle, of taking advantage of mispositionings of their opponent and just splitting fights in half. They seem to be a team that doesn't really mind throwing bodies when they know it's the time to do so.
Yeah, and for Team Chocobabes, they did their very best to hold on to anything that they could try to prolong the game, at least to the later stage, but it was all written in the stars. It looks like Team UTP, they have the confidence, they have the manpower, they have everything in hand. They even have the farm to do so, and they just storm into the front. Look at that, battle of attrition, not in the favor of Chocobabes. Unfortunately, Team UTP just slowly putting on the fight and eventually killing off Team Chocobabes and putting them down into the lower brackets.
Let's have a look at who our MVP is going to be, and this time it's going over to Noppa El Nino on the Matilda. The gameplay of allowing people to enter the fight, start things off, and then get pulled out when their health drops too low. This flexibility is what continues to make Matilda such a powerful hero pick.
Yeah, even though we won left, but again, 11 assists with 85% team fight participation. So far, the most for an MVP in here. And we can see, look at that, El Nino. All smiles again, all the love out here to not only to us, but to the fans as well.
Really nicely played and really impressively done. We'll get to have a look now at how this game went for them in terms of item builds as well. Nova El Nino going for that glowing wand. Again, really strong on support heroes now since it combines 2 damage items. And even going for a Winter Crown as the turret.
Yeah, that's actually interesting, using Winter Crown for her skills. Especially with the what you call it, the Matilda, because you're trying to use the stun and the ultimate right in hand. But other than that, the rest of the teammates do perform really well. Emmy, yeah, I was thinking that Emmy would also be the MVP, or at least especially with such aggressive plays to take down or to do the last hits onto the opponent. But other than that, Chocobabes, in the meantime, just unfortunate. They could not have a great gameplay for themselves, even though, yes, they tried to show some glimmer of hope at the very end of the game, but they are still not well farmed or well built at this point of time.
I think the thing is, when you play a jungle Martis and you go for damage style with killing spree, you're basically locking yourself into a very specific play style where if you're not able to get and rack up kills from the beginning of the game, you immediately fall off into redundancy. Your Blade did nothing this game.
Yeah.
And that's how this hero design works.
Agree. I think Martis as well, that could be a mistake that could get fixed off. I think this is something that they will put down in their books, their strategy books, and see whether or not, are we going to still choose this Martis, but can we play it differently? Can we not put killing spree if we can't get kills? Maybe perhaps what we have there, the temporal, not temporal ring, Warcry also could be one of it. So we'll see about that. It's okay, no worries with that. It's still early days. You still have one more chance tomorrow. And of course, congratulations to Team UTP. We'll see you later in upper brackets round number 2. As we look forward for match number 4, Team Venus Vincia going up against DX Origins.
Yeah, but before we head on into that match, we're gonna take a short break. So make sure you guys don't go anywhere. If you gotta go to the bathroom, now is the time, because when we're back, there's gonna be even more MLBB action. We'll see you guys then.
So what is the next big thing? Well, Galaxy believes the next big thing is you.
Me?
Yes! Because of the power of Galaxy AI, you'll open up so many possibilities. The next big thing is you.
Hey, I'm at gate 6 wearing a gray shirt.
ฉันอยู่ที่ประตู 6 สวมเสื้อสีเทา
ได้ครับ เดี๋ยวผมไปรับอีก2 นาที
I'll pick you up in 2 minutes.
This is such a great trip. I would love to take us all to dinner tonight. Make the reservation. Chris, are you getting any of this?
Dinner at Santino's, opera tonight, tour tomorrow, and check up on Shuggy.
Oh, okay. You go, Chris.
Hey, I'm at gate 6 wearing a gray shirt.
ฉันอยู่ที่ประตู 6 สวมเสื้อสีเทา
ได้ครับ เดี๋ยวผมไปรับอีก2 นาที
I'll pick you up in 2 minutes.
Everyone's searching for the next big thing in technology. But the next big thing isn't this.
Integration, encryption, quantum.
And it's definitely not this.
That's why I'm a trailblazer, a groundbreaker, a pioneer, and most of all, a disruptor.
No. Galaxy believes the next big thing is you.
Me? Really?
Yes, look at you. You're an artist. You're open to experiment. You make your actors go shh. And then you have other ideas and make them, yeah, do that. It's never easy. But you open your heart.
Hi, I'm live. I have a play this weekend.
Hi, do you like theatre? Sorry.
You open conversations. You do this, you do that. You go... You know that big thing I was talking about? Well, with Galaxy AI, you'll open even more possibilities. You'll open your imagination, open more ways to be, you know, creative, and open more ways to collaborate. Wow, you made that. We're putting all that power of Galaxy AI in your hands. The next big thing is you.
Dinner tonight. Make the reservation and get back to me about it. Chris, are you getting any of this?
Dinner at Santino's, opera tonight, tour tomorrow, and check up on Shuggy.
Oh, you go, Chris.
Perhatian kepada semua penumpang penerbangan antarabangsa bagi memastikan kelancaran.
It was fun facing other Singaporean teams.
During our qualifiers, I think we have set the record for like the shortest game ever.
It was very challenging.
I think we also played a very long game. I think we had a 33-minute game.
Yeah, and we also spent a lot of nights playing ranked together to train.
I mean, the flight here was rather smooth, but the wait time is a bit too long.
Nanti, I heard you didn't sleep for 2 hours, right? Wait, why is that so?
Yes, I was preparing draft.
Smooth, but very fast. I want to sleep, cannot sleep. I close my eyes, wake up, reach already. Too noisy.
What? I had a good sleep.
I want to sleep. Yeah, maybe. Mama, wow.
Every time I close my eyes, the chair.
I think we should have a cabin with no babies.
Yeah, it was quite tiring for us, but we are here at KL now to prove ourselves this tournament.
Dari apa yang kita udah lakukan dari tahun kemarin hingga sekarang, kita cukup pede dengan roster yang sekarang.
Kami di qualifier sebenarnya tidak terlalu susah payah sih. Kami bisa menang comeback 2-1, membuat kami semua satu tim bisa pergi ke Malaysia bareng-bareng.
Kita orang tak banyak sangat persiapan sebab kita orang pun tak ada gold lane, kita orang main 2 SP lane, tapi sebabkan kita orang jago, enemy pun semua bantai.
Lawannya gampang semua sih, harusnya. Soalnya ada Hijume, EVOS Hijume.
Apa lah? Aduh, tolong lah.
Oke, Malaysia siap-siap aja.
Kalau boleh jangan ban Martis tau, aku nak main.
Nanti korang pandai-pandai korang tengok.
Kita nak menang lah.
Kita nak champion.
Target champion.
Menang.
Betul. Kita orang nak menang, nak champion. Kita nak sauk semua.
Of course lah nak menang kan. Dapat duit kot.
Kita orang dekat sini nak menang untuk mengharumkan nama Malaysia. Jadi hati-hati lah jumpa kita orang. Bendera. Ciao.
We're gonna get champion.
Yes, what he said.
Yeah.
Champion!
Why you sitting down?
I'm tired from carrying all of them lah.
Kita ingin juara ya ingin bantai-bantai lah semua negara tuh yang perwakilan yang ada di sini gitu.
Idon, Malaysia, on top.
Kalau bisa dikasih nol semua, itu udah pasti sih siap-siap aja dah.
So our goal is nasi kandar. First of all, saya bersyukur dapat opportunity tournament Mobile Legends under Samsung.
I feel excited lah sebab it's like a new thing lah for us to try.
Saya rasa bangga dapat mewakili Malaysia. Betul kan? Betul.
Betul lah, tapi bangga juga lah. Bangga lah. Happy lah.
Happy.
Betul, diorang memang sangat happy lah sebab diorang rasa yang tournament ni bagi diorang banyak peluang untuk tunjukkan bahawa dekat semi profesional juga kita boleh bersaing di peringkat antarabangsa. Jadi thank you so much untuk Samsung Galaxy yang menganjurkan tournament ni. Betul lah, happy ya? Betul, memang sangat happy diorang.
Saya rasa event ni lagi organize daripada pelbagai segi lah.
Saya rasa sorry.
So event ni I think quite special lah for me sebab sebelum ni saya main online price pool pun 1,800 tapi masuk event ni tiba-tiba 15 apa? USD. Dalam USD pula tu kan.
Saya rasa lagi better lah tournament ni sebab apa? Transportation dengan penginapan dia memang mantap.
Bagi saya tournament ni lagi better sebab ada Marshall cantik dengan cute tu.
Best.
Sangat best.
Wah. Betul. Memang sangat best untuk diorang. Diorang kata best nombor satu sebab prize pool memang sangat besar. Lepas tu kita orang juga boleh berpeluang lawan dengan tim-tim international daripada negara-negara lain. Itu susah sangat dan sangat mahal untuk dapat dekat tournament ni. Best yang ketiga sebab diorang boleh duduk sama-sama. Thank you so much kepada organizer lain sekali sebab susah untuk diorang berkumpul macam ni dan merapatkan bonding antara sesama pasukan.
Best.
Video ini ditajuk oleh Samsung Galaxy. Yang mana telefon yang bagus adalah Samsung Galaxy yang selesa di tangan dan mempunyai frame rate per second yang tinggi dengan grafik yang sangat bagus. Betul.
Video ni ditaja oleh Samsung. Okay, so saya rasa kalau phone lagi tahan bateri, lagi best untuk main game.
Bukan best je, boleh jadi pro.
Lagi lama, lagi besar kapasiti bateri, lagilah lama kita boleh main dengan kawan-kawan.
Bagi saya lagi lama battery life, lagilah boleh push yang lama-lama. Fikir battery health.
Betul. Kalau tak, nanti kita nak kena charge setiap masa kan. So, kalau bateri life lagi banyak, lagi better.
So video ni disponsor oleh Samsung Galaxy. So feature yang baik untuk gaming adalah FPS yang baik,
Bateri yang tahan lama, grafik yang sangat bagus dan tidak mudah panas.
So, video ni ditaja oleh Samsung Galaxy and cooling system dalam phone is actually important sebab kadang kalau masuk late game kan, kalau dah panas tu memang frame tu sebenarnya. Okay.
I think Samsung Galaxy play crucial important in our game Mobile Legends lah because it can prevent network from delay. For me, as a assassin player, more important for device such as Samsung Galaxy. Thank you.
I think this phone is really good. I also use Samsung, so that's how we get here.
You know when they click through to the send this box to be a slow beat run. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. Drop the top when I'm in it. Everybody drop when I'm in it. Yeah, I go so good. Everybody know I'm on. You know when they click through to the send this box to be a I'll be coming up hot for a minute. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. Drop the top when I'm in it. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. Yeah, I go so good. Everybody know I'm on. You know when they click through to the send this box to be a slow beat run. I'll be coming up hot for a minute.
I'm feeling high when I'm low. I need it more when you're close to me, close to me. I'm feeling high when I'm low. I need it more when you're close to me. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
Earlier, we got to see Team Choco Babes and Team UTP clash it out with Team UTP emerging victorious. Unfortunately for Choco Babes, they'll be playing again tomorrow, but it's not over yet. They still have another life. But welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Samsung Galaxy Gaming Academy Campus Series. My name is Lemonade. I am your host for today, and we still have a lot of series to go through. Of course, this event would not be possible without its main sponsor. So, of course, this whole event is powered to you by Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra, which what is the players actually playing on today in the room. So, a lot of stuff to be going through. Now we are still halfway in day number 1, where we are going through the upper bracket in a best of 3. And now we're making it into series number 4 of our first in the stage number 2, where we have these two teams going head to head. So, one of my teams on the left side is DX Origin, Venus Vincere, and on my right side we have DX Origins. So both of these, representing Indonesia and Malaysia respectively, are the final teams to play beginningly today. So with that being said, just gonna remind everybody that we have a giveaway that is happening. We have diamonds airdrops gonna be provided at the end of each series. And if you are watching live online, there is in the comments and during the live show as well. So with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, let's not wait any longer as we go into series number 4 between Venus Vincere and DX Origins. Take it away, Sapa and KBC.
Thank you once again to Elle and to all of you watching right now. Currently in the Samsung Galaxy Gaming Academy Campus Series, we are halfway through the first day of the regional playoffs. And we only have one more match left in the upper bracket round 1, where we will be determining whether it is going to be Venus Vincere or DX Origins who are going to be moving on to face up against Team UTP in round 2.
That's correct. This will be the final game of the upper brackets round 1. And judging from the situation right here, there could be an all Malaysia fight here in round 2, perhaps, or it could be another Malaysia versus Indonesia matchup. As you can see here, Team 404 Bakri going up against Team Miracle Gaming already, being our very first round of the second round of the upper brackets latest. You can check out right now of the playoff brackets to see the progress of our teams, including the losing teams previously in round 1.
Yep, we've already mentioned that currently Team UTP gonna be waiting to see who the winner of this match is to find out who is gonna be their opponent, whereas the team that previously lost in the match right before, Choco Babes, will be dropping down to the lower bracket, where they will also be awaiting to see who their opponent is going to be.
Yep, as the winner for Venus Vincere, between Venus Vincere and DX Origins here, will be moving on to round number 2 of upper bracket, while the lower bracket one loser will have to face against Choco Babes tomorrow. But speaking of which, DX Origins, we do have our players right here. 6 players all line up here. Kibagalap, Kimin, Golin Marang, Ikai, I think that's the right word I said, and Sika and Sun Frost. So we have 6 players here, and of course 1 player will be the substitute for the main 5.
Always a surprise to see Sunfrost over here. We have to remember that he was actually with DX Origins in MAL when this team very nearly went and qualified for a spot into the MPL main season. So definitely a contender to look forward to. On the opposite side though, we have Venus Vincere from Indonesia. They have Joan Francis, Startizi, Ikan Francis, Job Lepsi, Envy Lepsi, and Fatal Lepsi.
Wow, what a number name right there. The wordplay here, adding in Francis, Aricos, Lepsi in hand, but maybe they're trying to support perhaps an Orc or, a certain party in place. But nonetheless, however, Venus Vincere heading all the way from Indonesia. They're looking prepared, they're looking calm and composed, and they are looking forward to bring the victory right here at the homeland of Malaysia. But nonetheless, however, looking forward to see these two teams going one head again. We already seen 3 match series all ending with a competitive sweep of 2-0. So is this going to be the same recall of the story, or it could be our very first game 3 all the way to the best of 3?
I do suspect that this match in particular could be considerably competitive, considering on one hand, we have DX Origins, 2nd place in MAL. We already saw 4th place in MSL. Miracle Gaming move on into the next round, so it would be very surprising if a team ranked above them were not able to do the same. But I've also heard some good things about Venus Vincere, of them being a pretty strong team overall. I believe that there was actually a tournament that they came out as champion in as well.
Ooh.
I'm gonna have to look that up. I believe it was like a Kohai tournament sometime in the past.
Wow.
So yeah, pretty strong competitors here overall.
Oh, that's great research right there, Safa. I think, you know, having their own respective portfolios, their own achievements. When you think about it, both teams are actually champions in their own respective ways, but it's all coming down to the very first matchup. I believe this is going to be the first cross-regional matchup between both of them. Maybe they have scrimmaged before, maybe they've competed in a way, but we don't have those match history. So let's just say this is the very first matchup. This is definitely going to be coming down to experience in terms of how many competitions they have been playing already, competitive MLBB. And with the recent patch update, the hero adjustments, the itemized adjustments, alongside with the new items being involved, this is going to be, you know, 50-50 for both teams at this point.
Yeah, it's gonna be very interesting to see what's going to happen. I must admit, even though I'm aware that DX Origin got 2nd place in MAL, I didn't really watch a lot of MAL myself, so I'm not that familiar with what their gameplay style is going to be. So I'm very interested to actually get some information on that, see what is it about this team that got them so close to entering the MPL scene.
Yes, and of course for Venus Vincere coming into from the foreign land, you know, going to the foreign land for the first time, hopefully. All the way from Indonesia as well. The flight is also quite long here, so hopefully they got enough rest. They are accustomed here for their stay and they are ready to go all out for today. Again, for those who are wondering, this is going to be a best of 3 series, including the lower brackets as well. So whoever wins or loses, they're still going to be in this tournament until, of course, day number 2, which is tomorrow. And just a reminder as well, ladies and gentlemen, the Samsung Galaxy Gaming Academy Campus Series is also powered by the Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra. As you can see right in front of us here, just shiningly. I really want to use the phone, but production say do not use the phone. It's meant for display here. But anyhow, victory can be yours with the new Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra. You'll be seeing our players recently through the player cams, the team cams. They've all been using the Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra to be their the main tool to be playing the games.
Make sure you guys show them some support for making this tournament possible, because they also have some prizes for all of you as well. We have airdrops. You guys can check them out during the broadcast and in the stream chat for some codes to redeem in-game diamonds. But without further ado, it's going to be the draft right now. We have DX Origins on the blue side, and we have Venus Vincere on the red.
Yes, and you can see that both teams already using up their first and second bans. It will be Arlott and Moscow from the side of DX Origins, while on the meantime, Team Venus Vincere banning off Chip and Angela. Great choices over here. We haven't seen the Moscow out just yet, but his ban rate has significantly been higher already. This is, I think, the 2nd time he's being banned throughout the entirety of the tournament.
And we see the Roger being locked in straight away. His pick rate definitely going to skyrocket even higher in this meta. It does look alike. Whereas we do see Venus Vincere going for a pretty safe opening, actually. The Valentina and the Yu Zhong, both pretty powerful heroes in their own right, that do perform pretty good into most matchups.
Yeah, especially the Yu Zhong, you know, coming out more often this time, and we already seen a couple of games like, you know, Yu Zhong has been the primary initiator to go for team fights or turret dives for those skirmishes. So I think it's a very good choice as well with sustainability and overall damage output. But speaking of which, Novaria and Fedrin on the side of Team DX Origins. Very interesting choice. They're still trusting this Fedrin to be impactful, even though with the nerf, but again, like you mentioned, the crowd control the ability to deal damage is still significant right there. And moving on to the marksman choice of Cloud from the side of Venus Vincere.
Yeah, I'm already expecting just by this first half of the draft that the competition for this match in particular is going to be a lot tighter than what we've witnessed throughout the day so far. Novaria and Fredrin are a good combo for delaying the game and waiting for those prime opportunities to strike with the combination of Astro Echo and Fredrin's general control over the battlefield. But with a Claude, this is going to be quite scary. In fact, Venus Vincere have a lot of tools.
Yeah, a lot of tools in their own disposal right now, and then they will be banning out Matilda. That's a great choice as well to not give a support type of a damage dealer in the hands of DX Origins. You know, DX Origins noticed that they still don't have a sustainable tank, perhaps a roaming tank or so they're going to ban out the Minotaur in place. However, that does not phase Venus Vincere. They're going to go with the Martis, and this time around, they will be hovering onto Retribution. We have to see about the emblems later. We'll see whether is it going to be a killing spree or a war cry in hand.
Interesting, interesting. Going for the Martis jungle once again to potentially counteract the Fredrin coming in from DX Origins. They're hovering over the Benedetta and the Hellcurt right now. Not sure what's going to be. They do lock in the Hellcurt and the Esmeralda.
Yeah, I think this is going to be the first Hellcurt being played. Yes, I do believe it's the first Hellcurt being played here. And Esmeralda, we already seen it previously in the previous games in hand. But wait a minute, hold on. What's the selection on the...
It was Grok.
Grok, okay. So, great choice, great choice. Good roaming tank, solid roaming tank, able to dish out AoE damage as well. So, looking forward for the draft, I would say it's pretty 50-50 in my own opinion. I feel like the choices so far has been comfortable picks, at least for my eyes. But what's your take on that?
It's a much more even draft compared to a lot of what we've seen today, but I personally prefer a little bit of what Venus Vincere is bringing to the table, actually. It's more standard, but also fits in with the patch overall, having a lot of different sources of damage as well as tools to engage and disengage. DX Origins having a Hellcurt roam, as well as an Esmeralda that can be a little bit 50-50, means that it is going to come down to their execution.
Yep, indeed. And ladies and gentlemen, we will see which teams will stand up on top between DX Origins and Venus Vincere. Match 4, Game 1 is commencing right now.
We can see Envy Lepsy is choosing to go killing spree Martis as well. So that means you gotta snowball on this hero. If you don't, his effectiveness falls off quite a bit. And it looks like we are going to jump into a quick technical pause here to make sure everything is working correctly.
Yeah, that's probably why the Cloud has been dealing a lot of damage already. Been dealt with a lot of damage, going down to at least 20% of health right there. So possibly there might be a technical issue coming in forward. But again, ladies and gentlemen, if you guys and girls watching right now on the stream, thank you all so much for your endless support. Many apologies for any of inconveniences caused from outside, but then again, we appreciate your support. In fact, we want you to continue sharing your support not only to us but to our players and our teams as well. We already have one of our viewers right here, Ifara Adira. Go DX Origins and Ki Min. So great shout out right there. And if you want to be part of the comment crew, you want to be part of showing support, let us know your comments down below right now.
Yep, we always appreciate hearing your support, and I'm sure that even if the players can't look at the stream chat, they're going to be able to feel your support there in their seats. And all of that is going to contribute heavily, right? Because the competition is going to start to heat up over time as teams figure out how their opponents work, how the meta ticks, what heroes are going to be strong, what item builds are the new ones to go for. So it's going to be interesting, and hopefully all of you guys will be able to stay with us as the tournament continues today.
Yeah, you can see some of our players from DX Origin just showing the love sign right there. And I think both teams are very anxious to test the waters here. They do have the experience, like you already mentioned. They have the portfolio also, but it's coming down to whoever is able to execute the best, especially for this tournament. Because in this tournament, we, even though yes, we still have best of threes for tomorrow as well, but whoever is able to make that first impression. Game 1, definitely very important to set the tone. Game 2, if you can finish it out, that'd be great. But yeah, again, if you're going down to the lower brackets, you have to play more games, you have to face more adversity over there. So as a player, or at least the teams, let's try to hit into round 2 of the upper brackets in place. As Venus Vince here, you can see the players here discussing a little bit on their strategy and making sure that everything is in optimal condition. Speaking of optimal condition, again, ladies and gentlemen, I want to remind you that the Galaxy Gaming Academy Campus Series, brought to you by Samsung, is powered by the Galaxy S24 Ultra. We have the phone right in front of us, actually. You know what? I'm going to try to take the phone and play some games later. We still have technical pauses like that. But again, victory can be yours with the new Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra. As Safa mentioned, this is not a phone just purely for gaming, but your workstation, your power station, the camera, the pictures you're going to take is absolutely formidable.
Yeah, it's always really cool to be able to see these kinds of powerful devices here that would enable us to play even more smoother when we are in that land of Dawn, and just generally provide a better gaming experience for all. Make sure you guys go check them out, show them some support, because they're what makes all of this possible. And yeah, I am gonna be very interested to see how this game goes. The first half of the draft was pretty standard for both teams, but then the second half became a little bit more interesting because Hellcat Rome is something that people have kind of hovered over the idea of for a little while, but I'm not sure how good it actually is going to be now that things have switched up.
Yeah, and with the Hellcat Rome being one of those burst damage heroes, we might get to see the Sky Piercer, the latest update, the latest item that is brought into the latest update itself. We're going to get to see, instantly melt down the opponents depending on the skills and of course the ultimate when Dark Knight falls, correct me if I'm wrong. Yeah, so it's going to be very interesting to see based on that. The only thing that I just fear for the Hellcat is, what if he got off guard? Like, what happens, the gang is all to him, right? Just want to eliminate him as soon as possible.
That's always the concern, right? Because it is a pretty squishy hero overall. But I do think the concept of Assassin Rome is going to be a lot more viable now, just with the sheer amount of damage flying around. You can see them trying to mess with Kim in here, trying to steal a camp. Not sure if they were actually successful, but Venus Vinci already being very aggressive. Starteezy and Keyboy Gulab trading blows. Deadly Stingers almost gets the kill, actually, but he flickers out, and there'll be no casualties for now.
Yeah, that was a very close call, especially with the Deadly Stinger nearly connecting to that and just trying to kill Grok off right there. But it's okay, everything is still safe for the side of Venus Vince here. As for DX Origins, they're looking forward to put some pressure onto that, but holy moly, managed to run out away safely.
Keyboy Gulab being very effective in this early game, actually. And we can actually see Ikan Francis even deciding to take the BMI back in place to try and get that gold minion here. And he did successfully do so before recalling. So that's very important to keep him up to date in terms of gold and EXP.
As for the turtle, it spawned down to the bottom side of the map. It seems like multiple members of both teams, they are just hovering over here. But then wait a minute, it seems that Siska is in a lot of trouble here, Substar.
He's surviving a surprising amount of abuse. Unfortunately, the rest of his team is not in position to follow up. Again, the problem of having a Hellcat robe, you simply do not have enough bodies to contest. And here, the turtle will be secured by Venus Vincer. Keyboy Gulab does some poke damage, but it's not going to be enough. Meanwhile, though, they do find one. That's going to be Fatalepsy picked off. The kill going to Icane.
Icane here, able to get the kill and equal things up. But again, you have to understand that Venus Vincer managed to get that turtle, so a little bit of a goal lead advantage for them. Nonetheless, however, still early days in this game, and top side, meanwhile, Grok and Cloud putting some harassment on to the X Origins top side.
We can see that the kill score still only 1-2 so far, and the net worth difference very close as well. Compared to a lot of the other games we have seen today, there's a lot less uncontrolled aggression in terms of the movements around the map, showing that there is a different caliber to the way that these two teams are approaching the game.
I want to do a little bit of a comment right here. If you can see Venus Vincer, oh wait a minute, for that Safar.
Fatalepsy in trouble, actually gets taunted back. He almost escaped, but now he's going to be caught, and he praises Raph, allows for Siska to land that final blow.
There's a lot of resources pouring into one hero right there, but then top side though.
Blazing Duet comes out, wall charge, actually gonna miss the wall. As you can see now, that allows Gold Lane to get out, and Keyboy Gulab gets the revenge strike, jumping in onto Star TZ and finishing off the Grok. Now the remaining members of Venus Venture actually, to be quite careful, a nice VMI, make sure that the Claude is not hit by another round of the Hellcrit.
Yeah, great response coming in from DX Origins here, able to secure 2 kills out there despite throwing up multiple resources and, you know, risking a little bit at the top side. But, you know, going back to what I wanted to comment right here, if you can see Venus Vincer, their emblems, Quantum Charge, 4 of them are using Quantum Charge, while only Envy Lepsy with the Martis on the killing spree. What's the logic behind there?
I mean, Quantum Charge is just a very flexible weapon overall. It allows you to use that movement speed to be able to engage and disengage very easily. And I think that has a lot of value right now. Astral Echo already comes out, hit on 3, wall charge gonna be executed right here. He loses his life, but was it enough? It's a double kill for Siska. Here comes the Black Dragon form. He's gonna be trying to zone things out. Dark Knight Falls gonna fall as Ika advances. He's looking for Siska with the Blazing Duet, but he cannot see. The lights have been turned off, and now they knock up onto the Valentina. Keyboy Gilaf jumping in the backline, but loses his life as a result. In the meantime, Ben is Vince here in complete control now, turning things around. They are overpowering DX Origins with the power of numbers, but Siska is actually really durable, and they're just buying a lot of space for Gold Lane Marang to get the tower down in the bottom lane. Falling Star Moon stolen away by Juan Francis, but it was a mistake. He jumps into his own death.
Wow, DX Origins, I felt like the fight was a little bit too over-aggressive. They are trying to stall down or at least stop Venus Vincent by getting more kills. Even though they got a turtle already, they should have fought back. But then Siska, on the other hand, has been so versatile, so sustainable, able to just sustain in the fight and just keep the fight going on.
It worries me whether or not Venus Vincere might be buying enough anti-heal right now, because while we know Esmeralda tends to be difficult to kill, it's surprising how much abuse he is actually surviving in a lot of these team fights. Envy Lepsy gonna scout out Keyboy Gulab up here. Things will slow down for a little bit, but the next turtle will be up in another 46 seconds.
Yeah, it's been a very close fight, even though the advantage is still onto DX Origins. Shifted to DX Origins in this case of scenario. Endless Battle, I believe, has been bought by Gold Lane Marang onto the Roger, giving him a little bit more of a substance to join the team fight, or at least to offlane push.
I'll be interested to see what the build for Gold Lane Marang is actually, because you notice he's actually gone Weakness Finder on the Roger. Up until now today, they've all been using the new Warcry. Oh, Keeman, he found the Martis, but a nice Mortal Coil gets him out of there. Dark Knight Fall's gonna be popped down. Deadly Sting is dropping him very low, and now Gold Lane Marang gonna go for the kill, gets the final hit with the Lycan Pounce, but it's gonna be chased down by Fatal Lepsy. Shah Essence gonna finish off the Roger. Meanwhile, Keeman trying to delay the backline, buying space for Keyboy Gulab, dropping Juan Francis real low, and he praises Raph, follows up the Deadly Stingers to finish off the Valentina. This will force Venus Venture back.
Wow, what a play coming in from DX Origins, not giving up the fight here, despite, you know, really committing to the kill. Eventually, though, Gold Lane Marang falls down a victim after getting the kill, but it doesn't matter. That will be a 2-for-1 from the side, an advantage of DX Origins.
DX Origin now gaining control over the map. They have about 1.5k net worth lead. Not a lot, 7.5 minutes in to be considered, but they're definitely looking quite comfortable. Another turtle gonna fall into the hands of Keemin, and they're gonna start expanding their influence into the enemy's jungle.
You know, another thing that I could theorize is, you know, having Fredrin is able to secure the turtle properly because he still is able to sustain that one-on-one fight against with the turtle. So I think that's a good choice also. Perhaps they want to choose him despite the nerf coming in with the latest patch. At the same time though, you can see that Team Venus Vincere, they're still roaming around, they're still hoping to find opportunities for their gang fight, because I still believe that they do have the firepower to take the fight if they were to do so.
Dark Knight Falls once again. Deadly Stinger is going to be popped down, chasing Envy Lepsy. But this is a Martis. It's still going to be pretty difficult to catch him. He's able to run away just fine and wait until the lights turn back on. DX Origins waiting for an ambush.
Yeah, it looks like they're already setting this up here, and they really want to take down this Martis. They want to kind of stun his growth right here, but then instead they chose the Grok. Keemin though, he is in a weird situation here, just hiding left and right, but he's going to try his best to attack though.
Another Mortal Coil going to be used again by Envy Lepsy, and DX Origins just walks away. Boy gonna do some poke damage to Star TZ. As of current, they're playing around the Lord bit, but the Lord isn't even spawned. So both teams just looking for something. Blazing Duet, dropping Boy Galop really low, but Clock cannot continue. He has to back it up. Egon Francis being targeted. Falling Star Moon gonna stop the advances. Lake and Pounce gonna finish off Egon Francis. The Claude is already gone, and that's a pretty important pickup for DX Origins. They're aiming for Yuzong. Egon Galop, he finds the Valentina in the backline too. DX Origins are splitting their enemy apart.
Wow, DX Origins with that fight. I thought it would turn bad for them because they were losing in terms of the sustainability war, but instead they managed to survive. They managed to save, Kimin from there. Sorry, not Kimin. The Hellcat to run away with Keyboard Galap, and then another kill already before that. Hold on. Oh my goodness.
Dropping Envy Letzi and Star TC really low, and a snipe from Icane. Killing spree for the Novaria.
Nice emote right there. Really, really worth it. I mean, that was a kill that I did not expect. They were still able to steal it from there. But then nonetheless, DX Origins, they are in the front driver's seat right now, Safar. They are going in for the very first lot. And it seems like Venus Vincent, whatever opportunity they had right now, they have to go back into a passive defensive posture.
Yeah, honestly, across this game, hold on a second though. Siska walking just a little bit too far forward, loses his life. However, does provide the space necessary to get the Lord for DX Origins. Kimin literally dives the tower and one-shots Fatal Lepsy. Wow.
You know what? Let's take back everything we said about Fedrin.
Yes.
The Fedrin will be very, very impactful on the right player's hands.
It seems so, yes.
Wow, I mean, like, how many kills already? 2 kills. Okay, 2 kills, but 7 assists. Totaling up, getting the impactful method of this game.
And now we see a 3v3 situation in the top lane. DX Origins will choose to finally leave.
Lot in the middle.
Star Shatter starting to do a lot of damage. Literally 50% of Juan Francis's HP in a single blow. Lord pushing down mid lane.
Lord pushing the mid lane here, so possibly we get to see a split push. Already have seen the Hellcat trying to push from the bottom side, so we'll see whether it's going to be a 2 split lane push or it's going to be 3, depending on the situation right now.
Up top, tier 2 tower going to drop. A Lord crashing into the mid inhibitor right now. It's only the first Lord, not going to do all that much damage. Bin has been here able to clear it up without too much problem. Their inhibitor still standing, quite healthy at about half HP. DX Origins though not letting up on the pressure. Dark Knight Falls going to drop down. Astral Echo as well, scouting out all members of Bin has been here. Black Dragon Form going to zone out DX Origins, allowing them to clear up the minion wave and defend their base.
I like how DX Origins, even though they lost a lot, but they haven't fall back yet. They say that, hey, you know what? We still have the advantage. Let's continue to apply pressure onto the inhibited turret. They already took down one already right here, you can see. And this is just not looking too good for Venus Vincent because, yes, they do have the idea to defend the turret. They do have the levels as well to actually kind of counter it, but it's just not enough.
I think what's incredible is how effective Keyboy Galap has been on the Hellcat this whole time. Literally, the only inhibitor that fell was the one that he was pushing alone. A nice taunt into the Astral Echo. Appraiser's Wrath gonna drop in, has been cheered all very low HP, and Deadly Stinger finishes off Star TZ inside his own Crystal AoE. DX Origins, they've already got what they wanted. They'll back it off.
Oh, this is not looking very, very good for Venus Vincent.
Keyboy Galap!
What?
Oh my goodness, he found Star TZ.
Oh no, I mean, I have no idea how the Cloud does appear there. Maybe the Cloud was trying to get the buff, but unfortunately just got caught off guard by Keyboy Galap's Hellcat.
This is ridiculous. Literally being a nuisance on the map right now. I always liken Hellcat to a cockroach, and he is basically the scariest thing I have ever seen in this game. Astral Echo lands on all 4 members of Venus once again. Star TZ gonna be forced to use Wild Charge to escape. Keyboy Galap finally gets shut down, but the final inhibitor has already fallen. Black Dragon Form gonna come out. Keyman dropping the half HP. The X Origins will say it is time to go.
It is time to go. They have done enough damage already. All 3 inhibitor turrets have fallen from the side of Venus Vincent. But then Venus Vincent, they're trying to push the tempo back. They really want to hunt down members here. They want to take a much more pick off.
They're trying to chase this guy, but the Esmeralda is going to be really hard to catch. So they'll just back off. The X Origin's going to regroup to take this Lord. Keyman also just completed Immortality, so the Fredrin going to be even harder to take down.
Yeah, and it looks like Team
Uh-oh,
Venus Vincier.
Starteezy, he has the flicker just to escape. No flicker on the Venus Vincier roamer.
Yeah, they have to be very careful. So top lane, it seems like the super minions are also penetrating into their lane, their top side. So they have to forego this Lord. And it's just unfortunate because Venus Vincier, they have strength in numbers. They were actually, if I'm not mistaken, Hellcat has a 15-second cooldown, but you know, maybe perhaps once he responds, he used Dark Knight Falls, it will just disrupt their flow.
And their flow has been truly disrupted right here. Nearly 9,000 gold lead in favor of DX Origins. No inhibitors standing for Venus Vincier and a Luminous Lord pushing down mid lane.
Luminous Lord will make his march onto the footsteps of Team Venus Vincier. Looks like they are going to wait for that Lord to push in, and before that, you knew the fight comes.
Nice Astral Echo angle, Dark Knight Falls as well. Venus Vincier cannot see anything. Blazing Duel literally doing no damage. Fatal FC is gone. Starteezy is following, and it's so much damage coming out of DX Origins. They pop the Immortality on Keymin, a nice Decimate combo, but Envy Lancy can only keep going for so long. In the meantime, the Lord is the only thing hitting the crystal, and he's gonna end the game for DX Origins.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, the Lord focuses onto that crystal base, giving the victory to DX Origins. What an absolute beatdown from the side of DX Origins. Venus Vincier, they were all the way toe-to-toe, nil-to-nil for the part of the game, at least for the earlier stages of the game, but they could not sustain. They lost the team fights, they lost the map control, and eventually they lost 2 Lords, which spells demise for their downfall.
Yeah, that was an impressive game right there. Definitely looking a little tighter, a little closer compared to some of the games we've seen today, especially during the early phases. But once you saw DX Origin getting that lead, getting that comfort, and the gold advantage that they needed to start really rushing down these fights, they understood that it was time to really leverage their advantage.
Have you noticed, Safar, this feels like deja vu again from the Match 3 series where Choco Babes actually uses Martis with the Killing Spree emblem. The problem is this Martis, similar to that game, did not get many kills. Even you get one, yeah, but then he eventually got shut down once again. So it's basically 4 versus 5, and the Martis with the Killing Spree so far hasn't been that effective.
And on top of that as well, I really love the combination of the Astral Echo and Dark Knight Falls.
Yep, agreed.
Basically allowing DX Origins to see all of the enemy team and not allowing the enemy team to have any vision over the team fight themselves. Like, it was impossible for them to fight every single time.
Yeah, and this is a great way also to zone out the opponents or catch them off guard when they did not expect, you know, both ultimates to work at the same time. But nonetheless, however, let's take a look onto the highlights of Game 1 so we can see both teams, what they can improve further in the next Game 2.
I can see right from the beginning, very aggressive gameplay coming out of DX Origins here, specifically targeting that EXP lane to get that initial lead. Then a very strong gang coming out of Venus Vincier to trade. However, I think Keyboy Galap really made a place for himself this game.
Yeah, and you know, I already mentioned earlier onwards, we had the doubt or the concern that this Hellcat will get ganked on very easily, you know, easily get CC'd down. But in fact, Keyboy Galap has been playing pretty well. He managed to escape from trouble. We did see that he's already a slither of health. He managed to get back out of there. But in the meantime, he continues to support his team. He continues to use the ultimate Dark Knight Fall. He's going to continue to deal so much burst damage onto his opponents. And eventually, he gives much more impact overall in this game.
I love the way that he was going in and out of these fights and using that Dark Knight Falls to support the rest of his team. There were definitely times when certain players would overextend and got caught out like that. But overall, the coordination coming in from DX Origins demonstrates why they were a top-ranked team here in the MAL. They understand how to play around one another.
Yes, and again, the team chemistry can be shown right here. As you can see, a couple of the plays coming in from Venus Vincier. They want to mix something up, but again, they just lose in terms of sustainability. They don't have much damage output against the opponents, and eventually they just burn down quickly. And you know, all the picks are right now. They couldn't even fight. Like you see, the last game, they really take the fight. They really wanted to try for it. Yes, they did get a kill, but it's not enough because the rest of the members, they use up all the resources. They got nothing left in the tank, and eventually the Lord takes the crystal base.
This game showing Venus Vincier the importance of paying your electricity bill, because if you're not able to see anything, you're not able to respawn. And Keyboy Gulab living up to his name of turning it dark against his opponents.
Yeah, you can see equipment already. Sky Piercer. That is one of the new items here. Really helped him a lot, I feel, especially getting those last hits. And most importantly, he does have his core items he played in place. So you got the Blade of Hepta Seeds, you got the Malefic Roar, you got the Demon Hunter Sword. He's trying to build for one more item, but I believe that is more than enough already to just deal so much damage in hand. I can look at him, smiling. Whoa, nice taunt right there. Great move. Well deserved, well deserved. And we hope that he carry on this momentum, this confidence into game number 2.
You can really see the difference between a player that has seen an MLBB stage at one point before, looking at the itemization overall. Honestly, the fact Keyboy Gulab went execute on top of everything as well, you would seem so greedy, and yet it works so well this game.
Yeah, and of course, back to the, what is it called? I think there's a difference. Okay, now we're seeing a little bit of a graphic glitch over there, but Venus Vincier, they tried their best. Like I said, early stages of the game, they were toe-to-toe. They really played their hearts well. In fact, it could happen in any team's prediction or any team's flow in this case, but unfortunately, just a couple of team fights, the mistakes, and like you said, the Novaris with the Hellcut's ultimate at the same time deny any vision, deny any map awareness, and possibly that leads to their downfall.
I really love the way that DX Origins just kind of approached this game in general, right? Because Keyboy Gulab was targeting the gold lane and made sure that gold lane Marang would be able to have a pretty good matchup against Ikan Francis, oftentimes even winning out 2v2s against Star TZ. Whereas we saw Keemin focus on going to the EXP lane first around that first turtle timing to make sure that Fatal Lepsy would be behind in EXP. And that is actually the strongest winning lane for the side of Venus Vincier as well, the Yuzong versus the Esmeralda.
Correct.
Once he falls a level behind because of Keemin's gank, then it allows them to play for both their side lanes.
Yeah, and then shout out to Keemin as well, able to take the key objectives, the turtles, all into his favor. Yeah, he can even solo as well, the turtle as well, if he wants to, because he already is built for that, and with the items that he already achieved based on the ganks and the assists that he pours out. So great overall teamwork for every individual player right there out for DX Origins. As for Venus Vincier, I feel they still have the advantage. They still have the momentum to go forward. But whether or not, do they want to ban some of the heroes out there? They feel like, okay, maybe perhaps the Hellcut is just too much to handle, or maybe the Novaris. So they have to choose their poison now. Overall, I think stats-wise, like you said, the drafting, I think is good. It's fair point. They are quite aggressive as well with Grok going in. Just unfortunate that they had to fall down to that.
Yeah, I think if Venus Vincier had a different jungler, maybe it would have made a pretty big difference.
Yes,
because
the Martis,
again, the
correct.
Martis I felt like was a little bit of a weak link here. Really dependent on the rest of his team to actually set things up so that he can chain those decimate kills. And that's not going to be very reliable nowadays, especially if you're not going to be able to see who you're actually even decimating. So I'm interested to see what's going to happen as we jump on into the draft for game number 2.
Game number 2, we shall see Venus Vincier going into the blue side, while for Team DX Origins onto the red. You can see that DX Origins already preparing until their draft on who else to ban. So it seems like they're going to ban out Chip, while Angela will be taken out from the side of the Indonesian team.
Yeah, we have the DX Origin definitely going to have a pretty strong draft overall, because their 6th player is also doubling as their analyst, Sunfrost, who is there helping them to draft and has experience as, you know, an MPL caster. So I think his knowledge is pretty deep overall. So Venus Vincier definitely have a big challenge on them, but they've shown what potential they have.
Yeah, you can see that, oh, the Moskov as well being banned. So far, we haven't seen any Moskov plays, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, the Fedrin, comfortable pick, instantly banned. Don't want to give the advantage as well to get Turtle or Lords in hand. As Roger, again, still be the selection from the side of Venus Vincier.
Roger being very common first pick material nowadays. Meanwhile, DX Origins going for a very safe opener as well. The Arlet into the Valentina.
Okay, I kind of like this if they are able to create some openings, especially with the Arlet. We have seen very successful Arlets, and but unfortunately for today, most of the Arlets that we saw always get ganked and could not show his full potential. Valentina, meanwhile, has mixed reactions so far, but with a very good Valentina, able to do so much damage from here.
Ooh.
Oh, okay.
We see Venus Vincier stealing away the Hellcat and
Nice.
the Luo Yi for themselves. So creating a lot more potential map pressure. But they have to remember, by picking Hellcat here, they are giving the Valentina on the side of DX Origins the opportunity to use Dark Knight Falls too.
Yeah, but whoa, wait a minute. There is a new hero being present out here. Not new, but it's an OG hero, but the first time seeing in this tournament will be Akai. So this is actually a good move as well, because if let's say Hellcat decides to join the fight, or to do much more burst damage, the Akai's ultimate is able to negate any effects from there.
Now, Akai going to be able to push away the Hellcat if necessary, maybe even scatter the team fight, but can definitely be not the easiest thing to execute, especially since this is one of those ultimates that really required you to have proper vision over where your enemy is in relation to you. And if Dark Knight Falls comes out, it's going to make it that much more difficult.
Looks like Yutong and Grok being banned out, so I assume if they want to ban Grok, they don't want to give the roaming tank or support into the hands of team or DX Origins. So DX Origins will have to select something else, but again, they're going to go with Cloud as their primary marksman. Very versatile and able to escape anytime, while in the meantime, come back to kite the opponents or go for the kill.
Looks like they're going to be swapping gold laners here. Let's see what Venus Vincier wants to go for.
Barats.
Barats would be the typical jungle counter to an Akai, because if you time it correctly, you would be able to eat them while they're spinning and prevent them from pinning any of your teammates into the wall. They'll also lock in the carry to be able to counteract the tankier Akai on the opposite side. So a pretty nice and complete draft coming in here from Venus Vincier.
Yeah, those two actually counter the Akai pretty well, as you mentioned, and especially for carry as well, able to scale up to the late game. So if let's say things were to go up to the 20-minute mark, I feel like carry has a better opportunity or better upscaling compared to Cloud, because Cloud is more early to mid game style.
Oh, the final
CC.
pick gonna be CC.
First time.
Coming in from DX Origins. Looks like they are suspecting this is going to be a Barat EXP lane, because CC matches very well into Barat in the EXP lane matchup. However, I personally feel like Venus Vincier has a lot of tools here for just straight up team fighting. So there is a possibility of going to a full series.
Yeah, possibility to go through a full series, and my vote for the drafting will definitely go to Venus Vincier as well. I want to see how would they want to counter with the heroes that they chose, mostly counter the heroes of DX Origins. But now, ladies and gentlemen, we have to wait and see. Game number 2. Will DX Origins be the last team to head into the upper bracket round 2, or we will see a game 3 forced by Venus Vincier? Ladies and gentlemen, we are getting into game.
If we do end up seeing a game 3, it will literally be the first game 3 of the entire day, of the entirety of round 1. So it's surprising that it's come to this point, but shows that up until now, a lot of the matches have been pretty dominant. Looking at the state of things, 2 Purifies on the side of Venus Vincier to avoid the heavy spin, 1 on the side of DX Origin.
Very interesting selection, and 2 Quantum Charges. Oh wait, we have a War Cry as well from Siska. So this is the very first time that we will see Siska, onto CC and that War Cry as well combo.
Yeah, I mean, CC will be able to, oh, hold on, Envy Lepsy gonna look for Keyboy Gulab, nearly takes him out, but Keyboy Gulab able to flicker out just in time.
Well, just be very careful on that. I don't want to give a first blood in the first minute. Especially with one of the heroes that can deal so much damage output, need those core items placed.
Alchemist not able to steal back that jungle camp, so that means Envy Lepsy able to hit level 4 first over DX Origins, a very important timer.
Yeah, very important here. And deal so much damage, that's easy. Aiming down Cloud, did not get a chance to even run away.
Of the Terrify just made it impossible for Gold Lane Marang to potentially respawn. And even if he used the Purify, which he chose not to, he would have probably ended up falling there. Keyboy Gulab gonna try and hold his minions in place, but He can only do so much. Ikan Francis gonna already have a bit of a lead in this lane.
Yeah, what a play coming from Venus Vince, just setting the tone that, you know what, maybe the first game, a couple of mistakes from our end that leads to our loss. But hey, we're going to learn from that and we're going to use whatever you have used on us to counter that for game 2.
Kimin already on top of the turtle right as it spawns. Envy Lepsy still 1 level ahead, level 5 compared to level 4. So this could be quite dangerous here. Diversion comes in from the Lo Yi. He's in a rat spot. Kiboy Gulab just barely survives as now the heavy spin going to be used by Kimin just to make sure he is not eaten. But it's a very strange interaction as he ends up following the Barato all the way back to his jungle anyway. He gets traded up, but Envy Lepsy also loses his life. So the junglers on both teams are actually dead. Nice deadly stinger combo, but Icane able to flicker out to safety, and now the Vengeance is popped, and Starteezy ends up killing himself to it.
Wow, what a play coming from Siska, able to sustain so long and able to use her skills into her advantage. Yes, they don't have the turtle, but it's okay. They still win the skirmish with the number of kills that they have obtained.
That was honestly impressive by DX of Origins. It looked like Venus Vince here were going to win that at all counts. Juan Francis now dropping real low to the Blazing Duet. 1 hit away, and Golem Marang does find it, but now he is exposed. Takes the BMI all the way back, and now Envy Lepsy in a lot of trouble. It's a 1v3 situation. He won't escape. Icade punishes the overextension, and now Fatal Lepsy all by himself. He decides to have his last meal right before he dies.
I mean, nothing much he could do. He could just CC at least 1 hero using his ultimate, but other than that, 3 other heroes on the opposing side just continue to smash him down.
Oh! I thought Colin Marang might escape that, but the last hit comes in, but a diversion steal to jump on top of Starteezy. Dark Knight falls. They can't follow him in time. He's too fast. Iga Francis doing a lot of damage now to Icane, but he gets terrified away. Starteezy jumps back forward, chasing Icane, and that's going to be a kill given over to Envy Lepsy. Kiboy Galap, he wants to get the revenge, finds it, final slash, finishes off the Hellcat.
I mean, to compliment the courageousness of Team Venus Vincere. They lost a couple of heroes, but they haven't given up yet. Speaking of losing heroes.
Another Blazing Duet to drop Ikan Francis down. Kiboy Galap, unfortunately, not quite able to follow up on that. Diversion play coming out. Juan Francis finds Golem Marang. They kill him. Kiboy Galap, though, also respawns onto Ikan Francis. They find the carry. And now Heavy Spin going to be pushing Lepsy into the tower. The Roger cannot escape. And here comes Siska. Yo-yo tricks. Yin Yang reaction going to catch Kimin and Siska next to one another. Starteezy will zone them out. And Siska nearly dies as well.
Man, trades after trades, punches after punches, just trading back and forth. And you can see that, yeah, DX Origins earlier on, they have the upper advantage, but Venus Vincere, they are not giving up just yet. Whatever advantage they can take now, whatever lanes that they can control, they can harass, they will do so without any hesitation.
Yeah, if you ask me, I think this could be the closest match that we have seen the entire day. And a very nice way to close out round 1. As of current, 5 minutes in, 9 kills to 6. But the net worth difference is negligible. Diversion play. Is anyone going to come through? Nope, it was used as a diversion, like the namesake.
So maybe just a bit only from there, from the side of DX Origin, just to play a little bit of mind games onto the minds of Venus Vincere. Meanwhile, look and see that DX Origin are actually setting up right the top side here, most likely trying to take down the carry if they can, or maybe other heroes in place.
Yo, Kimin gonna use the heavy spin. Unfortunately, doesn't manage to push Envy Lepsy back into his own team. But Kiboy Galap will drop him really low. Chases him under the tower. Kiboy Galap loses his life, but Envy Lepsy, can he rejoin this fight? A nice Detona's welcome onto Fatal Lepsy, stolen by Icane. Gets the stun. Blazing Duet doing a lot of damage. Starteezy gonna be able to finish off the Valentina in the backline. Juan Francis dropping real low as now Vengeance has been popped down by Siska, chasing down the remaining members of Venus Vincere. And they're all so low. Killing spree for the CC, chasing the entire blue team back to base.
Yeah, what's strange is even though the blue team or Venus Vincere has the upper advantage in terms of the fight, but did not capitalize onto the map position. Speaking of map positioning, Hellcat gets another kill, but can they secure this turtle?
Well, that is a shutdown onto Siska, so that's actually pretty good right there. Some extra gold for the side of Venus Vincere. Yeah, Vital Slash! Pulling the backline! Kimin secures the turtle by heavy spin! Gonna secure the kill, double kill! kill for Keyboy Gulab, once again showing what he can do.
Wow, DX Origins. I thought they would have lost the turtle already because Venus Vincier was actually inside the turtle pit. They had full control. But no, Kimin came in at the right time, using the Retribution to take down the last hit and using the ultimate as well to zone out his opponents, contributing to 2 kills into the favor of the X Origins.
Yeah, it was an insane final slash, and here's another one pushing the barrage, and the Daytona's welcome is stolen! They eat each other sequentially! A nice stun though, coming in from Fatal Lepsy right before he dies. This allows Envy Lepsy to finish off Siska. So that's a 1-for-1 trade.
A little bit of a consolation right there for Venus Vincier, for a tank, for a damage dealer or a fighter. I think it's a win, but again, you can see that the goal advantage, 2,000 plus. You already have 2 turtles already in the favor of DX Origins. And now, the most important part, which heroes actually upscales the quickest at the moment? Demon Hunter Sword from Cloud. Cloud seems to be the highly potential one to perhaps join in the fight later to help out, but Ikan Francis onto the carry is also the same level in hand.
Yeah, Demon Hunter Sword is going to be a very important timing here for Goalane Marang. We have to note he's 1-3 on the Claude, so he unfortunately hasn't been able to farm all that smoothly, but Ikan Francis hasn't been able to participate all that much as well. The X Origin still needs to be quite wary because with a Roger and a carry, Venus Vincier's late game is actually pretty terrifying.
Oh, look at that. Team DX Origins, they are hovering at the bottom side of their enemy jungle. Gonna perhaps deny the buff. Yeah, deny the orange buff. Or, oh, wait. Yep, they still get the orange buff from the side of Team Venus Vincier. But again, it's just giving more information, more intel. The Lord has spawned. This will be a point of contest for both teams. Whoever's get the link in the Lord, they have an upper advantage to try to take down many turrets as possible.
Yeah, and those turrets are going to be very important right here, considering right now there's only still three external towers standing for Venus Vincier. There's 4 standing for DX Origins. So the game's still going to last for a little while as of current. And the net worth lead, although it's about 2k, actually isn't that much now that we are 9 minutes in. So despite having a slight advantage, DX Origins needs to mind their positioning.
DX Origins definitely need to mind their positioning right here. CC in the hands of Siska has to be very careful. 3 heroes to 2, even though Kimin is looking forward to provide support with that Retribution skill or spell, but it's, oh, looks like that they're just going to go for it. Okay, yeah, go ahead, DX Origins, if you have the confidence right
Final
here.
slash onto Fatal Lepsy, pushes him back. He has to flicker out to safety. He's going to eat Siska. In the meantime, let's let you guys know all of this is powered by the Galaxy S24 Ultra. You guys can see the players using it right now to win out this fight. And Icane flickers forward to finish off Ikan Francis as they secure the Lord on the side of DX Origin.
So, ladies and gentlemen, if you want to secure the lot like a pro, make sure to get yourself the Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra. Remember, victory can be yours with the new Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra.
Oh, your most powerful gaming companion, which is exactly what DX Origins is feeling right now. Lord gonna be spawning with the next minion wave. And they're gonna try and look to use this to get as many external towers as possible.
Yeah, I think they can try to get the tier 2 turret at the bottom side and perhaps to put focus onto the team fight that they want to get more advantages here. Try to deny the buffs as well. Speaking of which, there's a fight here.
Defensive Dark Knight Falls fails. We see StarTZ getting traded for Keyboy Gulab as well. Diversion by Juan Francis trying to escape, but the dinosaur won't escape. Icane steals his Daytona's welcome, spits him against the wall. Envy Lepsy punishes him as by picking off the Valentina. Heavy spin will allow Goalane Marang to finish off Fatal Lepsy as Siska zones out the rest of Venus Vincier. But their damage is definitely adding up as now even the CC is having some trouble surviving against the Roger.
It was just a pity that Ikan Francis had to go bottom lane to stop the Lord from taking the inhibitor turret. If he was there, I am 100% sure that DX Origin would lost that fight because he's a damage output hero and he wasn't there, so there was nothing much that Venus Vincier can do.
The thing is, the longer this game goes, the harder it's going to become for DX Origins because the more damage Vinicius Vincier manages to Juan Francis, I'm not sure if you wanted to take that. Forced to use Purify, and now they catch Envy Lepsy. He dashes out to safety, and no casualties for now, but resources wasted.
Yeah, that could be either a very clean kite fight, or it could just go down to one of the most disastrous teleports in the world.
I don't know if Juan Francis intended to take that.
Could be a misclick.
It didn't feel like he wanted to stay in the diversion, but I guess it's fine. It means that his Purify is going to be gone for a little while.
Yeah, just unfortunate he has to use the spells to walk away freely. But hey, as long as you survive, you can continue to give your team a momentum in the next team fight in place. Same time though, we can see that bottom lane here, Kimin trying to zone out.
He's going to deliver Helker to the rest of his team, and Starteezy is going to be fed over like and pounds to finish off Kimin, but that puts Envy Lepsy in danger. He feeds his own life away. I don't think that's really worth it. They get Keyboy Gullop, but Envy Lepsy, definitely someone they're looking for. And now Egan Francis pops the Wind of Nature. Ziska, it's so close! But Ziska comes out on top.
Wow, you can already see the glimpse of a full-fat carry. If that carry had more core items in place, that Ziska would be burned alive immediately.
But because he's not, he's able to participate with Gold Lane Marang to finish off this Lord. Here comes a diversion. That's going to be two members, Juan Francis and Starteezy coming in. Dark Knight Falls, but popped down. He goes on top of the Claude, who pops the Blazing Duet. Gold Lane Marang very low on HP right now, but he's able to walk away. Meanwhile, Icane chasing down Juan Francis, but will sacrifice his own life just to make sure Venus Vincier doesn't chase his comrades.
Yeah, and they denied the Lord as well, so that is a great opportunity for Venus Vincier to reset whatever momentum that DX Origin has. And you can see that both teams are just eye to eye right now. They do have the firepower, they do have whatever it takes to do so, but then they have to be very careful in terms of their positioning, and if they were to use their spells, they need to time it really well.
Timing going to be very important as we approach the 14th minute of the game. The kill score is 20-15.
Yep.
DX Origins has a 3k net worth lead, but at this stage, that as well is actually not that much. So they still have to be very wary because we can definitely tell that Envy Lepsy as well as Egan Francis are doing a lot of damage. Dark Knight Falls comes out once again. Fatal Lepsy dropping real low. Starteezy tries to jump in. They pick up Keeman. Egan Francis! He steals the Lord! He takes down Icane and Gold Lane Marang. We are seeing a turnaround, a triple kill for the carry. He finally gets shut down, but is the damage already done?
Oh, that is such a great comeback coming in from Venus Vincier. This is their point of opportunity to go and change the tides or turn the tables around, Safa. And you can see 3 members are down each side, but again, you stole the Lord. You stole the Luminous Lord to be more precise. At the top side, will go in for the split push with the mid lane.
And DX Origins forgot to scout out the pushes. They forgot that the diversion is still going to be a threat at this stage of the game. They should be able to clear out the Lord, but you can see how disastrous this ended up being. The fight was too split thanks to that Dark Knight Falls, not allowing DX Origins to target the main DPSs of Venus Vincier.
And this is where Carrie comes online. Carrie already in the 15-minute mark. She has been doing so much damage output, melting down her opponents instantly. So this is going to be very difficult. Plus, with the emblem of Brave Smite, there will be a possibility of life steal in place.
Venus Vincier are now looking to be in a much more comfortable position. The net worth difference has evened up to nearly nothing as of current. 15 minutes into the game, the Lord has been cleared up. We are back to 0, but now it's clear that DX Origins cannot enter fights willy-nilly.
Yes, they cannot simply enter fights, and just for your information, this will be the longest game by far in this entirety of the tournament. This has been very, very close. Venus Vincier, they do have opportunities here.
Four-man diversion.
Four-man diversion, but then they are at a very awkward position here. They could not find anyone just yet.
Oh, looks like
minute.
they actually found Starteezy
Yeah,
instead.
Starteezy.
He popped the Dark Knight Fall, so DX Origins cannot chase him. Instead, they'll focus on Siska. He's the only one left alone. Vengeance not gonna save him, but somehow he trades 1-for-1 for Egon Francis, and now Fatal Lapse is gonna be taken out. Cannot even finish eating. A nice winner crown from iKing keeps him alive against the Loyi's damage, but my goodness, Siska, what an MVP there.
Yeah, what an MVP taking down Ikan Francis, because Ikan Francis, if he was still alive, then, you know, the turrets will just will get dealt with multiple damage, and this is not looking good for DX Origins. At the same time though, 36 seconds for the next slot, so I do believe Ikan Francis and Fatal Lapse, they will be back here alongside with a full, healthy DX Origins. It's all coming down to that mechanical play. Can Venus Vincier keep their carry alive?
I get the feeling this next Lord fight could determine the end of the game, especially if a team takes too much damage from it. Oh, they're targeting Starteezy. Heavy spin, they found him. They squashed the cockroach. Starteezy is gone. There is no lights off for the Lord fight. This is prime time for DX Origins.
Yes, strength in numbers as well. This is going to be very, very difficult for Venus Vincier to at least secure the Lord. However, they still have Ikan Francis. He's still there. Can deal some damage, right? He's waiting right there. He's actually, he's just waiting for the right time. Has to be very careful as well. When to, you know, pop out and when to use the retribution. Sorry, not retribution, to get the last hit.
Diversion into the back line. Fatal Lapse, he's already gone, and they found Juan Francis as well, and they're targeting Envy Lapse, but they lose Gold Lane Marang. In the meantime, Ikan Francis doing a lot of damage, able to pop the immortality on Keyboy Gulab. EX Origins all dropping the low HP, but the same can be said for Venus Vincier. They found Juan Francis. iKane gonna be able to finish him off. He has to back off though. He has got no HP left, and Ikan Francis still very healthy. He just bought the immortality as well. Heavy spin, gonna be able to pin him against the wall, but there is a Purify, and now the Dark Knight falls with the crown, comes up from iKane, keeps him alive. Immortality pops on Keemin. Lord still very high on HP. Ikan Francis actually loses his immortality as well, and Keyboy gonna be able to finish him off. Starteezy now trying to get the backline, but they cannot get the final hit. That's a double kill for Keyboy Gulab, and a wipeout for DX Origins. They are going to push straight down mid lane. Fatal Lapse, the only one left alive to stop them.
Oh, he has to be very careful here. Fatal Lapse, he's the last man standing. He's trying to defend as much as possible. As for Team DX Origins, they don't care. They're just going to dive in here. And it's a kill already. And this looks like to be a checkmate.
Juan Francis, he's respawned. He does a lot of damage in an AoE situation, but he's 1v4. The Crystal is exposed. DX Origins, they're just going to target it down. They lose Keemin, but it doesn't matter because they win the game. Yet another clean sweep for DX Origins.
Clean but competitive sweep, ladies and gentlemen. Venus Vincier tried their best. They nearly came back from there. Unfortunately, DX Origins with the most pivotal play right over there. Pivotal play over the Lord Pit. No lot, no problem, as long as we shut down their key players in hand. Congratulations to Team DX Origins. They will be the next Malaysian team moving into the upper brackets round 2.
Ooh, I am really on the edge of my seat right now, though. Like, that is truly the closest and most intense game we have had all day, where it really seemed like Venus Vincier would be able to turn the tables and regain control due to how much time had passed and how much farm they were able to get on their cores. But DX Origins realizing at the end game that we shouldn't be targeting the cores. We should be taking out Starteezy.
Yes.
So that we can control the team fights.
That was a very good move. Even though they managed to take down Starteezy and Starteezy able to respawn, but by that time, it's just a little bit too late. Everyone was zoned out already. Everybody was dealing with their own battles. It's all coming down to battle of attrition. And the last part, I thought that it could go either way because they were all low in HP. They were already low in their life, but it was the end. DX Origin managed to stand on top with the wipe out.
Yeah, but both these teams are definitely playing at really high levels overall, and I feel like both sides have the potential to go very, very far. DX Origins will be the ones going on into round 2, but I feel like the opponents of Venus Vincier in the lower bracket need to be sweating.
Oh, yes, they need to be sweating here, but again, still early days. They still have one more day to kind of figure out what went wrong, perhaps to improve on their mistakes, and most importantly, come out stronger in day 2. I really want to look forward for Venus Vincier at least at least in the lower bracket finals with that performance in here. But they will need to refresh, recharge, and continue on their battles tomorrow. In the meantime, ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna have 3 Malaysian teams and 1 Indonesian team into the upper brackets.
I gotta say, I'm kind of impressed. Even I didn't expect that the Malaysian teams would have such a strong showing overall here. Or that the fact that the competition here at the Samsung Galaxy Gaming Academy Campus Series would reach such a high level in such a quick time.
And all this high level, high octane gameplay, it's all coming down, powered by the Galaxy S24 Ultra. Victory will be yours if you're using the new Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra. As you can see, our players are all using the phones. They are enjoying it as well. They were showing the cameras as well to how much they have enjoyed. So looking forward to seeing more high quality gameplay, high action packed games from our players and our teams.
Honestly though, a really nice way to cap off round 1 of the upper bracket here. This means that we officially have 4 teams moving into upper bracket round 2 and 4 teams dropping to the lower bracket round 1. Don't worry though, folks, that's not actually the end of the day yet. We're also going to be able to watch all of the winners that we've seen so far go head-to-head in the upper bracket round 2.
Yes, for those information, you can see that, we're going to talk about the matchups later onwards, but let's see the highlights here. As you can see, initially starting off things right was Venus Vincer, but a couple of back and forths from DX Origins were in play. Nonetheless, however, around the middle game, we can see the power of the carry. The carry is really the tank killer. The carry is the carry of the team, just dealing damage out and right. And of course, with Satsizi using the Dark Knight Falls, able to extend the potential of Venus Vincer. But DX Origin has one thing in mind. Let's take out the Hellcat. We take out the Hellcat, let's focus onto our efforts to take down the high core heroes. And this is what they do. Their formula pays out and they eventually win fights left and right.
It was definitely very close up until the mid-game. At one point, Venus Vincer would come out on top, take several kills. Then DX Origins responds in kind by getting big ultimates and splitting the fight really well, using the heavy spin. So it really seemed like until the very end there that it could have gone either way. In the mid-phase, DX Origins seemed to be the ones favored to win. And they were clearly coming out on top in most of these team fights. But then you could see that Ikan Francis and Vilepsi were getting a lot of damage. They were stealing lords. They were winning out fights. DX Origins were just able to shift their mindset quick enough in the late game to realize how to completely disorient their opponents.
And that's what separates good players, great players together, They're able to adapt to the situations. They're able to change their strategies on the go. Maybe, yes, perhaps their objective was to take Lord. But then they managed to say, hey, you know what? We have a bigger threat right here. Let's switch the momentum. Let's switch our objective. And even without the Lord, they have the confidence in strength in numbers to take down whatever's left on their way and knock, get out of here, Venus Vincer. Here comes the MVP of DX Origin. Is none other than Keyboy Gala with the R-Lot.
Keyboy Gala really standing out as a player between these 2 games here. Despite being a roamer, playing damage type heroes both times, this time with the Arlet going Thunderbelt to take advantage of that scaling effect to do more DPS based on how much defenses he has. A 9-4 and 12 KDA as a roamer is insane.
Oh, that is so awesome right there. The team taunt, the team celebration. What a great move coming here. And looking forward for this young chap to move forward into the tournament. As we go on to the overall scoreboard, yes, everybody performed pretty well. In fact, including with Venus Vincer as well, they have players who also performed pretty well.
Basically, everyone was able to hit close to max items here. We see the Sky Piercer being purchased on both Star TZ and Vilepsi. The thing is, it was very wise of DX Origins to basically balance and juggle their players by throwing bodies when necessary, but also knowing when they are able to disengage from team fights.
Yeah, and you can see the team participation. I think everyone contributed in some way. Give a shout out to Kimin as well, able to zone out his opponents, even though it was a very difficult situation for him. When the Dark Knight Falls comes in, he was zoned out alone. He was taking as much damage as possible in order to keep the rest of his team members alive and kicking butt. Meanwhile, for Team Venus Vincia, this is not the end of it. I really hope to see this team go all the way further. Looking forward for day 2 and day 3 to see what type of adjustments that they make. So GGWP to both teams nonetheless.
It's been a long day so far, but we finally concluded round 1 of the competition. We still got 2 more matches before the end of the day, and these are going to be all 4 winners that we witnessed so far. So the quality of gameplay is about to go up even higher.
Yes, and we have Team 404 Bakri going up against Team Miracle Gaming, while Team UTP will meet up with their Silver War, to be more precise, against DX Origins. So we're looking forward for the games here, ladies and gentlemen, after the short break. So do stay tuned, and we'll be right back soon.
So what is the next big thing? Well, Galaxy believes the next big thing is you.
Me?
Yes! Because of the power of Galaxy AI, you'll open up so many possibilities. The next big thing is you.
Hey, I'm at gate 6 wearing a grey shirt.
ฉันอยู่ที่ประตู 6 สวมเสื้อสีเทา
ได้ครับ เดี๋ยวผมไปรับอีก2 นาที
I'll pick you up in 2 minutes.
Everybody feel it come around with the rhythm, it's a sound. Everybody get down when we give it to you.
Sí, ¿vos de qué parte sos?
This is such a great trip. I would love to take us all to dinner tonight. Make the reservation. Chris, are you getting any of this?
Dinner at Santino's, opera tonight, tour tomorrow, and check up on Shuggy.
Oh, okay. You go, Chris.
Hey, I'm at gate 6 wearing a grey shirt.
ฉันอยู่ที่ประตู 6 สวมเสื้อสีเทา
ได้ครับ เดี๋ยวผมไปรับอีก2 นาที
I'll pick you up in 2 minutes.
Everybody feel it come around with the rhythm, it's a sound. Everybody get down when we give it.
Everyone's searching for the next big thing in technology. But the next big thing isn't this.
Integration, encryption, quantum.
And it's definitely not this.
This is why I'm a trailblazer, a groundbreaker, a pioneer, and most of all, a disruptor.
No. Galaxy believes the next big thing is you.
May? Really?
Yes, look at you. You're an artist. You're open to experiment. You make your actors go shh. And then you have other ideas and make them, yeah, do that. It's never easy. But you open your heart.
Hi, I'm live. I have a play this weekend. Hi, do you like theatre? Sorry.
You open conversations. You do this, you do that. You go... You know that big thing I was talking about? Well, with Galaxy AI, you'll open even more possibilities. You'll open your imagination, open more ways to be, you know, creative, and open more ways to collaborate. Wow, you made that. We're putting all that power of Galaxy AI in your hands. The next big thing is you.
Dinner tonight. Make the reservation and get back to me about it. Chris, are you getting any of this?
Dinner at Santino's, opera tonight, tour tomorrow, and check up on Shuggy.
Oh, you go, Chris.
Perhatian kepada semua penumpang penerbangan antarabangsa bagi memastikan kelancaran.
It was fun facing other Singaporean teams.
During our qualifiers, I think we have set the record for like the shortest game ever.
It was very challenging.
I think we also played a very long game. I think we had a 33-minute game.
Yeah, and we also spent a lot of nights playing ranked together to train.
I mean, the flight here was rather smooth, but the wait time is a bit too long.
Nanti, I heard you didn't sleep for 2 hours, right? Wait, why is that so?
Yes, I was preparing draft.
Smooth, but very fast. I want to sleep, cannot sleep. I close my eyes, wake up, reach already. Too noisy.
What? I had a good sleep.
I want to sleep, yeah, baby. Mama, wow.
Every time I close my eyes, the chair.
I think we should have a cabin with no babies.
Yeah, it was quite tiring for us, but we are here at KL now to prove ourselves this tournament.
Dari apa yang kita udah lakukan dari tahun kemarin hingga sekarang, kita cukup pede dengan roster yang sekarang.
Kami di qualifier sebenarnya tidak terlalu susah payah sih. Kami bisa menang comeback 21-21, membuat kami semua satu tim bisa pergi ke Malaysia bareng-bareng.
Kita orang tak banyak sangat persiapan sebab kita orang pun tak ada gold lane, kita orang main 2 SP lane, tapi sebabkan kita orang jago, enemy pun semua bantai.
Ya lawannya gampang semua sih harusnya. Soalnya ada Hijume, EVOS Hijume.
Apa lah? Aduh, tolong lah.
Oke, Malaysia siap-siap aja.
Kalau boleh jangan ban Martis tau, aku nak main.
Nanti korang pandai-pandai aku nak tengok.
Kita nak menang lah.
Kita nak champion. Champion, target champion.
Menang.
Betul, kita orang nak menang, nak champion, kita nak sauk semua.
Of course lah nak menang kan. Dapat duit kot.
Kita orang dekat sini nak menang untuk mengharumkan nama Malaysia. Jadi hati-hati lah jumpa kita orang. Bendera.
Ciao.
We're gonna get champion.
Yes, what he said.
Yeah.
Champions!
Why you sitting down?
I'm tired from carrying all of them lah.
Hey, what?
Kita ingin juara ya, ingin bantai-bantai lah semua negara tuh yang perwakilan yang ada di sini gitu.
Idon
Malaysia mantap. Kalau bisa dikasih nama semua, itu udah pasti sih siap-siap aja deh.
So our goal is
Nasi kandar.
First of all, saya bersyukur dapat opportunity tournament Mobile Legends under Samsung.
I feel excited lah sebab it's like a new thing lah for us to try.
Saya rasa bangga dapat mewakili Malaysia. Betul kan? Betul. Betul lah, tapi bangga juga lah. Bangga lah. Happy lah.
Happy.
Betul, diorang memang sangat happy lah sebab diorang rasa yang tournament ni bagi diorang banyak peluang untuk tunjukkan bahawa dekat semi profesional juga kita boleh bersaing di peringkat antarabangsa. Jadi thank you so much untuk Samsung Galaxy yang menganjurkan tournament ni. Betul lah, happy ya? Betul, memang sangat happy diorang. Saya rasa event ni lagi organize daripada pelbagai segi lah.
Saya rasa sorry.
So event ni I think quite special lah for me. Sebab sebelum ni saya main online, price pool pun 1,800. Tapi masuk event ni tiba-tiba 15 apa? USD. Dalam USD dah tu kan.
Saya rasa lagi better lah tournament ni sebab apa? Transportation dengan penginapan dia memang mantap.
Bagi saya tournament ni lagi better sebab ada Marshall cantik dengan cute tu.
Best.
Sangat best.
Wah. Betul. Memang sangat best untuk diorang. Diorang kata best nombor satu sebab prize pool memang sangat besar. Lepas tu kita orang juga boleh berpeluang lawan dengan tim-tim international daripada negara-negara lain. Itu susah sangat dan sangat mahal untuk dapat dekat tournament ni. Best yang ketiga sebab diorang boleh duduk sama-sama. Thank you so much kepada organizer lain sekali sebab susah untuk diorang berkumpul macam ni dan merapatkan bonding antara sesama pasukan.
Best.
Video ini ditajuk oleh Samsung Galaxy, yang mana telefon yang bagus adalah Samsung Galaxy yang selesa di tangan dan mempunyai frame rate per second yang tinggi dengan grafik yang sangat bagus. Betul.
Video ni ditaja oleh Samsung. Okey, so saya rasa kalau phone lagi tahan bateri, lagi best untuk main game.
Bukan best je, boleh jadi pro.
Lagi lama, lagi besar kapasiti bateri, lagilah lama kita boleh main dengan kawan-kawan.
Bagi saya lagi lama battery life, lagilah boleh push yang lama-lama. Fikir battery health.
Betul. Kalau tak, nanti kita nak kena charge setiap masa kan. So, kalau bateri life lagi banyak, lagi better.
So video ini disponsor oleh Samsung Galaxy. So feature yang baik untuk gaming adalah FPS yang baik, bateri yang tahan lama, grafik yang sangat bagus dan tidak mudah panas.
So, video ni ditaja oleh Samsung Galaxy and cooling system dalam phone is actually important sebab kadang kalau masuk late game kan, kalau dah panas tu memang frame tu sebenarnya. Okay.
I think Samsung Galaxy play crucial important in our game Mobile Legends lah, because it can prevent network from delay. For me, as a assassin player, more important for device such as Samsung Galaxy. Thank you.
I think this phone is really good. I also use Samsung, so that's how we get here.
Earlier through the day, we went through the upper brackets best of threes, where all the teams were able to start and introduce themselves to each other. Among them, we found 4 teams still in the upper brackets that will now be facing off in 2 series to close off the day. First up, we have Team 404 Bakri as well as Team Miracle Gaming up against each other in a head-to-head. One of them will make it continuously in the upper brackets, but one of them will be bumped down into lower brackets. So who would it be? Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Samsung Galaxy Gaming Academy Campus Series. My name is Eliminate, your host for today, and of course this event is powered by the Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra. With that being said, we are going in straight away. Of course, I want to remind everybody we still have some airdrop diamonds to give out, so stay to the end of the series. And for those of you who are on a line, we have it provided throughout the broadcast and in the comment section, so make sure to keep your eyes open to catch the airdrops. For the rest of you guys here, make sure to cheer as loud as possible for the teams that you're rooting for, and also in the comment section over in the live. So with that being said, let's introduce the teams for this series. We have Team 404 Bakri from Indonesia and Team Miracle Gaming from Malaysia. 404 Bakri is the only team from Indonesia that is alive in the upper brackets right now. The others dominated by the Malaysian teams. So would they provide an upset? We'll find out very, very soon. Let's bring this over to our casters to kick it off for us. Safa and KBC, over to you.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for joining us once again as we are about to enter our upper bracket round 2, where the champions of the matches so far today are now going to be going head-to-head to see who gets the chance of moving on into the upper bracket finals. My name's Stafa, once again joined on the desk by KBC.
Yeah, and this upper bracket round 2 is going to be the most exciting one because we can see or we can tell which teams they do have the ability or at least the potential to make it into the upper bracket finals, but they have to go through the wars and the battles right here starting right now. So let's take a look onto the playoff brackets. You can see from here 404 Bakery going in alongside with Miracle Gaming, and they will be facing up against one another in another best of 3 series. In the meantime though, Team UTP are waiting for their opponents earlier on between either Venus, Vincier or DX Origins, and eventually DX Origins will be heading into the upper brackets round 2 facing off with Team UTP. Just a little bit of a side note here, all the teams are still 2-0, so it's a competitive sweep all the way right here. And now we're going to check out the lineups for 404 Bakri.
At this point, we've already gotten familiar with every single player here in the tournament, but 404 Bakri is consisting of Vito Anak Papa, Alberto Hijume, Grigi Krisakti, Rensa, and Dit Aja, a team that definitely showed their dominance during the very first match of the day.
Yeah, they have been super phenomenal here with the side of Hijume, Trisakti, and of course the rest of the players, including Rensa himself. He has already earned a couple of MVPs in hand. So you can see the players are all standing by for the games to begin. But before that, let's take a look onto Miracle Gaming. We have Damsky, Lord Zibran, Super Susu, Hashiteru, and Div. And Super Susu has been the MVP for both games within his series, so we'll look forward to see more out of his gameplay.
We saw a lot of strong coordination and good roaming from the side of Miracle Gaming during their match earlier today. But I do feel like 404 Bakri so far has shown to be a slightly more aggressive team. So I'm very interested to see what will happen now that these two teams will be facing off against one another, since neither one has encountered a defeat just yet.
Yeah, and I can see that both teams are playing almost the similar aggressive play style. They initiate, they bring the fights to their opponents instead of deciding the tempo. And there's a lot of things that goes into a very successful team. But now it's all coming down to whether these qualities, are they able to match against oneself? But most importantly, also stay calm and composed during times of adversity. Like, you know, if they say they were to bring the fight to us, do we want to move forward with the skirmish? Or should we return? Should we retreat? And then slowly but surely just defend and kite them back right there. So there's going to be a lot of questions over there, especially with the hero drafting as well. I think so far both teams are going to try to counter pick among one another, seeing which heroes are being more favorable and more being in the ban pool.
Yeah, especially now that we've gone further in the tournament, we've gotten a better look at what exactly is the meta, what heroes are strong, what is preferred by the players here, and we'll see whether those trends continue in the draft for game number 1 with 404 Bakri on the blue side and Miracle Gaming on the red.
Yeah, as you mentioned earlier on, the trends, we do see that Matilda, Ling still getting banned. We do see some of the gameplays as well, and they kind of put a lot of pressure on the teams who do not select them. Angela also being banned, Chip also being banned. So yeah, those are the common bans, the common pattern right now that we are able to see despite the small sample size. And we can already tell that maybe for perhaps the first pick, they want to go for a Roger, perhaps an Arlott, or Harif. Okay,
right.
Sure, can. Yeah, prove me wrong right there. You want to get your Mage Marksman? By all means, go ahead.
Harif being led through the bans here, going to be locked in straight away, which means that Roger is a pretty likely option for the side of Miracle Gaming. We'll see whether they go for that. So far, teams on the red side have been playing it pretty safe with their first couple of picks, Valentina being a popular one, and that's exactly what they're gonna go for, Roger and Valentina.
Great choices indeed. Roger and Valentina is one of the top picks already so far. Not forgetting honorable mentions like Cloud, Esmeralda, and Fedrin. Julian, after the 2 games already, he's been out of the lineup already. I don't know where he's going. Maybe perhaps this is just a pocket pick or something to, you know, the situational pick in hand. But speaking of which, wait a minute. Jawhead. Okay.
I'm here for this. I'm a big fan of Jawhead. I think he's such a fun hero to play.
Yep.
Doesn't quite work in the current meta these days, and he didn't exactly get buffed or nerfed or anything, but hey, if someone's bringing it, I'm gonna have fun watching it. They were gonna lock it in with the Barats, and the first phase of Miracle Gaming closes with the X-Borg.
Yeah, I believe the Jawhead got adjusted. It's a balancing lah, not much of whether he's gonna be majorly buffed or majorly
he did. Yeah.
Yes. So yeah, looking forward for that. This like we said, we wanted new heroes, and this is what we got.
Yeah, I forgot about the adjustment that he got. I believe the change was that they reduced the number of his total passive stacks to half and made it easier for them to stack up while doing more potential damage overall. So maybe that's enough for this team to decide, hey, we're gonna try him out. Miracle Gaming, they go for the Martis. So far, hasn't been having the highest success rate, but we know Miracle Gaming plays him in the gold lane, so that's different.
Yeah, it's a bit different. They are a bit more using at his own core. The strengths of this particular hero will be coming in play in Miracle Gaming. Meantime, though, Julian and Xavier. Wow, I think this is a... I'm not sure whether the players over there are Jujutsu Kaisen fan, maybe because they got the skins recently over there. But hey, you know what? I think, you know, this could be working if they are comfortable with their picks.
And Super Susu gonna get his Tigreal as well. This is a hero that he was able to get MVP with during Miracle Gaming's victory earlier today. So both teams bringing their A game right here. It does seem like the Julian is a Trisakti signature right now, but the Jawhead is what I'm personally going to be the most curious about.
So I'm thinking you're going to give the benefit of the doubt to 404 Bakery because of the Jawhead?
A tiny bit.
Okay, cool. I'm going with you as well. I want to see what this Jawhead brings to the table, especially having characters like... We just talked about Julian. I just cancelled him out from the top pick, and now he's back here again one more time. Yeah, Xavier as well. So I want to see this combination of heroes that I haven't seen it before. Nonetheless, however, I'm looking forward for this gameplay.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you guys have your popcorn because we're jumping straight into the land of Dawn. It's going to be 404 Bakri on the blue side versus Miracle Gaming on the red side. A battle of teams from Indonesia and Malaysia.
And here comes the standard plays going in for your buffs, your respective buffs. Do not get it stolen just yet. And making sure to upskill yourself to level 4 ASAP. And of course, we want to see the Harif and the Martis attacking lane right here. This is the goal side, I believe, that you mentioned earlier on, Safa. So we'll see which player is able to dominate earlier.
Yeah, Hashteru will probably have a slightly difficult time there because Harif does a lot of poke damage early on. Looks like Trisakti was able to secure that litho as well. Did Acha actually gonna be really focusing on babysitting this Julian to make sure he's able to farm as fast as possible and hit that level 4 mark. Oh, Hashiteru in a lot of danger here. Forced the flicker out to safety. The throw goes on to Super Susu, but that means that Trisakti is the one who's left by his lonesome.
Well, I'm very, very excited that... Okay, oh wait a minute.
That was close. Oh, a nice slow as well from Super Susu. Did Aja not able to follow up, even though their health is so low. He'll still try, but looks like nothing's gonna happen here. Though Hashteru is not being able to go home anytime soon.
This is gonna waste some time from the side of Miracle Gaming. They couldn't even secure their turret right here. Going to give a little bit more goal advantage because every time you hit that turret, they will have the goal barrier, and every hit counts for extra goal. Now I'm amazed of the gameplay coming in for 404 Bakery. They really play it aggressively inside, but Miracle Gaming in the meantime, they rotated very quickly and trying to go for that kill, and yes, they do.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised that it was Trisakti who ended up giving first blood earlier there, but looks like it's not going to affect them all too much. 404 Bakri get that first turtle very easily.
I can see that the turtle will be into the favor of 404 Bakri, and again, the goal a little bit more of advantage here. And it seems like Miracle Gaming, they are hovering across their own jungle, but again, rotations, the roams of their own members here just consistently keep moving. We do see that 404 Bakri, they also like to play a lot of roaming, a lot of rotations from top to mid to below, bottom lanes. So they are playing the same game like what 404 Bakri is doing, but maybe, just maybe, a bit more effective.
The implosion actually missed onto the jaw hit here, but the Sacred Hammer will set up the kill. But a three-man knockup into the Dawning Light forces multiple flickers by Miracle Gaming. Damski, he's left alone here. He's dodging a lot of abilities, but he's not going to be able to escape.
Yeah, that's a one-to-one trade-off. I feel like there's a little bit of mishap coming from Miracle Gaming, as you mentioned. Super Susu missing his ultimate, the implosion, and unfortunately, we have another technical pause coming in here. But overall, both teams started off really, really active. They don't just be stagnant, I would say, in games. They just continue to rotate, giving support left and right. Even though they don't have the most mobile hero lineup ever, but they still provide the support. They still find opportunities like, hey, if you're gonna gang, we're gonna try to gang as well. We're trying to get trade kills in the meantime. But as the time processes by, you're gonna have to see your side lanes, or are they performing well? Are they performing your own lane? Are they making sure that they got enough farm for their itemization and making sure that they have an upper advantage comparing to the opponent's side lane themselves. So this was why they continue to rotate, because they want to continue to gang. They want to gang, they want to stun the growth as much as possible, as long as possible, to give themselves an upper advantage.
Yeah, we can definitely see some similarities in the way that both these teams are approaching the game in that way right now. That's why we can see that so far, there hasn't been a very obvious advantage built up by either side just yet. It's been pretty back and forth, with both sides making mistakes here and there, resulting in them being punished and having the score and net worth reset once again. I feel like we need to see a little bit more discipline and a little bit more awareness over the map right here, because if they continue at this pace, victory is going to end up being very 50-50, and I doubt either side wants that.
Yeah, they have to be also decisive as well. If they want to take team fights, you know, is this the right time to take the team fight? That's number one. We're still level 4, okay? And most of our members also probably hovering around level 3. We don't have our skill or itemization at its peak just yet, or at least hitting phase 1. So there's a lot of decisions that have to be made. In the meantime, let's say, yeah, if the opponents, they do have the upper advantage to take, should we retreat or should we try the very best to take down the weakest link from the opponent's side? So a lot of things being calculated, a lot of things being played. It's like playing chess, but in Mobile Legends at the very least. Yeah, it's still very early in the game. It could go to either way, but I love the intensity of these two teams. They are playing in neck to neck. Rotations are on point. It's just coming down to whoever is able to get that first-hand advantage.
Yeah, providing information gonna be very important here. But like, we've actually already seen a lot of strong gameplay from roamers all throughout the day. Like, it was surprising at the beginning of the day to see roamers getting MVP, but then we realized that's actually the majority of what's happening. Now that there's so much damage flying around, actually being able to set up kills, being able to reveal the map is becoming more and more crucial, since you simply don't have a lot of leeway for mistakes anymore.
Yeah, agree on that. Not enough mistakes, and every mistake would, put them a step forward in place. But ladies and gentlemen, we are looking back right here. There's the casters right here. My name is KBC. Alongside with me is Safar. Thank you so much for all your support. Again, to those just tuning by here, welcome, welcome, welcome to the Galaxy Gaming Academy Campus Series for the Mobile Legends Bang Bang category. And I just wanted to say thank you so much for all the support you've been giving us, for those who just stay tuned as well. And again, I want to invite you all to check out the latest Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra. Remember, the entirety of the tournament is powered by the phone, and victory can be yours if you get yourself one phone right now, like right here.
Yep, your ultimate gaming companion to be able to pull you through those difficult stretches of ranked gaming, and basically allowing you to make sure that you will always have at least one teammate that you can rely on. And so hopefully you guys can show them some support, because they're what allows for all of this to be possible. And they're showing you guys some support as well, because this tournament does have airdrops happening.
Yep.
There's going to be flashed on the screen from time to time, and there's also going to be codes provided within the stream chat itself. So if you're quick enough, you'll be able to redeem those and grab yourself some free MLBB diamonds.
All right, it's all fair right here, whether you're on ground or online. Make sure to grab your codes ASAP. Of course, for those who wanting to know what are the players fighting for, why are they all here, from Indonesia, from Singapore, from Malaysia as well. Again, this is the regional playoffs, day 1, and they are fighting for that total prize pool of 15,000 USD. Remember, it's 15,000 United States dollars, not ringgit Malaysia, right?
Yep.
That's a lot of money, and the first place, aka the champions, will walk away with a huge chunk pool of it, 7,500 United States dollars.
Second place, not too shabby as well. They got 3,500 USD. Third place will have 2,500 USD. And then fourth place will get 1,500 USD.
Correct.
What does that mean? That means that only the top 4 teams will actually get a chunk of this prize pool. So you don't want to be that unfortunate person who ends up in 5th place.
Oh yeah, that would be so sad, especially like in the middle, right? You're so close yet so far. There's a saying, close to a cigar or something. Like, I can't remember already the saying, but again, it is all fun and games again, and it's to build that competitive spirit and hoping to find new talents, because this is a platform for aspiring champions as we get back to the game. And oh my goodness,
wow,
that was fast.
The moment we jump in, we witness the demise of Dora in the mid lane. So 404 Bakri starting to step on the gas a little bit.
Yeah, they are trying to go for the kills, and now you can see they have the advantage as well in terms of the goal. Miracle Gaming, they are looking forward to see what they can set up right now. It looks like they are using their Tigreal to continue on roaming and protecting this Valentina away from danger. Same goes to Joyhit and, if I'm not mistaken, Xavier. Those are the two combos that are trying to work together out.
One thing to note with Xavier is that after his recent adjustment, the way that it works now is that, especially once you get into the mid to late phase, it's very easy for him to reduce his ultimate cooldown.
Yep.
So it's very spammable if he does his job right. Implosion only catches one, but the instant response from the Julian Trisakti takes him out, and a nice Daytona's welcome right into the Dawning Light takes out Dora as well. Only 3 members left on Miracle Gaming, and now Damski, he's been caught, he's being chased down. 404 Bakri will not allow him to escape.
And that is the aggression that 404 Bakri has been well known of since the first game. They continue on with their momentum, not only taking 3 kills, but the turtle in hand.
All right, this early game, it looked pretty even up until now, but that's a very decisive victory right there. 404, they even find one more. That's going to be Super Susu knocked up. A nice ejector play on Dora right into the stun. Beautifully comboed for Hijume to pick up the kill.
Wow, 404 Bakri, they're not just done yet right here. They take down Super Susu once again with Trisakti's Julian, and Damsky, he's just running away for his dear life. He's not participating in this fight.
Oh my goodness, 404 Bakri, they're chasing them down. A nice last insanity though, dropping them real low. Hijume gonna be the first one to fall, and they're looking to get Alberto as well. A decimate kill onto him, and one more shut down by Hashiteru. Double kill on the Martis.
There's balls of steel right there from Miracle Gaming, not giving up the fight. Say, hey, you know what? Yeah, you won the first skirmish. Let us take the fight to you right now. And they managed to get a 3-piece of their own.
All right, okay. We have a true back and forth right here. Definitely a deserving game of the upper bracket round 2. No more one-sided domination. Hashiteru able to turn things around. We remember how we mentioned that Martis needs the snowball, needs kills.
Yep.
Well, he's 4-0.
Good sign, good sign. This is the gamble that they want to take, and they believe onto that. But this time around, like you said, the top side will be harassed, and unfortunately for Alberto, he can't do much with the Barrettes. He's just going to fall back right here, and the rotations come in here. But meantime, in the bottom lane as well, Hari is probably going to take this turret into place, while Martis will make the move to just bail out.
Yeah, looks like he'll back it off, play it safe. He cannot afford to lose his shutdown right now. He is the most fed player on the side of Miracle Gaming. Everyone else not in a very good state. They're going to swap lanes, allow Hashiteru to play around the safer side of the map, since towers are still surviving on the top side.
Yeah, great move over there, you know, to avoid being ganked that often, and he still can able to get his farm despite not being at the goal lane anymore.
But this means that Miracle Gaming are just going to allow 404 Bakri to take these turtles. They're not going to be able to respond quick enough. That's going to be another one falling into the hands of the Indonesian team.
The Indonesian team has been following off the textbook plays, you know, get your turtle, get your farm, upskill as much as possible. But in the meantime, for Miracle Gaming, I feel like they want to do that too. It's just that unfortunately, you know, they had to back out earlier and they were a step too slow to go for this. Nonetheless, however, it doesn't matter right now. Oh, it looks like a Thunderbelt onto the hands of the Roger. Dembski using the latest emblem as well, which is Warcry, is going to give him more defense and attack, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Yep. Dembski, so surprisingly, I think the only player that goes for this Thunderbelt build on Roger, since everyone else is going for the typical Windtalker. Oh, the Dona's welcome. Gonna catch one. Ferraga armor popped by Lord Zebranks. He's able to dash away thanks to the passive. So no kills for 404 Bakri just yet.
No kills there, a little bit of kiting, just testing the waters, poking the enemies and making sure that they have map control. I think this is what 404 does very good, does very well. They have map control, they will use it to their advantage and make sure that they have map information, and then they decide to, you know what, let's come and attack right now.
Oh, that's a lot of damage from Trisakti actually. It's Super Susu drop down to half HP immediately. You can definitely see that tankier heroes are having a difficult time keeping up with the damage increase all across the game recently.
Yeah, just unfortunate as well. I think he's still not up to par just yet to sustain as much damage. But you know what? He's still a tank. He can afford to sacrifice for deaths. But before the death, he needs to be impactful. Maybe to use the ultimate as soon as possible.
Flicker Implosion catches 3. Sacred Hammer only does 1 though. Detona's welcome. Gonna eat them. And Hashiteru and Super Susu are immediately run down, steamrolled by 404 Bakri.
Wow, that's unfortunate because I believe Super Susu wanted to use the ultimate, the implosion, but because of the Barrett's ultimate, just denies everything, zone him out instead and getting the kill. Not only 1, but 2.
That was a good implosion, but the Sacred Hammer couldn't follow up in time, and then the Dona's welcome just ruined everything. And 404 Bakri are so ahead right now that they can just run down Miracle Gaming. They have to find some way to regain ground in this game.
This is just that. I mean, it's quite challenging because right now you have one Lord and you're gonna try to do the split push. So perhaps, just perhaps, they will let go of any tier 2 turrets available now. and then we'll fall back to protect the inhibitor turrets.
I mean, that's all they can really do. A nice catch actually forces out Purify from Hijume here. Hashiteru with the Mortal Coil. Daytona's welcome. That's gonna be one. They eat, they spit, they stun. Super Susu gonna be dragged back. He gets a nice implosion into the backline to stop the 404 DPSs from doing things. And that means Alberto will be traded for Hashiteru, but Super Susu will still fall eventually. And now Damski is being zoned out by Dit Acha and Rensa. He can't go home. They're just slowly whittling him down and chasing him to the ends of the earth. Dotting Light gonna miss. But what can he really do in this situation? He knows it's done.
What a valiant effort coming in from the side of Damski, but no can do. The Great Escape, unfortunately, has to be stopped. And now what needs to be stopped will be the Lord, as the rest of the members of Miracle Gaming will try to defend the inhibitor turret from this basic Lord.
Damski did succeed in buying a lot of time where Rensa isn't participating in the push, but he's still going to be down for another 8 seconds here. And 404 Bakri trying to do as much tower damage as they can while he's down for the count.
Man, this is just so difficult. And speaking of which, Trisakti already hitting level 15 right there. He's gonna deal tons of damage output from his magic side.
Oh, implosion on 4 into the last insanity, pushes them all away, destroys them. That's a massive explosion by Miracle Gaming. They found the catch they've been looking for. But look at Rensa. He's 1v2, he's 1v3, double kill on the Harif. And that's gonna be a 3-for-4 trade in favor of Miracle.
That was a great move coming from Miracle Gaming. Caught us off guard as well as casters here, especially the very well-timed implosion. Takes down 4 members, but they cannot deal with this Harif. This Harif is currently dominating.
But what a turnaround though. Super Susu showing us why he got MVP on this hero earlier today. The moment 404 Bakri let down their guard for a moment, we got to see in that instant replay a beautiful implosion followed up by the last insanity. I don't know why Hijume didn't pop the Purify. He may have died a bit too soon. Unfortunately, they don't have any more CC after that to stop Rensa, so he's still able to turn around and get 3 kills by himself.
And that was a very... I would say that if they were winning that, that would be the play of the game. But unfortunately, Miracle Gaming are still suffering from here. They are still very, very... how would say, lack of power. They lack of power to actually do anything right now. So all they can do is to see 404 Bakri taking out this lot. If they are daring, they might want to flicker or perhaps try to get the final kill here, but it seems like it's most likely no.
Daytona's welcome on Lord Z-Frank's implosion finds the Barats, but that's all. Dawning Light hits everyone on Miracle Gaming, and now Super Susu will be the first to fall. We see the Asura Aura coming in. Damski finishes off Trisakti, so 404 the Bakri actually has to be a bit more careful here. We see the Immortality gonna be popped on Lord Z-Franks, and he will be abandoned since Miracle Gaming will not be able to save him.
Rensa is just a beast at the moment. 0 deaths there, Safa. And my, oh my, he's launching here with the rest of the teammates in the mid lane. I think Miracle Gaming, they cannot even stand a chance to defend this crystal base away.
Yeah, they're sieging this. A really good play by Hashiteru though, able to stop Rensa, get the kill, and they're actually chasing 404 Bakri back. The Lord is being abandoned right now, and Dit Acha will be chased down by Damski. Dotting line! He finds Dora! And that's going to be one last kill before Hijume walks away.
My goodness, the amount of kills, the amount of aggression back to back is just phenomenal from both teams. Nonetheless, however, yes, Miracle Gaming, they defended well, great. But what will be your next step? All of your inhibitor turrets are already destroyed.
Oh, implosion onto 2. Purify on Hijume gets him out, but Alberto does not have the same luxury. He is tanky though, so he'll be able to get away, and Miracle Gaming will be forced back.
Forced back here. Yeah, buffs also are gone. Nothing much can Miracle Gaming do except to wait for the inevitable. However, if they do have enough time, they can go for this Luminous slot later in the next 74 seconds. They just need to hold on to their lanes, hold on to that crystal base for the time being.
The problem is 404 Bakri scale better into the late game overall because they do have the Hijume on the Xavier and Rensa on the Harif. In comparison, Miracle Gaming are highly dependent on Damski here in order to actually output proper burst damage. So their approach to the team fight needs to be a lot more careful, and they need to be able to catch multiple people with that implosion to make sure that 404 Bakri aren't the ones controlling the tempo of the team fight.
Like 404 Bakri is just taunting right here. A little bit of the teleporting portal, and then they do have great positioning as well to steal away the purple buff. And in the next 27 seconds, they have the Lord Pit in their favor. Meanwhile, Miracle Gaming just continuing on to defend waves of super minions. But is that enough in order to counter attack the side of Team 404 Bakery?
The ideal is that Miracle Gaming sets up like a slow push happening up in the top lane. I'm not too sure if the minion equilibrium is in the best spot for that. Hashiteru already down to 30% HP too, has to recall. Another Daytona's welcome onto the X-Borg. No Firaga armor, no Last Insanity. Sacred Hammer gonna be cancelled out and Lord Zebrans will lose his life. Super Susu, he can't do anything, gets executed by the Sky Piercer. Damski though at least able to finish off Alberto. So it's a 2-for-1 trade, but 4-4 Bakri now in control of the Lord.
Yes, they do have control of the Lord. They are harassing the Lord as well, and eventually the team will receive Luminous Lord in their sight to fight for them for this final push, perhaps this final push.
I feel like it could be. Miracle Gaming, Lord Zebranx and Super Susu should be back by the time the Lord crashes in, but they don't have any inhibitor towers to try and hold it back.
Oh, so difficult here, man. 5 versus 5, and then Alberto is gonna go up here soon later.
Well, here it is, Lord crashing onto the crystal. It is now exposed, an implosion play on the tree, and a Sacred Hammer pushes them into play. Hijume is picked off. They're able to finish down the Lord. Hashiteru is picked off, but he's already done his job. 404 Bakri still not able to end the game. Super Susu finds the catch again.
This is such a great move for Miracle Gaming because as time passes by, they're slowly but surely trying to face into the late game session, and everybody will be equal in terms of items, in terms of gold. Gold don't matter anymore later in the later stages of the game, and it's all coming down to mechanical team fights.
Miracle Gaming now looking to expand their influence over the map, but I feel like they should be splitting their side lanes right now. It's doubtful that they're going to be able to really catch anyone here. Though Super Susu, he's going to look for Trisakti. Forced to escape though. Yeah, Miracle Gaming is kind of wasting time here. They should have been pushing their lanes.
Yeah, pushing the lanes, and unfortunately have to go back to their base as well to avoid super minions for chipping away damage onto the crystal base. But like you said, so far they should have been pushing lanes. They should be trying to take down whatever turrets is still available right there. Even the middle turret, the middle tier 1 turret is still not being touched yet. It's still not being broken down. So maybe, just maybe, you know what, they were a little bit confused on that, but it's okay. They live to survive another round of this bidding from 404 Bakri. It's all coming down to this lot. If Miracle Gaming can secure this lot, things will shift 180 into their favor.
We're 18 minutes into the game. Basically, every core on both teams will be hitting max items by now. Looking at what we've got a couple of defensive options. Even Hashiteru going for that Rose Gold Meteor and the War Axe. Not something you typically build on a Martis in the past.
Oh, Jawhead actually has one more slot available as well.
Yep. He is the roam, so it's going to take him a little bit longer. The same for Super Susu. Damski gonna get scouted out just a little bit here. Both teams playing very carefully. They know a single mistake right now is the difference between victory and defeat.
Yep. It's gonna be the moment here, 19 seconds down the clock. Everybody just kiting each other, just poking one another, testing the waters. But after that, when that Luminous Lord goes online, the rest of the teams will lit their eyes up and hoping to go for it. Now, Lord Evolve has already finally appeared. This is going to be it, ladies and gentlemen. 404 Bakri will have the first touch, the first strike. Can Miracle Gaming do something about this?
Unfortunately, Miracle Gaming are having a difficult time pushing back the minion waves. If they send everyone to deal with the Lord, there's always a chance of a back door. What will they risk? They're going to leave Hashiteru behind. Right now, they're gonna get scouted out instantly. Dawning Light doing some damage. They know where Miracle Gaming is, and they're already pincering the location. Lord Zebranks doesn't have a lot of Ferraca armor left either. Lord, will it get reset here? Looks like 404 Bakri will decide to do so. They pop the Ferraga armor, use the conceal. Daytona's welcome going to actually miss. As we see the Jawhead ult. Implosion only on one. Super Susu loses his immortality. Dawning Light chasing back the rest of Miracle Gaming. They're forced to abandon Super Susu.
Yeah, they are forced to do that right here, especially no tanks anymore to soak up the damage, and this Lord will be in the hands of 404 Bakri. Can we see another defensive miracle in the hands of Miracle Gaming?
Logically speaking, 404 Bakri should have already learned that their mistake from the previous time. They're not going to group up for the implosion. And this time as well, Super Susu is still dead for another 20 seconds. Miracle Gaming need to hold on.
Need to hold on to their dear lives, but it seems grimmer every single second right now. The Lord marches in 6 versus 4. Who will stand victorious right here?
Hashtag gonna be able to walk back to regen. Dora as well. Dawning Light not gonna be able to stop them, but the Lord on the crystal means it's already exposed, and all 404 Bakri need to do is focus it down to claim victory in game number 1.
Game number 1 goes into the hands of 404 Bakri. What an absolute showdown. I mean, give credits where credits are due. Team Miracle Gaming, they really put up a great fight, a great defensive stance, but it wasn't enough. After losing Super Susu, everything just crumbled apart. 6 versus 4. Nothing they can do to prevent their crystal base from being destroyed.
It definitely was much closer game than we would have expected, because 404 Bakri actually made some really solid rotations in that early game, ganking and snowballing off of kills, but then they overestimated themselves a little bit and allowed for Miracle Gaming to claw back, to at least keep themselves in the game somewhat. And then all those implosion catches by Super Susu allowed them to prolong the game, but unfortunately not quite enough. They needed a finisher and they could not find it.
Yeah, and because of, inhibitor turrets are already destroyed, their lanes are fully exposed, they always had to send Hashiteru all the way to the top side, like you mentioned earlier, trying to clear waves. By the time he drops down, it's so difficult already to assist in the team fights. Nonetheless, however, let's take a look on the team fights the highlights right here. Especially, starting off, it was 50-50, it could go both ways. Both teams are playing aggressively. Hey, we're going to rotate as much as possible. We're not trying to be stagnant. We are shot calls, making sure that you're not alone. If you're alone, get back here because enemy is missing.
Both teams were trading back and forth for quite a long time. At one point, you think 404 Bakri has the advantage. Then Miracle Gaming finds the Decimate chain. Then 404 Bakri gets a gank, gets a kill, wins a fight. Then the next time, Super Susu finds the implosion that they've been waiting for to actually defend the base against the Lord. And it just went back and forth like that over and over again. Eventually, though, 404 Bakri are able to find the opening that they're looking for by taking out Super Susu before the fight even begins.
Yeah, that was a great move as well. Around the 10-minute mark, as you can see here, 404 Bakri has found their footing and they went in for the kill. They know they had the upper advantage already after taking the turtles, taking the Lord. But then here comes Miracle Gaming showing us glimpse of miracles, hoping to go in for an all-out defense, able to take down multiple members as well, and able to stall, unfortunately, what it was called the inevitable.
Yeah, they managed to stall the game for another 7 minutes though, just from that implosion play. So that's pretty impressive overall. In fact, if Renza hadn't survived and turned the fight around by getting 2 more kills at the end there, that could have been a reversal and a potential win for Miracle Gaming, which shows just how close things got at various stages of the game, demonstrating that we are dealing with completely different beasts here in the upper bracket round 2.
Yeah, and eventually you can see that Super Susu loses his life in order to contest for the Lord. It puts them in an awkward situation of 6 versus 4 and eventually giving to the hands of Team 404 Bakri. But here comes the MVP, Hee-Jung-Mei. Nothing much can we say right here. Absolutely awesome play. And of course, team fight participation is at an all-time high of 82%.
I think he demonstrated to us what the changes to Xavier allow him to do now. He was already being quite aggressive in the early stages, catching people out with the Mystic Field, dealing poke damage. But once you got into the late game phase, the amount of times that Dawning Light was being spammed out to do damage, to provide vision, to just generally annoy the enemy team shows that this hero can be scary.
Yeah, I want to give a shout out to also to all the rest of the members. Rensa has been playing out of his minds when in blazing with the Harif. Yadid Aja doing his very best to crowd or to zone out his opponents here and protecting Hijume from being killed, or at least in Trisakti's case. And then you have Alberto using his ultimate to zone out opponents as well away from the team fight. So good job. Kudos to the rest of the members of Team 404 Bakri.
Yeah, it's a travesty that Super Susu got bronze here. I feel like his plays were what were keeping Miracle Gaming in this for as long as it did end up being. But hey, I think we all know what he did, so it's fine, right? In the end, 404 Bakri showing that they're very comfortable with the heroes that they drafted for themselves, and the difference in the way that itemization works now. Because in the past, having Julian, Xavier, Hare would be very easy to counter typically because they're all magic damage. But now with the revamps to items, you realize that like, okay, defensive items are not quite as strong anymore.
Yes, agree on that, especially with the changes in the items, the revamps and all. It seems like, you know,
these fights.
Yeah, just unfortunate right there. But it's okay, you know, they still have chance. They still have chance to learn back, you know, to see what they can do better. And, you know, it's all coming down again during the drafting, during how much aggression they are able to play right here. So again, ladies and gentlemen, if you're just tuning by here, make sure to show support for your teams, for your players down in the comment section below. If you have time, do drop by to the on-ground event right here as well. And of course, you are all watching the tournament is powered by the Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra. Victory can be yours with one of those babies right here.
That's great. I think we've been promoting it all day.
Yes.
There's no need for you guys to know like anymore because we've already been singing its praises to everywhere, to all of you, and hopefully all of you guys are already considering what your next phone upgrade is going to be. Not to mention, for those of you who have been active with us all day, hopefully you guys have been paying attention to all the airdrops as well. Plenty of ML Baby Diamond codes are available, sometimes shown on the screen during the broadcast and in the stream chat as well. So if you've seen those and you haven't, make sure to go and try and redeem them. Maybe if you were quick enough, some diamonds will already be available for you.
Yep, that's absolutely correct. And of course, for those, you know what the teams are fighting for. Are they going to get something out of it? Definitely so, ladies and gentlemen. We do have a total prize pool of 15,000 USD, while the champions will get 7,500 USD right here. So just give us a preview on this, Safa. What is going on with the brackets right now? So is there still transfers here for Team Miracle Gaming?
There's definitely a chance, right? We saw the potential, but I think what needs to happen is they need to make sure they have more tools. In their previous round, Super Susu set up a lot of implosion plays, and they basically won off of that. But this time, 404 Bakri are a much more difficult opponent that knows how to position to avoid these situations. Thus, building a whole team composition that relies on getting this big team fight catch is no longer going to be reliable enough.
And you can see from there, Julian, Ling, Harif, insta ban right there. And if I'm going to go with the correct one, yeah, I was about to say Matilda, but yeah, go ahead, it's being banned. So now, first pick on the side of Miracle Gaming, who would they want to choose as their very first pick to take away from Team 404 Bakri? We got the Roger.
They've so far prioritized Roger a good amount. Harif is already gone.
Adrian.
Ooh, the chip.
Oh,
yeah, we did forget about that one.
Totally forgot about that. And he is back into the picks because initially he got banned multiple times.
It does mean that Roger is going to be available
Angela.
for 404 Bakri with the Angela. Ooh, scary, scary. The combo of these two heroes can really chain a lot of kills together. But we have to remember, Super Susu, he got MVP twice in the earlier match, and it was on Tigreal and Chip. So this time, maybe we'll get to see something different.
Yeah, maybe we get to see a bit more aggressive roaming because of Chip's passive, able to teleport anytime, his special abilities to teleport back and forth, getting more information in hand. And you're going for sustainability, which is none other than Esmeralda and Faramis.
That is a lot of sustainability, all right. I do like the idea of taking the Faramis because not only is it a good counter to Chip usually by providing more teamfight potential, if the enemy team has Angela and Faramis, it's going to be impossible to bake through them. So it's better for Miracle Gaming to lock it in for themselves in advance. The Esmeralda is meant to counter the shielding coming out of Hard Guard as well, but it can be a little bit 50-50. So we'll see what happens.
Yes, Tarisla right there, also bringing in the punch. I think that would be a great hero to CC onwards to continue on with the team fights. He'll be the one initiating the most, but most importantly, trying to go for the lanes in place. Now, they are banning off Xbox from the side of Bakri. Yeah, it's a good choice. I mean, the Xbox with right heroes and right combination of skills, the Last Insanity does work pretty well off.
The Xbox ban is kind of interesting though, considering that the Esmeralda was already shown by Miracle Gaming. And I have to know, up until now, Lord Zebranx has literally played nothing but Xborg. So it's going to be interesting here. The Kadita also going to be banned, so some respect to Hijume. This was a hero that was very scary in their hands earlier, but now we see the classic, the Lancelot.
Wow, another OG hero in play, and having the Lancelot, I know it's not a Ling, but it's still very mobile. You know, you get to use Phantom Assassin, you get to run away. You know, the whatever skills that, you know, Lancelot has will provide not only damage, but the ability to move out of the battle if needed too. But then, hold up, Nolan for the very first time in this game.
I'm surprised it's taken this long to see Nolan, actually. He was like the only assassin hero that was being picked in the previous meta, and he didn't get nerfed or anything. So, all right, bringing this in, Hashiteru still on the gold lane Martis. And then we also see the Edith being locked in by 404 Bakri.
Yeah, it's very surprising, you know, with the new patch. Nolan is not being nerfed on being adjusted at all. Yeah, we do see in MPL he does get banned a couple of times, but this is the very first time appearing here, and it seems like Team Miracle Gaming might have something on their sleeves.
Yeah, if Miracle Gaming are going to be able to take advantage of Chip and roam around with the Nolan to secure snowballs and kills, then they should be able to solidify a strong early game foundation to close out the game and tie things up. But 404 Bakri also have a lot of tools in their belt right now. So as we jump into the land of Dawn, we are going to bear witness to whether or not this will be yet another clean sweep here at the Samsung Galaxy Gaming Academy Campus Series.
Judging from both teams, everything is even Stevens at the moment. Let's hope we get to see our very first Game 3 as Miracle Gaming striving to take Game 2 to force overtime in Game number 3.
What does worry me is that with the choice of the Martis gold lane, this time having the Nolan jungle instead, Miracle Gaming is really going to be lacking in terms of late game damage as compared to their opponents. So they gotta get the ball rolling as quick as possible and end the game as quick as possible.
I feel like they went pretty well with the Martis. It's just that, like you said, you know, trying to avoid possible or unfortunate team fights, not favoring into their corners. Speaking of that, it looks like there's a little bit of harassing in the mid lane, but into the favor as well for 404 Bakri.
Yeah, they forced the flicker from Super Susu, so that's going to be pretty helpful to have here for now. And we can see that 404 Bakri going to be playing fairly safe, actually putting a lot of pressure just from their positioning on Miracle Gaming.
On top side though, Terisla and Lancelot looking to get the very first blood onto that chip. And unfortunately, Super Susu will become milk food for the rest of the members of 404 Bakri.
And first blood going to Trisakti too is going to be massive here. This is Impure Rage on the Lancelot, so most likely going to be building some damage. And Impure Rage was actually buffed as well. One of the emblems that was buffed to be able to do max HP damage, just like its classic effect.
Oh, that's great news to hear. And I think, you know, we've seen a lot of heroes also using the Impure Rage into their favor. Out of all 10 heroes, there's 4 of it, or 40% will be able to use that gun.
Lord Z Brand's gonna jump back in with the Falling Star Moon to stop the engage as the portal comes out from Super Susu. Alberto gonna be the first one to fall, and a flicker here. Decimate doesn't land the final hit. That feels bad for Hashiteru, as Did Aja gonna use the Primal Wrath to make sure he gets that extra shield, extra HP, almost kills Miracle Gaming too, so they cannot follow up on this. Though Lord Z-Brands, he still has his eyes on the prize, onward, going to miss. He gets the kill, but they lose the turtle in exchange.
So a turtle for 2 kills. If I want to play this objectively right, obviously the turtle would be the great part of it. Is to upskill your rest of your teammates. Everybody will have gold as well, including the person who captures the turtle will get a buff. But Miracle Gaming, I mean, there's nothing much to lose, right? You know, you're already at this prime position. Why not just get the kill from there? And you haven't lost perhaps any single members during that team fight.
Yeah, they already used the portal from Super Susu earlier, and the chip only just respawned too. So they knew they weren't going to be able to contest that turtle.
Yep.
Super Susu doesn't have portal available. He just got it back up, so that's why he didn't pop it earlier against Rensa.
Esmeralda on the top side here, harassing a little bit from Terisla. Oh, Chip is starting to join the fight.
Yeah, portal should be dropped down here, and instantly all of Miracle Gaming is here to finish off Alberto, and they'll just go back to their lanes respectively to get farm.
Yeah, I think this is also a good move to stun the growth of Terisla, giving Esmeralda more breathing space to take that XP lane. At the same time as well, making 404 Bakri decide, should we rotate back to a help, or should we, you know, switch lanes instead? So I think they're still sticking to their core objective here to let the Terisla on top again though, and getting harassed by Esmeralda.
Yeah, he's dropping really low, in fact. That's a 2v1 situation. We know Terisla tends to get very tanky at this point. He's still surviving. Damsky as well, forced to back off. Alberto survives the 1v2 and actually drops both opponents real low too.
That's actually a really good play over there. Norland, unfortunately, did not have enough sustainability. Perhaps maybe the jumping or the turret dive wasn't correct. He went instead and get the damage, the continuous damage from the turret. So they could not get the kill. So good job, nonetheless, for Alberto.
Right now, 404 Bakri are going to be sieged pretty heavily by Miracle Gaming because Miracle know that they need to win this early game. Once again, Super Susu drops down the portal right on top of Rensa. He's able to flicker out, actually. He survives. And here comes the Heart Guard on top of Lancelot, but NetherRealm keeping Miracle Gaming topped up and healthy. Alberto gonna flicker out to safety as well. Lancelot doing a lot of damage, dropping real low on Miracle Gaming. Did Aja with the Primal Wrath as well, actually zoning all of them out. 404 Bakri now in control of the turtle, and Hashiteru finds Alberto finally here. Will he be able to chain into more kills? Turtle dropping real low, they get it, and now 404 Bakri will just walk away.
So 1 turtle for 1 casualty. I mean, Alberto already has been unfortunately been stunted with the multiple deaths onto himself, but that's still a win on the side of 404 Bakri.
Trisakti almost dying there, but not enough damage from Miracle to finish him off. 404 as well, gonna be expanding their map influence, now focusing on taking the top tier 1, trading it for the bottom tier 1.
Yeah, I think that 500 gold proves very useful for all teammates, all these team members of Team 404 Bakri. They can upskill their levels in there. Yeah, sure, they might lose the battle right now in terms of the skirmishes, but they play for the long run. They want to take it later in the mid-game section.
Looks like things are going to slow down just a little bit here. Despite everything that has happened, there's only about a 1K net worth lead in favor of Miracle Gaming, which isn't much to scoff at here. And speaking of, a shutdown from Trisakti onto Hashiteru, which is going to narrow the difference even more.
Yeah, and his very first death right here, so this is not looking good, especially if he's trying to stack up more kills for his unique emblem, which is Killing Spree. And this time around, Team 404 Bakri, they found some footing right here, and they seem to be like, oh wait, goal is also almost equally at this point.
That kill made a big difference. Shutdowns are very important. That's why you gotta make sure you position correctly. If you have a shutdown bounty, they try to catch Dit Aja. He's dropping low, but he's able to pop Primal Wrath just in time. Unfortunately, he's against 5 members of Miracle coming in through the portal, so he's still not gonna survive regardless.
Yes, this is what Team Miracle Gaming is doing all about. They are taking aggression to here, but is their aggression causing them to overcommit though?
Yeah, penalty zone caught out one. Damski tries to dash away, but he's now stuck. 404 Bakri are just chasing him down with the hard guard, and Hijume is the one who lands the final blow. Definitely not worth it. Damski needs these kills. He needs to stay alive right now.
Yeah, that was like a deja vu moment where he uses Roger in the first game, you know, just trying to go all the way. It was a good attempt.
And now 404 Bakri just zoning out Miracle from the turtle. They know that Super Susu doesn't have his portal available right now, so blitzing this is probably a good idea. That's what they'll do. They get it. Dropping Dora real low as well, trying to force the Nether Realm, but he's not able to get it.
Yikes, that chip though, that nearly getting the teleportation removed or to negate that effect, but unfortunately just a little second too late. 404 Bakri continue on, 3 turtles in total. They have been securing their key objectives really well. I think those are their win conditions. Speaking of win conditions, it looks like 404 Bakri is going up against Miracle here.
Yeah, portal gonna be dropped down. Miracle Gaming gonna be pulled in to save their roamer, and they will get the kill onto Dit Aja before returning. Rensa does some good damage, but yeah, he'll make the smart choice not to try and force the situation.
Yeah, not forcing it is great, but then Lancelot in the mid lane as well. Perhaps he can do something right here. He is on fire at the moment. He does have the buff of Turtle, hoping to deal a little bit more damage, but then again, the farm is there to sustain damage.
Conceal play comes out, penalty zone from Alberto to use and try and escape. He's really tanky when he drops low on HP, so he's able to survive. And that means that Miracle Gaming still don't get anything from this.
Oh, Miracle Gaming just pouring out as much as possible, but the only issue is there's no follow-ups and there's not enough to catch somebody off guard. Nonetheless, however, 404 Bakri, even though with the lack of kills in terms of the disadvantage there, but they are still equal in terms of gold. In fact, they are actually catching up with a minor difference of 300 gold.
Oh, another portal gonna be used to try and chase down Rensa. He's getting away almost, but Hashiteru lands the final blow. Now they're gonna shift their target to Alberto, looking for another decimate kill. Penalty zone comes out. Hijume doing damage in the backline. Primal Wrath gonna be popped down by the Edith. Alberto still surviving everything. And Lord Zebrand will be traded in return. Alberto, he flickered forward, but that may have been a bad idea. He's gonna retreat from this to make sure he's not within decimate range. Meanwhile, Trisakti gonna take the torch instead. The Battle of Execution being set up by the Onward. A double kill for Trisakti.
Yeah, Trisakti coming in at the right time. I was quite wondering why is he actually over there, but he was actually trying to get or steal away the minions for extra XP and gold. But in the meantime, just so nice that 404 Bakri can hold on to that team fight as long as possible for him to come by to rotate and get the kill. And now, Lord is in their favor.
Yeah, Trisakti is definitely emerging as a bit of an MVP in this game. This Lancelot currently 4-0-1, doing a lot of damage. And I personally am interested to see what kind of item build he's actually going for.
Yeah, we can take a look later onward from the production team. Perhaps they can show us the item. Blades of Despair early on already. 10 minutes and 33 seconds.
Okay.
This is going to be very painful though. Dominant Ice onto the hands of the Terroristla here, giving him a little bit more defensive approach, a defensive presence in order to take out damage, as you can see from the itemization.
Ooh. Thunder Strike War Axe Blade of Despair, not too unusual actually, a very classic Lancelot damage build, so we may actually going back to the basics right now. Looks like he's actually found Lord Zebrand. Heart Guard comes out. We see Chip coming in with the portal as well. Phantom Execution gonna be used. The real Miracle Gaming is pulled in, but Trisakti is beautifully dodging everything. He kills Chip and his portal at the same time. Gets some extra money off of it. Nether Realm going to be used on this side. Alberto dropping real low. He's in a 1v3 situation. Hashiteru able to flicker out of Sworn Rose, but not away from death. Hijume, along with Trisakti, now escorting the Lord. Oh, Hijume, he's pulled into the tower range. He gets picked off. A beautiful Shadow Stampede from Dora. Trisakti by himself will sacrifice his life to take down the inhibitor.
Yes, the inhibitor has been exploded, but then at the cost of 3 members of 404 Bakri. Nonetheless, however, I think this is a calculated risk that they are taking. They say, hey, you know what? Our Lord is still actually surviving and eventually falls down already, but we managed to open up the map for us. We have pressured Miracle Gaming to defend instead of going for the offense. Yes, they get 3 of our members, but it's okay. They still have to take care of their own base.
A 5-kill shutdown is going to be worth quite a lot, though. That did end up going to Dora, so this Pyramid should be able to start building up a little bit more damage to scale for that late game. Unfortunately, Miracle Gaming, again, like we mentioned before, is a team that doesn't do very good once you hit the late game phase. So 404 Bakri are still okay with this as long as they remain even slightly ahead in gold.
Yeah, even Stevens as well. Not much of a huge lead in terms of area, but if you're talking about objectives, 404 Bakri, 3 turtles, 1 Lord, and an additional 5 turrets already in their favor. Scoreboard-wise, it looks almost similar to the same, but the number of damage have been dealt by 404 Bakri has been significant.
Yeah, when you're playing around a Chip and a Faramis, you really want to group together to take team fights. And speaking of, the portal comes out, they're chasing Hijume, but he flickers out to safety. And now, Miracle Gaming are behind enemy lines, battling zone on the entire team! And the Heart Guard comes out to keep them alive. Hashiteru gonna be the first one to fall, and Super Susu will be slain by the claws of Rensa. Lycan pounce into the bush to catch Lord Zebranks as well. Double kill! And now, Miracle Gaming are playing heavily behind.
Wow, heavily behind indeed. Endless Battle already picked up from Trisakti. Even more painful, more damage output right here. It doesn't even matter right now. For Bakri, they are playing back to their own zone, their own aggressive playstyle, which is to tower dive or at least to take down turrets in place.
They're so dominant, they're literally splitting their members to take inhibitors and the Lord at the same time. And now 404 Bakri are in position to potentially end this game with the next Lord push.
So if you don't have Tigreal in your favor, what would be the next best thing to stun everybody, to get this CC everyone in a group?
Ooh, penalty zone does end up missing here. Alberto gonna slow it down. They don't want to lose anyone right now because they want to try and end with the Lord push.
Get Farmis perhaps in terms of the ultimate or, you know, the chain links. And of course, Super Susu's Chip, he has to go in for the CC even though it's just a slight little well. Damsky meanwhile takes down Rensa. That's a great off-camera kill, but it doesn't matter. The Lord makes his mark right now. It's still a 5v5. Let's see how 404 will be able to push forward right here.
Without Rensa though, the defense might be easier for Miracle Gaming. In fact, 404 Bakri might just decide not to go for this after all. The portal gonna be dropped down because he realizes Alberto is very low, and the rest of Miracle will come in just to finish him off before going home to clear out the Lord.
So, deja vu from the previous event, the previous game. Very great defense right here. Despite, however, Miracle Gaming just holding on to their dear life. I can see how useful the Chip is using the teleportation to take down picks right here. But it's not Alberto that they want to stop. They need to stop somebody else. I feel like, you know, they should have stopped Trisakti, but it was just so slippery, able to get out of the enemy line so quickly. And it's not working out well for Miracle Gaming.
Oh, he's in a really tough spot right now, but he will be able to get out. No portal from Super Susu. The problem is 404 Bakri made a big mistake in that previous fight. There was no reason for Rensa to get caught out. Literally what I mentioned. They cannot afford to lose anyone if they want to push with the Lord. And then that's exactly what happened. Oh, Super Susu, he's looking for Trisakti. Hard guard comes out on the Lancelot. Portal gonna be popped down. Super Susu, the first one to fall. Hashiteru follows right afterwards, and the Netherrealm not gonna save Dora. Miracle Gaming have gone too far. They fed themselves to their opponent. And now 404 Bakri is looking to charge down the mid lane. They only have one minion wave. Miracle Gaming needs to clear this up as soon as possible to flicker forward, but the penalty zone gonna be able to catch out Dansky, doing a lot of damage, but that's a killing spree for Trisakti, and he's jumping the back right. He's dashing through everyone. He's got so much damage. Triple kill for the Lancelot, and that's a clean sweep for 404 Bakri. They are your first upper bracket finalist.
All I can say is Trisakti is him, ladies and gentlemen. He just put down the nail onto the coffin from the side of Team 404 Bakri. My oh my, if I am Miracle Gaming, I could not respond to that. That was like, what just happened? What went wrong? We lost 2 members already in our team fight. We're supposing a team fight that they are supposed to snowball. They're supposed to go right, but whoa, that just snowballed all the way to the end of the game, and I just felt so bad for Miracle Gaming because they had a glimmer of hope. They had the right intentions to go for the team fight because that's why Chip was there with the teleportation, right? But they did not expect the whole gang just counter-striking them back here, and it eventually just ended with that triple kill from Trisakti.
I feel like Miracle Gaming tried to be a little bit too greedy there. Like, if you're in the early game, you pop the portal down, zone the Lancelot, kill the Lancelot, then yeah, that's a little bit more viable. But at this stage, Trisakti has already shown that he has the micro movements to be able to escape from these sticky situations, especially with the hard guard on top of that. And he's got so much damage that if you make a single mistake, he's going to fully dismantle you.
And the Endless Battle, his last item that he bought with the Blades of Despair and other things else, you know, coming in the way. This is definitely very hard. And like I said, a hard hero to catch because of the mobility, and he has teammates supporting him. So just unfortunate, a little bit of overcommitment, which I believe they can still perhaps stall all the way to the Lord fight. But they do want to take chances, and unfortunately, this is a path that they chose. It just cost them the loss right now.
And that means that Miracle Gaming going to drop down into round 2 of the lower bracket. It's a little bit further, at least, than the other teams who had lost earlier, but they're going to have a harder time going forward with this. And 404 Bakri showing us that they are truly one of the top competitors here.
Yes, and 404 Bakri will be the very first team heading to the upper bracket finals. Speaking of which, let's take a look onto the highlights. Again, all even Stevens fighting left and right here. The only difference I could think of for 404 Bakri, key objectives, textbook plays. You take down the potato, you take down the turrets. Slowly but surely, things will come. Fruition will come as well for the whole team, and this proves well, not only just the one player but the whole team here. And it kept that Lancelot super fat. Super well balanced effort by the rest of the members. Miracle Gaming, yes, they got a glimmer of hope right there. You can see Hashiteru doing his own best. In fact, Hashiteru was doing pretty well as well. He also got his kills that he wanted here. But it wasn't enough. 404 Bakri controlled the map earlier on. And you know, even though yes, Miracle Gaming were to extend, yeah, they managed to get a good team fight, but they don't have the follow-up. What's next? You know, are you continuing to stay in your ground? Are you staying in your base? Are you continuing to clear the lanes or push the lanes? That's all they could do.
I think something that made a big key difference as well is how effectively 404 Bakri responded to all the chip portals. Every single time it was dropped down, they only lost 1 or 2 people maximum. Everyone else was ready to disengage or to look for pickoffs to punish Miracle Gaming for overextending and diving into their half of the map. And that made a massive difference because when you have a chip on your side, along with a Faramis, you're very dependent on winning these team fights in order to actually take any structures. And since a lot of the time, 404 Bakri still had people alive, that's why they couldn't take any towers.
Yeah, here comes the game of the play of the game by Trisakti, and none other. I believe he is definitely the worthy MVP. 10 kills, 1 death, 5 assists, 88% team fight participation. But my oh my, this Lancelot, you know, just goes ham with the Malefic Roar. the sorry, if I'm not mistaken, the Blades of Despair, the Endless Battle. What was that again? The axe, Bloodless Axe.
The War Axe, actually.
Oh, the War Axe.
Old War Axe.
Okay, and the Hunter Strike.
Yep. I was kind of wondering whether we might see a Sky Piercer on him at some point, but Trisakti showing you don't need it. Man has silenced the opponent and prevented another miracle by pushing Miracle Gaming down into the lower bracket. And as we can see in the scoreboard as well, things looked very comfortable for them.
Yeah, I feel like Trisakti believes in his skills. He believes in this hero that he's using. So having the Sky Piercer, yes, it's cheap. It's it's able to get that instant execution below a certain threshold, but it kind of dampens down the rest of your abilities or the rest of your goal to get better items. So he said, you know what? Let's just forgo that Sky Piercer. I trust in my abilities. I trust in my skill. I trust in my microplay, and then he's able to farm up even better items, which led them to the victory. Kudos to all the teammates as well. Let me give a shout out to at least Hijume. He's been performing really well, supporting that Lancelot at the very right time through the gang fights and all. Alberto, yes, is not the best performing hero here or performing player, but he managed to put those ultimates at the right time. As for Team Miracle Gaming, they tried their hardest. They actually go back to back and forth, but textbook play-wise, they are lacking of that.
Yeah, I think they were lacking a little bit of durability overall as well, because Hashiteru, Dora, Damsky all building damage. There was only one Antique Cuirass on the entire team, and that was on Super Susu. So that kind of explains why Trisakti was doing so much damage overall. There wasn't enough ways to soak up that damage. Not to mention, not enough real ways to hold down the Lancelot too. That's why we oftentimes will see heroes like Franco or Cho or Kaja being picked up when there's an Angela around, because you'd be able to lock down two heroes at once. But in this case, there really wasn't a lot of lockdown to go around at all.
Yeah, they let that Lancelot escape freely, even though it's only one death, and then fully well fed. Just unfortunate, just snowballed to the defeat. And nonetheless, however, big congratulations to 404 Bakri for heading into the upper brackets finals. As for Team Miracle Gaming, their journey is still not over yet. They will drop down to the lower brackets round 2. So that means you have to play a little bit more games. You still have a chance to catch a breather as well. But that is it for their fights today.
Honestly, if you ask me, I'm really glad that I'm only casting the games today, because I feel like tomorrow's games are going to be terrifying, right?
Yes.
The fact that there is a threat of being eliminated from the competition, this platform that they've been given to aspire to be champions, to reach for greater heights, taken away from them unceremoniously. That's the last thing they want to happen, especially with the prize pool and everything on the line.
Yes, I do agree on that, Safar. And, just going through the minds of the players, how do they take this loss? Do they take this as personally as possible? Do they blame themselves? Do they even blame one another? There's a lot of drama going on here, but for a good team, I believe, like Miracle Gaming, they'll come back.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Yeah, they will brush it out saying, hey, you know what? It's a loss, it's a loss. We take the responsibility, we take accountability as well. And I'm looking forward to see what they have in store for us for tomorrow.
I mean, we still have to remember, Miracle Gaming is a team that was in MAL, and they've been in the Tier 2 scene even longer before that. So I'm pretty sure they have the experience of figuring out how to reset from a defeat and figure out what comes next, which for now, they're going to be able to rest for today, wait for their game tomorrow, and I'm excited to see what will happen for now. But since this is the upper bracket round 2, right? I think it's a chance for us to actually poke the brains of the players a little bit, right?
Okay.
We actually have an interview prepared with the winners of this game. So let's go ahead and throw it over to Elle, our host, to take over for the interview. Elle, go ahead and take it away.
Thank you so much, Safa, as well as KBC, for your insightful post-game analysis. Well, with that, we have none other than Grigi Trisakti from the team 404 Bakri, who has played from the very beginning of the day, here to join me. Some fans over there as well shouting out his name. Guys, round of applause. Our MVP. Wow. Well, with that being said, some simple questions here. First of all, how do you feel? Coming out of the last game, it was quite a tough battle.
Senang banget sih bisa menangin walaupun gamenya terjatuh lebih gampang lah ya dari sebelumnya. Tapi senang banget sih.
Wow, amazing stuff. Well, next question. Well, with this, you come in here to the event. You came from Indonesia with your team. How do you feel to be in Malaysia with your team?
Menurutku merasa terhormat sih bisa diundang ke Malaysia mewakili Indonesia. Tapi ingin bertemu lawan yang lebih susah dikit lah.
Wow, amazing stuff coming here. Well, one last question, because you did say something about getting into fighting with more challenging teams. I wanted to ask you, did you have a goal coming into this competition? Is it number 1? Is it going to the top 4? What is your goal in this series?
Of course, number 1.
Number 1. Okay. Let's do a number 1 for the camera over here. Yeah, we gotta be number 1. 404 Bakri. Remember the name, guys. And that is the interview session here. We're gonna pass it back to Sava as well as KBC.
So what is the next big thing? Well, Galaxy believes the next big thing is you.
Me?
Yes! Because of the power of Galaxy AI, you'll open up so many possibilities. The next big thing is you.
Hey, I'm at gate 6 wearing a grey shirt.
ฉันอยู่ที่ประตู6สวมเสื้อสีเทา
ได้ครับ เดี๋ยวผมไปรับอีก2 นาที
I'll pick you up in 2 minutes.
This is such a great trip. I would love to take us all to dinner tonight. Make the reservation. Chris, are you getting any of this?
Dinner at Santino's, opera tonight, tour tomorrow, and check up on Shuggy.
Oh, okay. You go, Chris.
Hey, I'm at gate 6 wearing a grey shirt.
ฉันอยู่ที่ประตู6สวมเสื้อสีเทา
ได้ครับ เดี๋ยวผมไปรับอีก2 นาที
I'll pick you up in 2 minutes.
Everyone's searching for the next big thing in technology. But the next big thing isn't this.
Integration, encryption, quantum.
And it's definitely not this.
That's why I'm a trailblazer, a groundbreaker, a pioneer, and most of all, a disruptor.
No. Galaxy believes the next big thing is you.
May? Really?
Yes! Look at you. You're an artist. You're open to experiment. You make your actors go shh. And then you have other ideas and make them, yeah, do that. It's never easy. But you open your heart.
Hi, I'm live. I have a play this weekend. Hi, do you like theatre? Sorry?
You open conversations. You do this, you do that. You go...
To be or not to be?
You know that big thing I was talking about? Well, with Galaxy AI, you'll open even more possibilities. You'll open your imagination, open more ways to be, you know, creative, and open more ways to collaborate. Wow, you made that. We're putting all that power of Galaxy AI in your hands. The next big thing is you.
Dinner tonight. Make the reservation and get back to me about it. Chris, are you getting any of this?
Dinner at Santino's, opera tonight, tour tomorrow, and check up on Shuggy.
Oh, you go, Chris.
I'll be coming up hot for a minute. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. Drop the top when I'm in it. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. Yeah, I go so yo. Everybody know I'm you know when the click through. Try to send this box to be a so big fun. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. Drop the top when I'm in it. Everybody drop when I'm in it. Yeah, I go so yo. Everybody know I'm You know when the click through. Try to send this box to be a I'll be coming up hot for a minute. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. Drop the top when I'm in it. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. Yeah, I go so yo. Everybody know I'm you know when the click through. Try to send this box to be a so big fun. coming up hot for a minute.
I'm feeling.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Samsung Galaxy Gaming Academy Campus Series. My name is Lemonade, and today we are now down to the final best of 3 that we have throughout the day. There has been 6 going on throughout, and this is the 6th indeed. Earlier, we did manage to see 404 Bakri best out against Miracle Gaming in a whopping 2-0. And now they'll be the ones that's going to be entering the upper brackets tomorrow. But who is going to join them as we make our way into the final series of the day? With that being said, I just want to remind you who has brought us this event. This event is powered to you by Galaxy S24 Ultra, the mobile phones that they have been playing on, that's been powering the games throughout the land of Dawn. With that being said, we are now down to the last game for today, and that's going to be between our two very teams who have played earlier. We have Team UTP on my left, and on my right, we have DX Origins, who have just played and bested out their opponents, and now they're still going to be fighting for an upper bracket spot. With that being said, I just want to remind you guys that we still have codes to give away for you in the on-ground, so make sure to stay around. And if you are watching from online, don't worry, because in the broadcast show, it'll be popping out and also within the chat. So ladies and gentlemen, towards the very end right now, let's do it one last time for the match between DX Origins as well as Team UTP. Let's pass it over to our casters, Stapa and KBC. Over to you.
Thank you very much once again, Elle. And ladies and gentlemen, it has been a long day, but it's time to close things off with a bang for our final match of day 1 of the regional playoffs here at the Samsung Galaxy Gaming Academy Campus Series, powered by Galaxy S24 Ultra. My name is Stafa, and right beside me, we have KBC.
Wow, it's been a very long day ahead, and now we are down to the final match series, which is match series 6. But again, this is the last one for today. We still have tons of action-packed games coming in forward for day 2 and day 3. But enough of those 2 and 3 days. Let's go into the current topic right now. We're going to have the very first civil war between both Malaysian teams, Team UTP going up against Team DX Origin. So this is the very first time both teams actually played with one another here. But previously, I do believe they played different games or games before side by side. So the winner between Team UTP or Team DX Origins will head into the upper bracket finals facing up against 404 Bakri. And we have already seen the interview by Trisakti. It's like, hey, you know what? It's just too easy. Give me more challenge, and hopefully either these two teams can stand up for that challenge.
Well, these two teams have certainly proven their strength in their matches earlier today. And interestingly, we've had a trend today of all the games being clean sweeps. Will we be able to keep the trend going all the way until the end? We'll find out. We got Team UTP up on screen with Nopa El Nino, Miz, Emmy, Levi, and Wakanut.
Yes, this is a team that only runs with 5 players. So all 5 players must be at top-notch condition. Comparing to some of the teams that have 6, but the 6 men can help to substitute or to give some coaching or analysis based on the gameplay. But then again, the team is there. They are prepared. And we are looking forward to see what they can bring onto the table against their familiar rivals, which is none other than DX Origins.
We got Keyboy Galap, Kimin, Gold Lane Marang, Ikane, Sizka, and Sunfrost. A team that has already set up a pretty notable difference in terms of their gameplay compared to others, being one of the top-rated teams of our recent MAL.
Yep, and having Sunfrost as well to give a little bit of an inside coaching is definitely beneficial for this DX Origins team. Nonetheless, however, again, this is going to be a new game. It's going to be a new series between these two teams. The first team to hit 2 will be heading to the upper bracket finals, while the other will have to drop to the lower bracket finals, facing up against the other players or the other teams who made it out from the lower brackets finals. Lower brackets round 1.
Yeah, so there's still going to be plenty more happening. As we mentioned at the start of the day, there's going to be no eliminations happening today. But all of these teams want to avoid dropping into that lower bracket. After all, there is a 15,000 USD prize pool on the line here, as well as the pride and ego of being able to say that you emerged victorious in this inter-regional event.
Yes, and I think this is a very difficult, a grueling system that they have to gone through already. So why not push even further right here? Speaking of which, this is going to be draft game 1 between the two teams right here. It will be Team Team UTP. Yeah, keep on remembering that. UTP from the side of the blue team, while for Team DX Origins on the red side of the team.
Now, we've had players that really made prestige for themselves today. Emmy being probably the most notable one coming in from the side of Team UTP, the mid laner, very strong with the heroes that they've already demonstrated. And on the side of DX Origins, Keyboy Gulap being a very aggressive roamer that likes going for damage-oriented heroes that can really set things up. The Hellcat being an interesting one that has been contested so far. The ban's going to be Chip and Ling on the blue side, as well as Moskov and Fredrin on the red.
Yeah, very common bans here. We do see that Moskov, Ling, Chip, they are the top bans in place. Fredrin, a little bit 50-50 sometimes. Players or the teams decided to let him out and let him play him in here. Some of them decided that he's a bigger threat and they will try to ban forward. Nonetheless, however, Angela makes her presence once again. I think this is going to be a very crucial player so far, as a 100% win rate with the Angela in place. And you can see that Team DX Origins, they will go for the Harif. The Harif has been pretty well played as well onto whichever player in hand. But Roger will be the second selection from the side of DX Origin. Very well versatile hero, have been played multiple times, have been picked multiple times as well, with a mix of win rates.
it is incredibly rare for both Harif and Roger to be picked up on the same lineup here. It basically confirms that Roger will be going into the jungle, but in exchange for the lack of flexibility in the draft, they get two very powerful picks in the meta that even lasted from a last patch. They are going to see the Terizla and the Valentina locked in by UTP here, so they're going to be keeping it safe and open to see what else DX Origins has under the hood.
Yeah, that's a great choice also. When Terizla has been shown to be a capable initiator, able to set up the plays for more damage up following. And for Valentina, no questions asked. I think she has been an impactful mage, provided if she's able to catch the right timing of the ultimate that she uses as well. Oh, Lapu Lapu. Okay, back again into the pick boards. We've seen him being played probably 3 times, if I'm not mistaken, based on my analysis here. But Lapu Lapu also is like something like Terizla, able to get the initiation, get the lifesteal for him to sustain in his own lanes.
Yeah, just a solid fighter overall because he's got a lot of tools, good damage, has a stun, able to escape. So pretty safe to go for it, especially since the Terizla has already been shown. The Baxia being banned out is to make sure that we do not see the Angela-Baxia combination that dominates early games if you are not prepared for it. Not to mention, it's a good counter versus Harif and Roger. So with that, Arlet, the final ban on the side of Team UTP, what else is going to be coming to the Land of Dawn?
I think they're going to go for either their mage or one tank. Or roaming tank, depending on how they want to play with, but it seems like they're going to hover onto another mage in place. It's going to be Luo Yi, looks like it, as we are waiting for the final confirmation. Yes, it is. So more damage, more power, more magic output here. So it's just, it's all going to be all-out warfare here from the side of Team DX Origins.
Looks like we'll see the potential Esme here. Claude has already been locked in, so they're going for that since a lot of the other goal laners have already been taken out of the pool. Esmeralda so far has been picked pretty often to counteract Harif. She hasn't worked so well when there's an Angela in play, but this time the Angela is on her team, so the Esme will be even more difficult to take down. But then we see the Cho from DX Origins, a hero we were talking about literally earlier.
Yeah, I think the players from DX Origin heard our request, our wish list, the type of heroes that we want to see. So we haven't seen Aulus yet, we haven't seen Zas yet, but hey, Cho finally making his appearance in this tournament now. And this is going to be great. I like Cho. He's a very versatile hero, all-around hero. Back then in MPL, he's able to play assassin, support, fighter, anything that's not a marksman and mage. I think he plays every single role that is available here. And this time around, I believe he's going to be that roaming pseudo tank that the team needs in hand.
Yeah, Cho was adjusted recently. It's a lot easier to play him now because his passive always activates after 2 dashes, no matter it's skill 1 or skill 2, which makes things a lot easier. Plus, he even reduces physical defense. So that's actually a really nice supporting factor as we jump into the Land of Dawn. It's going to be Team UTP on the blue side versus DX Origins on the red. The final match of the day to determine our second upper bracket finalist.
Yes, this is going to be the most crucial one, especially for those who are watching at home or at least at the tournament, to know who are they going to face their opponents with. As we already can see, 404 Bakri is just waiting between these two teams who will be able to give them or stand up to the challenge that they have already declared.
Boy Gulab dropping Nopa El Nino very low there with the invasion into the jungle. Biz also going to be playing on that jungle Esmeralda. This is something I actually play in pub sometimes. Her clear speed is actually surprisingly fast considering all things. But now, the X Origins trying to invade. Boy Gulab doing a good amount of damage. A 2-man knockup gonna flicker out to safety, but Emmy is here to secure that first blood. And unfortunately, Keemin not able to land the final blow onto El Nino, but the Yin Yang reaction drops Miz real low. Both junglers will decide to disengage.
Yeah, there was a win on the side of UTP, able to get that first blood instantly and saving whatever remaining of their heroes from being decimated. Great move coming in from Team UTP. DX Origins in the meantime, they couldn't secure it, but again, still early days for their side.
In the EXP lane, looks like things are pretty even as well. Neither Lapu nor Terizla should be able to kill each other unless like a massive mistake is made. Though Siska is taking quite a lot of damage there, walking up for the EXP. Team UTP with a slight gold lead. They should be able to be the first ones controlling that turtle. But DX Origins are going to have a good amount of damage once they hit that level 4 mark.
Yeah, they're trying to upskill as much as possible here. Keyboy, meanwhile, trying to harass and give information for his team. They're not going to steal the turtle just yet. They're not going to initiate it just yet because they know that they need to cover as much ground as possible. Meanwhile, Team UTP will start the point of contest. And DX Origins, they might, concede with this.
And they may have to concede here. Team UTP are taking this down way too quickly. Keyboy Galap, he's looking for Miz, but he's not going to be able to find him. He gets taken out straight away. Miz secures the turtle. Falling Star Move jumps the backline. Looks for Keymin. That's going to be a double kill already as the Heart Guard Esmeralda. This is literally what I was talking about. They lose Emmy, but Icade will be traded for it.
Wow, what an absolute shutdown from the side of Team UTP. Not only taking the turtle, but 2 kills in place as Keyboy Galak continuing on to poke his opponents. But again, he is a tank, a pseudo tank, and at the very least, he might not deal as much damage comparing to his other counterparts of this game.
DX Origins need to be the ones opening up the fight if they want any chance of taking down Miz with Hard Guard on him. Because if he's the one determining how he engages, then there's almost zero chance that they're going to be able to take him out at this stage of the game. That's going to be very scary for them. And if Team UTP can continue abusing that factor, then they should be able to snowball well into the mid game.
This time around, Team UTP slowly dominating their own lanes here. Siska and OneNut, 1-on-1, in this case 1 by 1, but none of it ever happened except for the laner here.
Way of the Dragon set up the kick. They found it. This is what I said. They need to be the one setting the momentum. And now that they got it, they picked off Miz. El Nino just barely survives with a well-timed flicker. And DX Origins finds a bit back in return.
Yeah, a little bit more momentum going back forward. A positioning of using the ultimate control, the Way of the Dragon, able to give them the upper advantage and to pick off that much needed kill. Nonetheless, however, both of them are still even Stevens in terms of goal and hoping to get a bit more advantage through that gold shield. And you can see that DX Origin, whoa, looking a little stuff here. But yeah, at the riverside.
They did find Emmy. Unfortunately, he walked the wrong path right there. Siska now going to be targeted on the opposite side by Waknat and Miz. He's going to survive a lot of damage, but he's forced to flicker over the turtle pit just in time, too, to dodge the penalty zone.
Interesting usage of the ultimate here, just making sure that he still survives. Trying not to get ganked by that, unlike this scenario here. Looks like... oh wait, DX Origin actually got the turtle.
Yes, they did. Keyboy Galap was zoning out Miz, so the Esmeralda couldn't get close enough. And now we can see DX Origins gaining control already. So Team UTP weren't able to abuse the presence of the Esme Hard Guard.
Yeah. Glowing one into the hands of Emmy in terms of the Valentina. It's definitely gonna pack a punch in terms of its magic damage output. In the meantime though, DX Origins, they are rotating left and right, mostly the top side, but then Lapu Lapu has to be very careful of the bottom lane. Looks like he has to he actually traded places with Harith.
Yeah, they did a lane swap here. They already got the full tower and gold shield down bottom, so they let Harith farm top instead. Siska not going to be dived on. Miz taking tower aggro to allow Win to do some damage. Siska gonna be able to use the Raging Slash to get out. In the meantime, in the top lane, I think I saw a flicker being used by gold lane Marang in order to escape, but they're still able to follow up and dive Waknut under his own tower.
It's a win for DX Origin because Lapu Lapu managed to stay alive. However, for Waknut's Terizla, he suffered a different fate.
Unfortunately though, DX Origins do lose their mid-tier 1 because they're focusing on the side lanes quite a bit. So that's a pretty important tower that they end up giving away as well. So now, Kevin, he's just picked up the Sky Piercer. So let's see if he's able to rack up some kills.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting as well, especially he has that Warcry though.
nice kick. Miz it just disappears right off the bat. No, this Esme, it built Starlium Scythe, so she is actually really squishy compared to usual. Yin Yang reaction doing a lot of damage. Tower is down, and so is Waknat. Killing spree for Keemin, already picking up a stack on that Sky Piercer.
Wow, what an absolute kill coming in from the side, and especially DX Origin, they already rotated well as a group. They decided, you know what, to commit to this skirmish. We get that map control, and then we are able to secure Turtle as the follow-up in place. DX Origin earlier on looking a little bit too shabby. Maybe perhaps they don't have the upskills that they needed, but now they have the potential to do even further damage onto Team UTP.
They're currently in control of the game, a 3k net worth lead. Not all that much, all things considered, but enough to grant them a foothold overall. Team UTP, they gotta play it safe now. They've already lost their early game presence. They gotta play for the late game where Emmy and Win have items.
So this is where we get to see Team UTP back and the passenger seat this time around. Initially, when we see the first game, they were always in front of the driver's seat. So how would they respond to that?
An ambush play here. Diversion into the brush. El Nino gonna walk in place. Yin Yang reaction doing a lot of damage. El Nino able to flicker back into the base, but the same can't be said for his teammates. Emmy and Miz are just gone.
I think that's a great play coming in here, taking down one of your core damage dealers in the Esmeralda, and you know, continuing on with the damage.
Kick. He found the way of the dragon on Win, a very important target. And the penalty zone for Waknut is too late. That's a double kill. Angela all by himself. A 5-man wipe onto Team UTP, and DX Origins looking really confident.
Wow, DX Origins behind enemy lines, using the teleportation, able to give them the advantage right there for the taking. Not just one, but 4 heroes in total.
Things are looking really bad now for Team UTP. The goal lead has expanded very far. Keyboy Kulab able to find great pickoffs. Win not being able to farm safely himself either means that his scaling is being slowed down heavily. And DX Origins are in position to potentially end the game with another 1 or 2 lords.
Yeah, and Siska is just continuing to put pressure, applying pressure on the top lane, forcing all the opponents to focus onto him, while the rest of his teammates is just slowly chipping away what's ever left on the respective sides.
Lord going to spawn now. First Lord of the game, and at this point, DX Origins has already taken out every single external tower on UTP's side of the map. So it's gonna be impossible for them to even walk out and try to contest this.
Yeah, I think they're gonna concede that. It's just a basic lot. But then again, you have to understand the player's mindset right here. What are we going to do in the next stages live? Yeah, they get the lot, so maybe perhaps they're going to do the split pushing, but they might take the chance as well to be aggressive, to play around a team fight and end this game right now.
I even saw a diversion play from IK just to deliver Keemin to the purple buff so that he can steal it away from UTP. They're really farming everything they can on the map, and now with the Lord pushing up, I think we should see them doing some wave syncing.
I see in a way that instead of farming, it's more like demoralizing the team, just cutting them off their lifeline bit by bit.
Pretty much, yeah.
Yep.
Like a lot of top teams do end up going for that option here. And the waves, not the most synced, but close enough that it's going to do some pretty notable damage here. Lord hitting tower mid. As we can see Cho going in. He gets stunned though, unfortunately not able to find the kick, so he is picked off by Win. But his job is done. He set up the space. The mid inhibitor has already fallen. Team UTP is busy clearing up the Lord, so they will also have to surrender the bottom inhibitor on top of that. Keemin shoving the top lane. Can they get the last one?
I think they will hold on for now, waiting for this minion push before they can do anything, as Miss trying his very best with Waknut to defend that, but is that possible though?
Blazing Duet comes out, IK very low, flicker forward by the Claude, picks up the kill, but now Miz is too far forward and Keemin just gets an easy monster kill.
Lapu Lapu.
A lot of damage from the Lapu Lapu with the Land Shaker, but now, the triple kill from Keemin, but he gets picked off the shutdown. He's not able to follow with the Maniac, but the Crystal is exposed. It's a 2v2 situation.
Yep.
Gold lane Marang, he's just targeting it. They're trying to clear the minions, but they can't do it quick enough. So DX Origins just shuts down Team UTP.
Wow, EX Origins, so much damage output coming in from their team. Even the Harif as well, alongside with the Lapu Lapu. Very low of HP for the Lapu Lapu, but the Harif just continuing to dish damage, just slowly but surely poking down the crystal base and eventually led to the victory of the EX Origins. Meanwhile, Team UTP, they started out really strong in the early stages of the game, but you notice, right, as long the team fights were going in with the Law Yi's divergence, the teleportation, just moving and harassing everybody around the map, they couldn't find an answer to kind of counter-attack that.
Yeah, I think even after, when we saw the player cam, right, when we went back to Team UTP, they were all smiles around. Like, I think they enjoyed themselves. They realized that they were outclassed. Their draft didn't quite work out the way they wanted to. So it's a good, like, emotional state to go back into the drawing board for game number 2. But we can see in these highlights that although the early game was a little bit 50-50, DX Origins, once they found their footing, are a terrifying team.
Yeah, I think DX Origins fit onto the upscaling phasing, you know, making sure that their heroes, they will get level 4, making sure that, you know, they are well protected. And the little bit of the nitbits is, you know, they are able to keep their Lapu Lapu alive. They're able to make sure that the side of the Lapu Lapu that is trying to get as much farm as possible is able to be maximized in the output. On the meantime, they are harassing the Terisla on the other lane and killing things off. And if they notice, right, you know, they notice that the Lapu Lapu is giving a lot of being harassed, they switch lanes with the Harif and protecting the Harif instead.
I mean, this lane swapping is very common, right? Because gold lane Marang already won the gold lane very hard. He had taken out the tier 1 already. So oftentimes teams will do a lane swap here so that the gold laner can get even more farm by taking down the tier 1 on the opposite side of the map. And that's exactly what happened here. Unfortunately, I feel like Team UTP may have given DX Origins a few too many power picks here. Having Law Yi, Harif, and Roger on one team is a little bit unfair.
Yeah, just unfortunate that, you know, we only have 3 bans choices in this place, but nonetheless, they can't stop this man. They can't ban this man, by the way. Kimin, which is the worthy MVP. 8-2 with a 71% team fight participation. And you can see his Rogers just doing damage at the very end of the game.
And this is why I prefer the Windtalker build overall. I feel like it just is more consistent because with that increased attack speed, you can take advantage of his passive, then the Sea Halberd, the Sky Piercer. You gotta love the EX Origins. They always have something in mind during these win screens too.
Yeah, man. I think if I have an award for them, I would just give them the best Sally, the best team Sally that they have here. But other than that, nothing much gonna be done here. Team DX Origins taking the game 14-7 and then destroying up here. Shout out to all of the teammates as well, playing it really well, playing to their roles properly. At the meantime, for Team UTP, they tried their best and unfortunately it's just not enough.
Yeah, here we can see how if the enemy team knows how to play around that Angela pick, it honestly isn't all that powerful. Especially when you have a hero like Cho around, you kick one person, you get another for free. Like, it's a buy one, free one bonus. And that's why I'm kind of surprised other teams we've seen playing against the Angela haven't gone for heroes like this. Like, it can be a very simple way of disabling what would otherwise be an impossible to kill player.
Yeah, and in fact, you know, speaking about Cho, his Way of the Dragon actually got nerfed. So imagine pre-nerf the time, the impact that he could have done with the ultimate, the kick all the way to his teammates is even much more significant. So, you know, even with the nerf as well, a little bit of the distance being cut off. But again, overall, his skills are being impacted really well. The buff onto, like you mentioned, the stacks, the, you know, the protective penetration and all. So it really, you know, gives a little bit of a hope to Cho players out there.
Yeah, I think that's great. I want to see more of it. I think it would be really fun if we got to see like Cho more in the EXP lane as well. But Giveaway Galapa was actually doing quite a lot of damage. And when I looked at his itemization, there was no DPS items other than that Thunder Belt. So I feel like this item is going to be really strong on tanks that want to dish out a little bit of damage.
Yeah, agree on that as well. And especially tanks, you know, they're more focusing on defensive items, making sure to keep themselves alive. But again, Cho is not a pure tank. He doesn't need all those items. So maybe perhaps he took a different item approach and hoping to upskill his usability even further.
We definitely saw that. But I think there was some potential from Team UTP. They were pretty strong in the first like 2 or 3 minutes. Then after that, DX Origins figured out like how they want to play around them. This time, they want to go in with a little bit more tools. I think unfortunately, as much as I like Esmeralda as a hero, she's still a little bit difficult to figure out like in terms of her place in the meta. So maybe go for something that's a little more tried and tested.
Tried and tested. Perhaps an Eve, I think? I'm not sure. I'm not sure which type of hero to put.
It depends on what position they're looking to fill in.
Maybe they could go somebody, but Fredrin was also being banned earlier on. We're going to see about that. I'm looking forward to it. Maybe perhaps with the top picks and bans that we have right here. As ladies and gentlemen, we're going into game number 2. It will be Team DX Origins on the side of the blue team, while for Team UTP will carry the red side. So it looks like Moskov and Ling once again being banned, unable to see the light at the land of the dawn.
DX Origins 1 game up, 1 game away from being our second upper bracket finalist team and sending Team UTP down to the lower bracket. This time, they will choose to ban out the Harif. Most likely, they will want to prioritize the Roger for themselves.
Yep, I think the Roger would be a great pick again. Harif has done a lot of damage also from the previous game, being one of our top ban heroes, especially for day number 1. Let's see what Team Origins... Oh wait, sorry, Team UTP will be banning out the Angela. They don't want to give their opponents that hero as well, perhaps seeking the potential that, this hero would even deal much more of an impact comparing to the previous round. And oh, come on, don't tease us with Alucard.
Yeah, don't tease us with that. If you're gonna hover that, you need to lock it in. like Alucard has been one of my favorites for a long time, but we already knew that it was going to be Roger. So that's probably going to key in again, but there's always a chance it goes into the gold lane too.
I don't use Alucard, but I bought the Star Wars skin, which is Obi-Wan Kenobi. That was a skin that I really like. The problem is, I don't use that hero, so I was hoping that maybe...
time!
Yeah, I could use it in perhaps my Grandmaster games, which was a bit easier. But anyhow, Grot will be selected as the primary roaming tank, and then we do have that Yu Zhong. I like this pick. I like these 2 picks. Very common, very comfortable.
Yeah, not bad at all. I think they recognize that DX Origins likes to go for these ganks, for these team fights, so having the Wild Charge and the Black Dragon himself will be good ways of splitting the fight and setting up better positionings for the rest of that team. Unfortunately, this means that Valentina is open for DX Origins. They can steal the Wild Charge, and they even lock in the chip. Oh my goodness.
Man, this is like the pick your poison moment, right? Especially when you are at the second... You're at mercy at the first pick. You already chose what heroes you want, and then you get counted or, at least try to get overrun by these other 2 picks in place. But nonetheless, however... Ooh, is that Kimi?
Surely not. I feel like Kimi isn't good enough yet.
Yes, and that would be a better choice, which is none other than Xavier.
Emmy has been doing a good job all day of being on more DPS-oriented mages, so Xavier might be a good showing of their capabilities here, especially since this could be their last chance to stay in the upper bracket. Now we're going to be entering the second ban phase, and it's going to be tough here for Team UTP. They've already allowed through quite a few power picks. Getting rid of Benedetta does make sense, because if you have the Benedetta and the chip, say goodbye to any map control.
Yes, I can already think of the roaming versatility already. Annoying your opponents left and right, kiting them to bite for the bit. Nonetheless, however, Fredrin again going back to the top bans. In fact, I'm going to put him as one of our top bans heroes here. He used to be under top picks, but now he's going to switch positions here. And yeah, I think this is good. You don't want a strong CC hero to be in the hands of your opponents, so just get rid of that and also securing the lane into your favor.
Yep. All right, second pick phase. What are we going to be seeing here? The Nolan locked in this time by Team UTP. Only been picked once so far today, and unfortunately did not end up winning that game. It's a hero that does require a little bit of that early scaling, but
Okay. This is the very first time we get to see a Ruby and a Masha pick.
Now this is already interesting. I personally want to see what the best Ruby build is now, because this is one of my main heroes and I still haven't figured it out. But Masha is going to be able to delete anyone if you're not careful. We see the Paquito locked in to finish things off for Team UTP. But if you ask me, I feel like there's a lot of power on the DX Origin side.
Yeah, DX Origin side, I feel like they are trying to experiment, but in the meantime, the reason why they choose these picks as well is they're also comfortable with. We haven't seen the Masha yet, we haven't seen the Ruby yet. I know that Ruby might have an adjustment for the better, but Masha, don't think so according to the new patch. Maybe I could be wrong. I need to go back and study again on that.
Yeah, no, I don't think either of these heroes have received a direct buff or nerf. So it's going to be interesting. I believe the Ruby is also going into the gold lane, so we're seeing a hyper carry Roger kind of situation. Will it be enough? As we jump into the land of Dawn, will it be the last time today as well? It depends on whether or not DX Origins can come out victorious or if Team UTP will turn things around.
UTP fighting for their tournament lifeline right here. They don't really want to drop into lower brackets finals. If they do have the chance to, they're going to have to play more games. They're going to have to play against even bigger adversaries. So this is a great time to wake up and do your best to force overtime.
We would actually see double fighter side lane on both teams, actually. It's a Ruby versus Paquito gold lane, so that's pretty fun.
Yeah, and Yuzong and Masha under the XP lane. So yeah, this is going to be interesting to see who has the upper advantage in that, because that will definitely determine the team fight, to the team fight advantage he plays.
Yeah, it looks like El Nino actually managed to reset the purple buff just a little bit, but not enough to really slow down Keemin. So I'm pretty sure that both junglers are going to be hitting level 4 around the same time regardless. But Miz is already in position down here in the EXP lane.
He's trying to take that gold crab to his favor with the Nolan. But yeah, he managed to get it as well as El Nino using whatever roaming abilities that he can to disrupt any potential threats coming in from his opponents.
Keyboy Galab just gonna be taunting Win a little bit. Nopa El Nino is here to help him out. There's probably not gonna be any kills here, but Keyboy will be able to force them away from the tower to give a lot of gold shield value to both the Ruby and the Roger.
Yeah, a little bit of aggression play coming in. Sorry, aggressive play coming from DX Origins, having 3 heroes all around that area there, but nothing too serious at the moment. Meanwhile, the bottom lane though, Yuzong is gonna have a little bit of support from Xavier, aka Gojo Satoru, with the Jujutsu Kaisen skin, and the turtle will spawn at the bottom side as well.
Well, we can see that both teams going to be hitting level 4 around the same time. Keyboy Galap still a little away from being able to reach it, so no chip portals just yet. But this first turtle already being aggroed by DX Origins. Miz a little bit late to the party. We see the portal come out in the backline. They're going to be aiming for Emmy. And now the Wild Charge going to stun 3 members against the wall. Ooh, big trouble here. Nova El Nino will be picked off, but Icane also traded. Emmy picked off in the backline by Sizka. And the turtle still going to be reset.
Yeah, 1-2 here in the favor of DX Origins. Turtle will be resetted, but oh, wait a minute, there's an off-camera kill. Paquito got harassed badly by Ruby.
Ooh, an unexpected result here. You usually would expect Paquito actually does pretty well into this matchup. So that's going to be quite a blow, considering these are the gold laners. Turtle, I think, already started on once again by Keemin, dropping the half HP. Waknut in position to scout it out.
Yeah, but then you do have Keyboy Galak with the chip as well, providing extra support. Nonetheless, however, they will concede that turtle. It will be given into the hands of DX Origin.
Siska is in the area to potentially go for the gank onto Yuzong, but I think it's a little bit difficult considering the lane is kind of pushed up. All right, and now there is some hovering of Team UTP around top side, but the same situation. Ruby is very far under the tower, so no gank potential.
DX Origin starting things up really, really strong. They do have momentum here, and again, if they were to play the textbook plays
Here comes the portal. They found Nolan. Can he escape? The answer is no. Instantly, all of DX Origins are here to respawn. A really nice wall charge onto the entire team here, but Grok should fall soon. No, actually, he's able to walk out. A nice wall charge can be stolen away to keep Keyboy Galap alive. And now Wagnut forced to use Petrify to escape here. Keemin diving way too deep, gets punished for it. Emmy gonna fall, killing spree, claimed by Siska. And Win chases Icane down. It's absolute chaos across the map. Siska, Win trying to cut him off, but he should be able to run out.
Yeah, he's able to escape quickly right there. He managed to get a kill and then decided to fall back from there. Meanwhile, we have to give shout out to Paquita by the hands of Win, able to get double kills if I'm not mistaken. Very, very good attempt, you know, in the meantime, helping his team to perhaps to win that skirmish.
Yeah, we can see that both lanes have actually swapped here. Win trying to outposition. Actually does get a good amount from the gold shield here, but I'm offended. Pulls him in for Keemin. Lycan Pound sets it up, and that's going to be yet another kill onto the Paquito.
Great rotation here coming in from the Roger and of course Ruby starting up the fight, you know, using the CCs in place, slow, stunning him, whatever it takes to slow down his movement in order to not escape from his imminent death.
The top and bottom tier ones have already been taken out on the side of Team UTP, which means it should be very easy for DX Origins to control the turtle pit here. They're already in position for it right before the turtle even spawned.
Yeah, again, textbook plays, you know, take out the turret, you extend your map control, you continue on taking key objectives like the turtle and the lot. Another one for the racket on DX Origins.
There's a gank down bottom, the portal's gonna come out, Win. He is not having a good time this game. He literally died before everyone even came through the portal. Like, that's how quickly it happened.
Yeah, and this is the power of Chip, right? Using his ultimate to just bring everybody into the gang. And after the gang, they can just bail out.
It's really annoying to have to deal with. Now we can see the invasion from DX Origins. They're feeling a lot more confident. And even Keyboy does a good amount of damage to Miz. The purple buff going to be contested. Unfortunately, El Nino fails to reset it. So DX Origins should be able to steal it away, and they will successfully do so.
Oh my goodness, this is just cutting down lifeline from Team UTP. No farms, no buffs, get cut out straight away from their jungle. They can't do much at this moment. Perhaps they could at least secure the red buff on the top side, and yes, they will do, but what difference does this make?
Yeah, Team UTP need to slow this down a little bit. They, at the very least, have a Xavier for late game, but actually looking at it, they should be able to put up a pretty solid fight early, actually. Grok, Yuzong, Nolan, Paquito. The fact that they are already 4K behind is not a good sign.
And what's not even a good sign is Siska onto the Masha.
And there's another bad sign. Miz gets picked off. Here comes Keyboy Galap. Portal comes out. Who is that? It's Win again. The Paquito can't catch a break. Black Dragon form comes in. You probably don't want to fight here, my friend. He's just going to zone out and stay under the tower.
Yeah, he's going to stay under the base with the other 3 more players here. And the inhibited turret. I don't think there's enough firepower. Oh, but wait a minute. Keyboy Galap maybe taunting a little bit too much for his liking. Nonetheless, however, able to run away into safety. They will take the mid-tier turret. And last but not least, the turtle will spawn in the next 1 second.
This is starting to snowball out of control already here. Keyboy Galap doesn't actually have portal just yet, but the stun is more than enough. And look at Siska with the double thunderclap. Wagnut is just gone. A nice wall charge keeps him in place, but Siska is still able to walk away. Nova El Nino just barely escapes with his life as well. And this is right outside their base. DX Origins are so ahead.
This is not only demoralizing, but disrespecting as well. Imagine you just turret dive into their base and came out still alive with a minuscule of health.
Even the wild charge committed, they're just not able to reach Siska in the backline. El Nino gonna scout out that the Lord is being taken. Dawning Light up probably a little bit too early here, but you can't really blame him. They don't know what is even happening.
And I think they're going to concede this. They're going to try to perhaps take that red buff into their favor. The first basic lot.
Oh. Have they found Win? They found Win.
Oh no, not again.
Oh
man.
I feel so bad for him.
You know, this could be reported as bullying.
You know, you are right. We can absolutely report this as bullying.
Oh man, but again, this is the power of the chip. The chip just provides so much mobility, just purposely shutting him down, not giving him any breathing space. Once it pops out to at least right in the top, right at the start of his lane, boom, he's dead.
He's just gone every single time. Keyboy Gulab just has a vendetta against him specifically here. And now all the external towers have dropped. The Miz is gone.
Split
Double
push, bottom
kill,
lane.
in fact. There's so much damage on gold lane Marang. And the Lord hasn't even crashed just yet. DX Origins can continue this.
Yes, they can continue this. They can continue on the fight here. As you can see, multiple members are trying to take down this turret and more members to come.
Now Keyboy Gulab in the back line. They're so low already. Waknut is just gone. That's another one. Only one survivor. Oh, it's going to take another 5 seconds before the rest respawn. Siska dives the base like he doesn't care at all because he knows it is over. The crystal is open. The series is claimed. And DX Origins are your second upper bracket finalists.
DX Origins. That first game, I was hoping it was going to be a 50-50 game. We're seeing how UTP stand up here. And you know what? I thought, UTP can give them a chance into the next game. But my oh my, DX Origins was stepping the pedal to the metal all the way, ladies and gentlemen. That was all in. No mistakes whatsoever. That Masha, I think, came out unscathed. I don't think there's even a death on that Masha.
He died at the end when he dived the base.
But it's okay, right? Because that was a move and kill. But what a play, what a play. Coming in with these new picks as well to play into the game with the new patch. Safa, what do you got to say about that?
I think it was really fun. I think it was great to watch. It's unfortunate for Team UTP. Win especially was on the receiving end of a lot of abuse.
Now. Yeah. Report him. Report that guy.
You can do it, Win. You can go and press that red exclamation mark right now. But yeah, DX Origins showing that they are on another class altogether. And I'm really excited to see which team is actually stronger when they face off against 404 Bakri.
Yeah, I hope 404 got what they wanted because that is definitely a challenger that they should be seeking and to be starting right now. But in the meantime, this whole storyline of this game is just pure, utterly dominance, filthy dominance from the side of DX Origins. Don't stop, won't stop, can't stop. Just continue with the kills, continue with the pressure, taunting behind enemy lines as well. And UTP, you can see they tried their hardest. They actually pour out so much resources, but they only could get, let's say, one kill. And after that, they have to fall back. And by the time they want to fall back, they got ganked pretty hard.
Compared to game 1 where Team UTP had some advantage in the first couple minutes, this was a one-sided slaughter from the beginning to the end. I feel like they're called DX Origins because they're responsible for all the villain origin stories they're creating with this bullying here.
Oh man, but you know what? This is definitely a great gameplay, and if I were, if I'm seeing Chip right now, because I do play Chip, I'll definitely want to learn from perhaps the MVP. Come on, give me the chip user. It is none other than Keyboy Gulab. 1-1-11, ladies and gentlemen. 75% team fight participation with the itemization you can see right here. Ladies and gentlemen, if you really want to rage quit your opponents, learn from Keyboy Gulab.
This man wanted to be number 1 so badly, he made it manifest in his entire KDA. His chip continuing to be a super powerful hero pick. And the DX Origins, you can see they're proud, they're happy with that victory. And why wouldn't they be? It was so easy for them.
It was so easy indeed. Utterly pure domination. As I said it once again, everyone contributed in their part, in their role. And my, oh my, I gotta give it up to Siska. 7-1-2 with the Sky Piercer, with the Blades of Despair, with the Blades of the Hepster Seas.
Masha is just a walking nuke. Like, she just comes out of nowhere. You never expect it. And then you just get one shot. The thunderclap is so scary because so many people just kind of forget, like, okay, like we're thinking about the Harif, the Roger, the Fredrins, the Lings, and the Lancelots. And every single time, Masha just slips through the cracks and you realize, haha, I should not have let her through.
True. Man, and UTP, after seeing their draft, it's actually a not bad draft, to be frank. It's
not
really a good draft. I see no cracks except for zoning out Pakito. That's the only thing I can see of, and it just caused so much of the butterfly effect, you know, causing them stress, causing them pressure, and eventually just leading them to their loss. But nonetheless than ever, congratulations to Team DX Origins. You're heading to the upper bracket finals. As for Team UTP, you still got one more chance tomorrow. We'll see you all at the lower brackets.
I'm going to be really interested to hear what DX Origins has to say about their victory there, because I'm pretty sure we're going to be jumping into an interview right after this. We already got a very interesting one from...
Trisakti.
Yes,
Trisakti
earlier, where they said like, oh, we're gonna be #1. We want a harder opponent. This time though, it's gonna be with DX Origins, our local Malaysian team. So let's go ahead and throw it over to Elle, our host, because she's gonna be preparing for an interview with Keyboy Gulab. Elle, go ahead, take it away.
A day full of 2 zeros, but arguably the best one is saved for the last. So we have DX Origins Keyboy Gulab here to have a few questions. Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for one of our MVPs throughout the whole entire day. So Keyboy Gulab, first question, very simple. I see how you are with your team. You guys have really great teamwork. So I wanted to ask you, how was your preparation like? Were there a lot of practices, a lot of skirmishes as well with other people?
Kita orang memang prepare betul-betul lah, sebab lepas kalah dengan Barracuda, kita orang tak nak jadi badut lagi. So kita orang makin hard work lah.
Makin hard work, so that means just add on the hard work, guys. Well, I see that you also were able to use the new patch to your advantage. So I wanted to ask you, what are your thoughts of the new patch being implemented during this tournament?
Sebab kita orang ada Sun kan, dia banyak tolong kita orang tentang new patch ni. So, tak ada banyak perubahan sangat ah.
I see. So guys, take notes. A good coach gives good players and good plays for the team. Well, with that being said, last question, final question. So what is the origin of your celebratory jump? Tadi you guys do the lompat. Well, what's the meaning behind it? Do you guys plan this? Is it something like a celebration?
Semuanya spontan, kita orang main pakai buat je. Apa yang terlintas dalam fikiran, kita orang buat je.
Spontaneous it is. Wow. Amazing stuff coming from DX Origins, and they're going to be making it through to the upper brackets tomorrow alongside 404 Bakri. Amazing stuff coming in. Okay, guys. With that being said, we are going to end our interview here, and we're going to be passing it back to the casters for the very last time. Safa and KBC, over to you.
Thank you very much, Elle. And well, their celebrations may be spontaneous, but their gameplay definitely isn't. That's all plans and strategy there, ladies and gentlemen. DX Origins showing why they are yet another top contending team here in the Samsung Galaxy Gaming Academy Campus Series, which is of course powered by Galaxy S24 Ultra, your ultimate gaming companion in which victory can be yours. And with that, that's actually the end of our matches for day 1.
So day 1, all 6 matches have been completed. A complete 2-0. I don't think we ever seen a game tree in here. So hoping tomorrow, day 2, all possibility day 3, we'll get better games in hand.
But I think we got a lot of fun games today already.
Agreed.
A real demonstration of how the meta is shaping up. I'm excited to see what will happen for day 2, day 3. For now, though, before we close things out for the stream, we got to look at how the bracket is for the end of the first day. And as we can see, we've confirmed that 404 Bakri and DX Origins will be the 2 teams facing off in the upper bracket final for that first grand finals spot.
Yes, 404 Bakri taking out UITM Raw, a Malaysian team, into their kill count, and then onwards with Miracle Gaming, another Malaysian team, as they made themselves into the upper bracket finals, the first finalists in game. Meanwhile, for DX Origins, they take down Venus Vincia in a very close match, I would say, 2-0, taking down the Indonesian team, and then moving forward to take down another Civil War right here at Team UTP and making themselves into the upper bracket finals as the second finalist. So between these two teams, whoever wins this best of 3 tomorrow will move on to the grand finals, being the first grand finalist in place. As for the lower brackets, you can see that we have UITM Raw, No More Now or Later, Choco Base and Binders, Vincia, alongside with Team UTP, and last but not least, the remaining teams in hand.
Yeah, we didn't see any teams eliminated from the tournament today, but that's all gonna end tomorrow. No more pacifists run here. We got UITM Roar up against a Now or a Later for the first match to open the day. And then we have Choco Babes going up against Venus Vincere. Team UTP will be facing the winner of the first match. What happens to the loser, you may ask? Well, their journey ends there.
Yeah, just unfortunately, they will have to end in place, but we are not done yet. With 3 matches, we have another 2 more matches left. Match 4 and Match 5. Miracle Gaming will have to wait for their opponents as well from the lower brackets round 1. As for Match 5, the upper bracket finals, 404 Bakri going up against DX Origins. I believe this is going to be the most anticipated match. I think everybody would like to stay tuned for the final match, to continue to support us right here in the live stream. Make sure to like, make sure to share, make sure to comment down which teams or players you're supporting. We'll be always there watching for you and giving you that shout out.
Thank you very much, everyone who has joined us thus far, especially to those of you who have been with us from the very beginning of the day up until now. It has been a long day, but we wouldn't want it any other way. The games have been great. These up-and-coming players showing us what they can do. But that's going to be all from us for the first day of the regional playoffs. Before we close out, KBC, you want to say any last words to people watching?
At least for day 1, it's been a great game so far, competitive sweep, and you know, it's a bit sad that you won't be joining us for day 2 or day 3, but I hope you continue to watch us play as well.
I definitely will.
As we have Monchel coming in to replace you for day 2 and day 3.
Yep, that's going to be fun as well. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us here at the Samsung Galaxy Gaming Academy Campus Series, powered by Galaxy S24 Ultra. My name is Stafa. This is KBC. Thank you very much for joining us. We will see you guys tomorrow.